An unprecedented aurora raid instantly turned the human world upside down. 70% of the world's human population has turned into zombies, losing all reason, and millions of lives are slaughtered every day. The end of the world has come. The power and wealth of the past have vanished overnight. Order has collapsed and society has disintegrated. Today, the only rule of survival is to have the supplies to sustain life. The once radiant school star has now bent down on her knees for a mere packet of instant noodles. The once arrogant rich and powerful now fought over a piece of bread, with blood flowing. And I, in trying to snatch a bottle of milk, unfortunately died surrounded by zombies and strange beasts. But fate did not end there. After my rebirth, I obtained the legendary space ring, which allowed me to store unlimited supplies. From then on, I had all the rice, flour, grain, oil, vegetables, fruits, poultry, milk, and mineral water in my pocket. Faced with the zombie craze, the rampage of strange beasts, and the invasion of extreme climate, I am no longer afraid. Moreover, in the warm and comfortable Doomsday RV, the goddess who is admired by thousands of people is now kneeling respectfully beside me, peeling the crystal grape with a smile and gently putting it into her mouth. I suddenly woke up from my dream, gasping for breath, and looked around and found myself in a luxury car. I subconsciously looked out the window and was stunned for a moment. Neon lights flickered, tall buildings stood tall, and people were bustling. A prosperous scene came into view. Those doomsday scenes that once terrified me. Severe cold, heavy rain, earthquakes, hurricanes, zombies, strange beasts, people with special powers, and mercenaries have all disappeared. I covered my face with my hands, trembling, and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a nightmare. How great! After I calmed down a little, I accidentally looked at my right index finger and was surprised to find a dark and strange ring quietly worn on it. If I remember correctly, this ring is called Tao Tai, and it is the top space prop in the end times. As soon as I thought about it, the space inside the ring suddenly opened up, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. The space ring actually exists, which means that the experience of the end of the world is not an illusion. I was reborn? I hurriedly stood up and looked for my phone, eager to know what day it was. As I stood up, I accidentally bumped into a soft object. I looked down and found a beautiful young model leaning in my arms, looking up at me. For a moment, I was a little confused. What was going on? Why was there such a beautiful woman in my arms? The young model raised her head, smiled playfully, and said, "Master, I'm not scared, am I? I heard that you like interesting women, so I took the initiative and wanted to give you a surprise." She lifted her hair and smiled like a flower. I swallowed my saliva, secretly admiring her beauty. The beauty in front of me, named Su Huayu, was once a top model. I didn't expect that she would be so attractive in real life. "It's okay. I like your surprise very much." I stroked her hair gently, then opened my arms. Su Huayu gave me a charming look and snuggled in my arms again. Holding the beauty in my arms, my heart gradually relaxed. This world is really absurd. The top beauties that ordinary people can only admire from afar are so humble in front of the super rich, and even take the initiative to please them. But soon, I realized something was wrong. Before the end of the world, I was just an ordinary person struggling for life. When did I become a young master? I recalled my previous job, working as a car attendant at Shangshi, specializing in helping people park their cars. At that time, a few rich second generations wanted to play a prank on me. They knocked me unconscious and put me in the car, and tricked the unsuspecting young model into waking me up. So this scene happened. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in my eyes. These guys are really bad, playing with other people's lives and dignity at will. But their good days are coming to an end. After the end of the world, human order will collapse, and the former stars and rich second generations will be worthless. Only materials that sustain life will be the real king. I took out my phone and looked at the time on it. November 5th, 874. There were less than 6 days left until the end of the world. I've had enough of fighting for moldy bread and drinking dirty water to survive, but this time, I have the opportunity to be fully prepared. After rebirth, the most important thing is to stock up on supplies. Just as I was about to take action, I found Su Huayu staring at me with a playful look in her eyes. She blinked at the camera of my phone and smiled sweetly. My heartbeat quickened, and I forced myself to calm down. Since others were so enthusiastic, I certainly couldn't be stage fright. I turned on the camera, and Su Huayu immediately cooperated by making a scissors hand gesture. In this moment of leisure, I was thinking about the stockpiling plan in my mind. The Taodai ring has an amazing space that can hold the entire magic city. The items in the space are frozen in time, which gives me a huge advantage in stockpiling supplies. However, stockpiling requires money, and the current order is still there. I can't just rob at will. I have to find a way to get the money quickly. When it comes to making money, my first thought is to take out a loan. The end of the world is coming, and the money from the loan is just given away for free, so how can I not use it? At 11 p.m. on November 11th, 874 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, the sky suddenly changed. A colorful aurora bloomed in the dark night sky, covering the entire world. People illuminated by the aurora begin to evolve and become people with special powers. Just 1 hour later, the aurora disappeared and was followed by a strange black rain containing a large number of unknown viruses. The infected people lose their minds and become zombies as depicted in movies, TV shows, and animations. To make matters worse, the virus contaminated water and food, and all life-sustaining resources became extremely scarce overnight. People were caught in scrambles and chaos, and the subsequent severe cold of -30 degrees Celsius completely pushed the survivors into despair. At this moment, I was sitting in the small cabin of the Lamborghini, holding Su Huayu in my arms. Su Huayu just finished listening to my joke and laughed softly with her hands covering her mouth. I didn't expect that Prince Wang has such a distinguished family background and is so humorous. He is really outstanding. She raised her face, looked at me with a blurred look, full of temptation. The shy look made me secretly proud. It turns out that I am so good at pleasing women. After the end of the world, these former high-ranking star school beauties will become extremely cheap, and a pack of instant noodles can make them succumb. The beauty in front of me is so well-behaved. I am even willing to pay an extra pack of instant noodles to take her under my wing. However, my thoughts were interrupted by a sudden banging on the door outside. The young model was so frightened that she swallowed hard, choked, and coughed violently. I just glanced at the situation outside the car window. It turned out that the car owner was back. Standing outside was a young man dressed in extraordinary clothes. His name was Wang Bin. He was smashing the car window and yelling curses. Oh, I quickly realized that this guy was the owner of the car. Wang Bin looked somewhat similar to me. No wonder Su Huayu recognized the wrong person in the dark. I glanced past him, past Wang Bin's figure, and saw 7 or 8 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses standing not far away. Their presence made Su Huayu at a loss, and she was frightened and at a loss. Damn it! Who dared this bastard to pretend to be me? Wang Bin cursed angrily, his voice still clearly audible through the car window. When Su Huayu heard these words, her face suddenly changed, her eyes widened, and she looked at me in disbelief. She finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. Oh my god! Su Huayu was shocked and stared at me with angry eyes. Her originally charming face was now full of disgust and nausea. Ugh! Su Huayu couldn't help feeling nauseous and made a retching sound in his throat. He almost vomited out the white liquid he had just eaten. I shrugged helplessly and sighed inwardly. He looked so happy just now. Why is there such a big contrast suddenly? Don't look at that guy outside who is so arrogant now. When the end of the world comes, he will just be at the bottom of the food chain and anyone can step on him. By then, I will have supplies in my left hand and control supernatural powers in my right hand. No matter how many people want to lick my ass, they will have no chance. Wang Bin was still cursing. His patience had reached its limit. I stretched my muscles and then opened the car window expressionlessly. Wang Bin leaned in angrily and saw Su Huayu crying in the passenger seat, and he instantly flew into a rage. You're looking for death. Wang Bin stretched out his hand to hit me. I was prepared and grabbed his hand in time. What the hell are you doing? Wang Bin screamed, and I pulled him in from the car window. Wang Bin's bodyguard reacted very quickly and immediately grabbed Wang Bin's legs, trying to prevent him from being dragged into the car. I grabbed Wang Bin's neck, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out in an instant. The force of the drag forced the bodyguard to let go and watch Wang Bin being pulled into the car by me. Su Huayu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was so frightened that she curled up into a ball and cried, "Don't kill me. I'm innocent." I looked at her coldly, then opened the car door and kicked her out. Now I am walking on a tightrope, and it is not convenient to bring such an insignificant woman with me. Such women can be found everywhere after the end of the world, and they are not worth my attention at all. Phew, it was a close call. I loosened my collar while driving my Lamborghini on the highway. I had tied up Mr. Wang Bin in the back seat, gagged him, and left him behind. If I wanted to solve the problem of stockpiling funds, I had to do something big. So, I took advantage of the situation and photographed Su Huayu while waiting for the god of wealth to come to me. In the quiet night, the Lamborghini driven by Ling Tian finally slowly stopped. He moved from the driver's seat to the back seat and suddenly pulled off the rag that was blocking Wang Bin's mouth. Wang Bin spat out the debris in his mouth, then revealed an arrogant and fearless look and threatened viciously. If you dare to touch a hair on my body, my father is a jack of all trades in the Magic City. Before he finished speaking, Ling Tian punched Wang Bin in the face without hesitation, and blood gushed out of his nose. Wang Bin looked at Ling Tian in horror and tried to continue threatening him, but was interrupted by Ling Tian's punch again. At this time, Ling Tian's eyes were cold and he didn't say anything nonsense. He searched the carriage and found a bottle of unopened famous wine. He raised the bottle and looked at Wang Bin coldly. Wang Bin begged for mercy in panic. Stop hitting me. You will kill people like this. However, Ling Tian ignored him and the glass bottle shattered. Along with Wang Bin's heart-wrenching screams, an ominous atmosphere filled the night sky. After a brutal communication, Wang Bin completely collapsed, crying and begging for mercy. Ling Tian stared at him coldly, threw down the broken glass bottle, and whispered, I invited you here today to discuss a deal. He patted Wang Bin's face, his tone full of mockery and threats. Wang Bin didn't dare to be arrogant anymore and asked cautiously, What deal? Ling Tian said calmly, the prices of supplies in the Magic City are about to skyrocket, especially food. I need funds to stock up. After hearing this, Wang Bin repeatedly said that he could not come up with a huge sum of money, but Ling Tian interrupted his complaints with a slap and continued to put pressure on him. Finally, Wang Bin had to agree to raise 500 million. After the negotiation, Ling Tian forced Wang Bin to call the bodyguards to calm their actions and threatened, if anyone tracks you, you will bear the consequences. Wang Bin agreed meekly, completely losing his previous arrogance. On the night before the end of the world, Ling Tian drove to a crowded food street. The brightly lit shops and the overflowing fragrance made him feel the long-lost fireworks. He walked along the way, dazzled by the various delicacies, and finally stopped in front of a barbecue stall. Ling Tian ordered a lot of food, a surprising amount, but he calmly said that he was alone. The boss was surprised, but Ling Tian didn't care about the eyes of others and ate heartily. Every bite of food reminded him of the hunger and despair in the end of the world, and he enjoyed the abundance of the moment crazily. After eating and drinking, Ling Tian leaned back in his chair and said with emotion, I haven't had such a good time in a long time. I'm afraid I won't be able to see these things again in the end of the world. He turned around and called the boss, saying, I will take over all the goods in your food street and deliver them to my designated warehouse every day. The boss was reluctant at first, but under Ling Tian's financial offensive, he finally agreed. After solving the food problem, Ling Tian returned to his home to rest. But at this moment, high heels stepped on the ground, making an alluring sound, and a tall figure slowly walked towards the dying Ling Tian. Her figure was graceful, and her aura was cold, like an empress from hell. She looked down at Ling Tian with a sneer on her lips. Poor aunt, you dare to challenge this empress. Ling Tian gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, trying his best to get up from the ground. However, the next second, a pair of crystal high heels stepped on his head mercilessly, pressing him to the cold ground. The woman's voice was cold and majestic. Tell me, who sent you? Through the puddles on the ground, Ling Tian saw the woman's face. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her right face was crystal clear and flawless, but her left face was covered by a hideous mask. Her eyes were full of arrogance and domineering. Her red lips were slightly pursed, as if a storm was brewing. Was shaking uncontrollably. He could clearly feel the shadow of death looming over him. Ah! Ling Tian suddenly woke up from the nightmare, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. Damn it, it's her again, he muttered. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. When my superpowers awaken, I will make you pay the price. The dream had already made him sleepy. He checked his phone and saw the time was 6:15 in the morning, so he got up and prepared to start a new day. As the sun rose, Ling Tian drove a low-key scooter to the largest local wholesale market. He carried 500 million yuan in funds and planned to make large-scale purchases. In order not to attract attention, he specially rented a batch of warehouses to conceal the secret of the space ring. After getting off the car, he received a call from his assistant and learned that the lawyer team was already waiting at the entrance of the market. Ling Tian joined the 8 lawyers and started a massive purchase. When they arrived at a food wholesale store, he took a quick look around and began to ask about the types of goods. The boss enthusiastically introduced the various types of salt, sugar, and condiments in the store. When Ling Tian heard that they were all extremely important supplies in the doomsday, he immediately decided to buy them all. The boss was stunned for a moment, then his face showed joy, and he agreed to Ling Tian's request. But when it came to payment, Ling Tian said he could only pay a 40% deposit, and the remaining amount would be settled in 10 days. The boss hesitated for a moment. Although the business was tempting, he still had some concerns about this stranger. Ling Tian explained slowly, I don't just want the small amount of goods you have now. Before November 11th, you only need to ship the goods to my warehouse. I will take any amount. Pay 40% as a deposit, and the rest will be settled in 10 days. Ling Tian had already made up his mind. He had fought hard to get the funds, so every penny had to be carefully calculated. In the upcoming doomsday crisis, 500 million was nothing, and he had to use this time to stockpile as much supplies as possible. And the balance? Who would care about this after the doomsday? Mr. Fu, the owner of the grocery store, looked embarrassed. Although he wanted to do the deal, he was still hesitant. He whispered, This needs to be considered again. Seeing this, Ling Tian did not bother to argue any further. He left his contact information and led his people away. He had no worries in his heart, knowing that there would always be bold businessmen willing to cooperate. Once the news spread, the businessmen would definitely compete to cooperate with him. As soon as Ling Tian and his party left, the smile on Boss Fu's face instantly disappeared. He sneered and spat on the ground. Bah! Unlucky. You wasted my good tea. Seeing this, the lady boss came over and asked, You two were chatting happily just now. Why are you cursing now? Boss Fu said angrily, Those little liars came up and said they wanted to buy all the goods in my store, and they only paid 40% as a deposit. This is outrageous. Boss Fu became angrier and angrier as he continued, cursing, I've seen a lot of people over the years, and these brats are trying to play the same trick on me. Why don't they take a piss and look at themselves? The lady boss was a little puzzled. I think that young man is very good-looking and doesn't look like a liar. Maybe he is a rich second generation who started a business. Boss Fu laughed contemptuously and said, Humph. He has long hair but little knowledge. You just like his appearance. Don't be silly. If I'm wrong about him, I'll read my name, Fu Yinjia, backwards. Ling Tian, who had not walked far, heard everything clearly, but just smiled faintly, not bothering to pay attention to these people who were about to disappear in the doomsday. He focused on his stockpiling plan and did not let anyone or anything stop him. Soon after, Ling Tian and his group arrived at a grain and oil shop. When the owner Zhang saw them, he hurried over to greet them and enthusiastically introduced the excellent quality of his rice and flour. Ling Tian grabbed a handful of rice and was very satisfied after listening to the introduction. He looked around the store and saw all kinds of rice, flour, grain, and oil piled up full, and he was secretly happy in his heart because these were all precious hard goods after the end of the world. Ling Tian no longer hesitated and said directly, I will buy all the goods here. Boss Zhang smiled happily when he heard it, but when Ling Tian proposed that he only need to pay 40% deposit after the goods arrive, and the balance will be settled in 10 days, he began to hesitate and asked tentatively, Which company are you purchasing for? Ling Tian smiled and replied, Private. Boss Zhang didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing this, Ling Tian made a concession and said, I need a lot of goods this time, and the time is tight. I won't argue with you about the price. Just give it to me at the normal wholesale price. Such conditions made Boss Zhang very excited, but he was still a little hesitant. How much rice and flour do you want? I have hundreds of tons in my store. Boss Zhang asked tentatively. Ling Tian laughed, his tone revealing unquestionable confidence. 100 tons of rice and flour is not enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. I want 10,000 tons, and 10,000 tons of each type of rice, flour, and oil. Boss Zhang was shocked when he heard this and stared at Ling Tian as if he was a madman. At the same time, Mr. Fu, the boss of the grocery store, was still sighing in the store, Business today is terrible. He was bored and scrolling through short videos. His mood became more and more annoyed. So he opened the WeChat group to see what his colleagues were doing. In the group, complaints were heard one after another. Boss Fu couldn't help but send a message, Don't mention it, I met a group of scammers today. Someone in the group asked curiously, What liar? When Boss Fu saw someone asking him about this, he immediately enthusiastically described his experience today. 9 bastards dressed like decent people came up to me and wanted to buy my goods. Fortunately, I was smart enough to refuse them, otherwise I would have to beg on the street tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Zhang in the group jumped out and said, Nonsense. He's a big boss. The contract has just been signed and 40% of the payment has been received immediately. Boss Fu shot back disdainfully, shipping after 40%? Do you really think you can get the balance back? You'll cry to death then. However, another colleague, Wang Chong, joked in the group, you have never met a real boss. They always start with 10,000 tons, and they want everything without bargaining. He also added, I also introduced a few vegetable and fruit sellers, and they also bought everything. They really want everything they see. The chat group immediately went wild, with everyone discussing this weird, big customer. Some people questioned, fruits and vegetables are difficult to preserve, so how dare they buy in large quantities? After seeing these messages, Boss Fu's face turned ugly, but he still said stubbornly, Humph, buying some fruit is nothing. I'll put it here, if that guy is not a liar, I, Fu Yinjia, will read my name backwards. Time passed quietly, and soon it was afternoon. Fu Yinjia found that the atmosphere in the wholesale market had become unusually lively. Freight vehicles were flowing continuously, and a large number of loading and unloading workers were busy. The market was a busy scene. Fu Yinjia opened WeChat and happened to see a hot news in the group. Xu Yong, wow. The vegetable wholesale market is about to explode. 10,000 tons of goods in the entire market were cleared out by one boss in one go. Not only the onions, ginger, garlic, potatoes, and cabbages that can be stored for a long time, but also all kinds of green leafy vegetables with a very short shelf life were swept away. It's really amazing. Wang Chong, that's right. I said it a long time ago. A big boss has come, and 10,000 tons of goods are nothing to him. Zhang Qi, not only the vegetable market, but even the fruit wholesale market was cleared out. Bananas, watermelons, peaches, durian, pineapples, and mangoes were all sold out. 10,000 tons of fruit were gone in an instant. Xu Yong, look at the seafood market. I won't mention the cheap oysters, crabs, and scallops. The incredibly expensive abalone, sea cucumber, king crab, lobster, shark fin, and caviar have all been bought up. Those seafood sellers have made a fortune. Su Kai, he is such a talent. He didn't let go of the raw poultry either. It is said that he ordered 10,000 tons of pork alone, and the market supervision department was alarmed. Zhang Qi, this big boss is simply crazy. He is desperately hoarding everything edible. Does anyone have any inside information? What is going on? Xu Yong, who cares? Let's make the money first. Boss Ling said he wants as many products as you can get before November 11th. Wang Chong, haha, you guys are still chatting here. I'm already on my way to purchase the goods. Fu Yinjia's heart was beating wildly. Could it be that Ling Tian was really a super rich man? He struggled for a long time and finally sent a message in the group. What price did the boss pay for the goods? Wang Chong, hey, isn't this the shopkeeper Fu? Didn't you say before that if the boss wasn't a liar, you would read your name backwards? Zheng Qi, Boss Fu has a big family and a big business. What's there to ask about this small business? It's better for us little people to earn some hard-earned money. Fu Yinjia's face turned pale at the ridicule in the group. At this time, the boss's wife came back from outside and scolded him as soon as she entered the door. Look at you, everyone outside is making a lot of money, and you are still sitting here stupidly? Fu Yinjia said unhappily, isn't this just me being cautious? There are too many scammers nowadays. We have to be on guard. By the way, what price did that Ling Tian boss pay for the goods? The proprietress leaned close to Fu Yinjia's ear and whispered something. What? 10% higher than the market wholesale price. Fu Yinjia's eyes widened, and he was stunned. With such a high price and large purchases, this is really going to make a fortune. No wonder everyone is going crazy. The lady boss urged, don't you have that person's contact information? Call him and ask him. Don't miss the chance to make a fortune. Yes, yes, yes. Fu Yinjia slapped his head and quickly found Ling Tianliu's contact information on his phone and dialed the number eagerly. He made more than a dozen calls in a row and finally got in touch with the other party. After some conversation, Fu Yinjia breathed a sigh of relief. The deal was finally done. Although the deposit ratio was a little lower, with so many people working together, it shouldn't be a big problem. A day of shopping, Ling Tian stretched himself. He had handed over the handling of the contract to his lawyer, and he only needed to sign and pay the money. As night fell and the lights came on, Ling Tian sat alone in a street stall, enjoying a hot mutton hot pot. The tender mutton was dipped in the pot for more than 10 seconds, and then taken out and dipped in a special sauce. The moment it entered his mouth, the aroma of the mutton burst on his tongue, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. The streets were crowded with cars and people, and this prosperous scene made Ling Tian feel deeply moved. 5 days later, such peaceful days would no longer exist. Really, why think so much? This level of natural disaster is not something that humans can resist. It's good enough to save myself from starving to death. He smiled self-deprecatingly and drank half a bottle of cold beer. Ling Tian planned that the dishes in the restaurant tasted good, so he would go to various restaurants and hotels to order a batch of them and enjoy them slowly at the end of the world. Although there was a lot of shopping going on today, in fact, only the orders were signed and the subsequent goods will have to be delivered in the next few days. Ling Tian had on hand was still stretched, and even if he only paid 30% of the deposit, it would still be a bit tight. While eating vegetables, Ling Tian muttered to himself, I have to talk to Master Wang Bin tonight and get some sponsorship from him. He thought of the snacks he was about to stock up, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Chocolate, potato chips, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, compressed dry food. These high-calorie foods are precious supplies in the end times, and they must be stocked up. In addition, Ling Tian also plans to stock up some frozen dumplings, glutinous rice balls, steamed buns, flour rolls, preserved fruits, nuts, spicy strips, freeze-dried vegetables. He also plans to stockpile thousands of tons of these, and he must not treat himself badly. After finishing the last bite, Ling Tian lay contentedly on the chair, looking at the bustling streets, enjoying the rare leisure. Suddenly, he remembered an important thing. Wang Bin's phone has not been turned on for a day. Is someone looking for him? Now there are only 5 days until the end of the world. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Ling Tian took out Wang Bin's mobile phone and pressed the power button. As soon as it was turned on, the phone kept popping up message reminders. Ling Tian quickly browsed through it and found that fortunately, there were no messages from family members, mostly chats from friends. Oh, I haven't checked WeChat yet. He opened WeChat and saw a lot of unread messages, many of which were portraits of beautiful women, as if he had walked into the scene of the selection of concubines. Ling Tian randomly opened a chat box and accidentally touched a video message. Suddenly, a coquettish voice sounded. Dad, you haven't come to see your daughter for a long time. Your daughter misses you so much in the video. A little girl wearing white stockings and twin ponytails was acting coquettishly in front of the screen. Ling Tian touched his chin and immediately replied on behalf of Wang Bin. Dad is out discussing a project and is temporarily unavailable. As soon as he finished speaking, his WeChat phone rang. Ling Tian hung up without hesitation. After a while, the other party sent another message. Wait. Ling Tian was curious, and after waiting for a minute, a video message came through WeChat. Ling Tian clicked on the video and saw a beautiful woman hugging the little girl from behind. Her face was full of resentment. She looked at the camera and said, Really? You are so heartless. When can you come to see us, mother and daughter? How can we be inferior to those people outside you? Fuck. Ling Tian looked at the screen and couldn't help cursing. This guy already has a daughter, but he's still messing around outside. He has absolutely no sense of responsibility. He simply stopped replying and imitated Wang Bin's usual style, replying to messages as he pleased, without caring about other people's feelings at all. Ling Tian continued browsing WeChat and randomly clicked on an avatar. There were not many words in the chat history this time, and the woman almost always sent short videos. Ling Tian pondered for a moment and thought that this was probably Prince Wang's request, that he would not reply to messages unless he sent a video. It was really interesting. The mobile phone of the super rich was indeed different. With a critical attitude, Ling Tian clicked on one of the videos. Pa 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 pa. The opening sound was thunderous. Ling Tian was so scared that he quickly turned down the volume and almost dropped his phone on the ground in a panic. In the video, a beautiful woman was singing the birthday song affectionately under the dim light. Ling Tian looked carefully and found that it was Prince Wang who was celebrating his birthday in the villa. Everyone was surrounding him and singing birthday songs, and the name of the beauty singing was marked as number 58. Ling Tian had a vague impression, but the dim light prevented him from seeing clearly. He casually sent a message. What's the point of sending these to me? Soon, the other party sent another video. After clicking on it, a beautiful and charming lady appeared in the video. She was crystal clear all over and smiled. Qianqian wants to celebrate your birthday again, young master. Ling Tian recognized her. It was the second-tier actress Su Qian. Although she was not a top-tier actress, she was also a household name and had played supporting roles in many popular dramas. Suddenly, Ling Tian remembered a piece of news he saw in the morning. It seemed that Su Qian had a live show tonight. So he sent a message. Are you doing a live show today? The other party sent another video. Su Qian smiled and said, There is a live broadcast of singing and dancing, but compared to you, it's nothing. Qian is chatting with you in the dressing room backstage now. Her face was slightly red, and she continued, Do you want to remotely control Qian again? Ling Tian didn't want to cause any trouble, so he said perfunctorily, perform well, I'll find you when I'm done. Then he decisively closed the dialogue box. TSK. It's different when you have money. Celebrities and internet celebrities are all vying to please you. Ling Tian sighed. Some people are born in Rome, and some are born mules and horses. Before his rebirth, he was that poor mule and horse, being commanded to work by various bigwigs. Wait until I finish stocking up, and then I'll show you who is the real boss. Ling Tian had a sneer on his face. With a space treasure like the Taodai ring, he was destined to be the only rich man in the apocalypse. In the darkness of night, Ling Tian drove to an unfinished building. After carefully checking the surroundings and confirming that no one was following him, he quietly got out of the car and skillfully went up to the 5th floor. He placed Wang Bin in a closed room on the 5th floor, where he was tied up tightly and unable to move. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wang Bin opened his eyes with difficulty. There were more than a dozen cameras installed inside and outside the room, allowing Ling Tian to monitor the situation inside and outside the room without blind spots. Wang Bin had been hungry all day and almost didn't have the strength to groan. Ling Tian tore off the seal on his mouth, and Wang Bin immediately begged, Brother, give me some water and food. I'm starving. Ling Tian handed him bread and mineral water, and after watching him wolf down the food, he loosened the ropes to prevent his hands and feet from losing blood and becoming necrotic. Afterwards, Ling Tian asked Wang Bin to make a safety call on his mobile phone. After a short rest, Ling Tian took him away and moved to another hiding place. Ling Tian was extremely cautious in his actions. Even though the chances of the bodyguards doing something wrong were very low, he still did not let his guard down. The stockpiling of food has been basically completed. Next, Ling Tian turned his attention to weapons and various wilderness survival equipment to ensure his own safety. Engineer shovels, camping hammers, emergency tinfoil blankets, thick raincoats, sunshade and rainproof cloths, saws, outdoor survival toolkits, jackets, hiking shoes, safety ropes, thermos bottles, sleeping bags, tents, binoculars, radios, windproof lighters. Ling Tian ordered 20 truckloads of these outdoor adventure supplies. As for security items, such as explosion-proof helmets, bulletproof vests, riot shields, stun batons, cut-resistant gloves, etc., Ling Tian also purchased 20 trucks. Weapons were even more important. 30 truckloads of fire axes, daggers, machetes, butcher knives, solid baseball bats, and sharpened tang horizontal swords were ordered. Long-range weapons are mainly various types of bows and arrows, combined with javelins and hammers, and 20 trucks have been ordered. Ling Tian was not stingy with these materials. After all, he had money and could do whatever he wanted. When the funds were insufficient, he asked for another billion in sponsorship. As for the guns, although Ling Tian had found a channel, he finally decided to give up because the risk was too great. After all, guns are a serious contraband, and he is not familiar with those people, so he might be tricked if he rashly purchases them. Moreover, after the doomsday comes, his superpowers will awaken, and the cold weapons he has mastered combined with his superpowers are enough to deal with most situations. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Tian chose to focus on stockpiling other supplies. Over the past 4 or 5 days, he had been busy like a spinning top, with almost no rest. In addition to purchasing various supplies, he also had to rent warehouses everywhere, and finally used the space ring to collect these supplies. He was exhausted. Whenever he was tired and wanted to take a rest, he would take a look at the mountains of supplies in the space ring, and immediately cheer himself up and become extremely motivated. Unconsciously, time has come to the last day, November 11th, 874. The day of disaster, the day of awakening. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Ling Tian woke up slowly on the big bed in the 5-star hotel. After 5 days of intense stockpiling and dealing with Wang Bin's men, Ling Tian was already exhausted physically and mentally. Now that the stockpiling plan had been basically completed, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Last night, Ling Tian checked into the hotel alone and completely relaxed for a night. Hey! Ling Tian sat up from the bed and stretched comfortably. After a simple wash, he asked the hotel waiter to bring breakfast. While enjoying the delicious meal, Ling Tian once again sorted out the goods stored in the space ring. As the most important resource in the end times, Ling Tian has stockpiled more than 300,000 tons of food ingredients, frozen foods, snacks, and ready-made dishes. As precious as food, water resources are easily polluted in the apocalypse. Ling Tian has stockpiled 120,000 to 150,000 tons of mineral water, bottled water, and various beverages, and even extracted tens of millions of tons of fresh water from a nearby freshwater lake. In addition to the banned guns and ammunition, Ling Tian basically bought all kinds of cold weapons and protective gear, which filled up 50 trucks. Without these equipment, he would be a walking lamb in the end times. Pots and pans, beddings and clothing, toiletries, because they can be purchased for free, so Ling Tian only stocked up 10 trucks, mainly paper towels. In the end, paper is extremely scarce, and Ling Tian eventually stockpiled 100,000 tons of paper. 10 truckloads of trauma medicine and common disease medicines were stockpiled. Although Ling Tian was not a doctor, he knew that there were healing abilities after the end of the world, and planned to capture a person with such abilities as his personal doctor. Solar panels, wind and thermal generators, diesel, gasoline, coal, natural gas, various batteries, rechargeable batteries, all of them are hard goods. Ling Tian did his best to stockpile thousands of truckloads of energy materials, outdoor adventure supplies, and necessities for dealing with extreme environments. Raincoats, long boots, kayaks, assault boats, speedboats for heavy rain, heaters, military coats, blankets, quilts for dealing with severe cold, fans, air conditioners, refrigeration equipment for dealing with high temperatures. Although these can be purchased for free, Ling Tian still stocked up 50 trucks. Transportation tools, heavy trucks, large excavators, heavy off-road vehicles, heavy RVs, etc. More than a dozen of each type were rented. Especially for heavy RVs, Ling Tian rented all the best ones in the Magic City as his main living place in the future. Household appliances, LCD monitors, washing machines, refrigerators, ovens, etc. Although they could be purchased for free, Ling Tian still bought a lot, buying 20 truckloads. Entertainment products, game consoles, computers, mobile phones, tablets, and other high-end equipment. These items are basically impossible to produce after the end of the world. If you use one, you will have one less. Therefore, Ling Tian only purchased 10 trucks and would buy them for free later. After taking inventory of these supplies, Ling Tian was in great joy. Haha, I have basically collected them all. I will go to various warehouses to collect the remaining goods later, and then I can wait for the end of the world. He stretched and lay back on the soft big bed in the hotel. In his previous life, Ling Tian was completely unprepared and had a hard time surviving the apocalypse. This time after his rebirth, he has made all the necessary preparations and believes that he can live a carefree life even in the apocalypse. Strange, I always feel like something is missing. Ling Tian lay on the bed, feeling vaguely uneasy. Oh, right. Ling Tian slapped his head suddenly. I haven't picked up the large amount of learning materials I ordered online yet. Thinking of this, he quickly got dressed and went out, driving to the post station to pick up the express delivery. Those study materials are precious spiritual food, and they must not be left behind. A few nights ago, Ling Tian stayed up late to place an order on the online shopping platform, asking the merchant to store various materials on the hard drive and send them to his city with the fastest courier. After arriving at the post station, Ling Tian looked at the package filled with large-capacity hard drives and felt very happy. These things are the crystallization of human civilization. First of all, in terms of games, from ancient FC, MD, SFC, GB, GBA, arcade games to the latest Switch and PS5 games, all are packaged. Next came the movies, documentaries, supernatural films, comedies, martial arts films, from ancient black and white art to new age love action films. None of them were left out. In terms of audio, all kinds of music, audio dramas, storytelling, crosstalk, funny jokes, and sleep-inducing sounds are all collected. In terms of videos, there are animation collections, variety show collections, TV drama collections. Don't worry about anything else. Just stuff them in. The ebook business was even more exaggerated, with all books, novels, poems, magazines, and reference books accepted. The Thousand Faces of Duanjia, the self-cultivation of actors, postpartum care for sows, even stock market storm, was packed away. If people who are starving and cold in the end times saw the spiritual food that Ling Tian hoarded, they would definitely go crazy. They are starving, yet he still has the mind to hoard study materials. In this life, I not only have to survive the doomsday, but also live a carefree life like on vacation. Ling Tian looked up at the sky and shouted. On November 11th, 874 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, at 10 p.m., Ling Tian drove to a remote place on the edge of the city. There were few people here, so there wouldn't be too much chaos after the zombies mutated. It was an ideal place to kill zombies and increase supernatural powers. Ling Tian lowered the side of the RV to form an open-air terrace. He sat on the terrace, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, quietly waiting for the arrival of the colorful aurora. According to the research of the survivors of the apocalypse, the colorful aurora that appeared at 11 o'clock on November 11th is called the light of evolution. The light contains an unknown, mysterious power, and the specific people who are illuminated will unlock their genes and awaken their special powers. In his previous life, Ling Tian awakened his spatial abilities, which meant that he met the standards for evolution, so he would definitely be able to awaken this time. After the end of the world, order will collapse and the world will change drastically. Those celebrity goddesses who are difficult to contact in daily life will become worthless, and a pack of instant noodles can make them kneel down and beg for mercy. When the time comes, I will definitely get some beauties to serve me and let them massage my legs and feet and rub my shoulders and back. Ling Tian showed a proud smile on his face. Ling Tian had already planned in his mind that after the end of the world, he would live a life of a top rich man surrounded by maids. Anyway, he had a lot of resources in his hands, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to support these servants. At 11 o'clock on November 11th, 874 in the Longwa calendar, the prelude to the end of the world officially began. The originally dark sky was instantly illuminated by the colorful aurora, which was so bright that it seemed as if day had arrived. The colorful aurora was as gorgeous as a rainbow, covering the entire planet. Ling Tian clenched his fists, his eyes solemn. He knew that this was the sign of doomsday. The light of evolution had arrived. When the aurora shone on Ling Tian, he felt a slight discomfort in his body. These high-energy rays were triggering the genes in his body, forcing them to evolve. At the same time, this rare astronomical phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the planet. What is this? How come it's light so fast? An old man walking in the square muttered to himself as he looked at the sky. He had never seen such a strange sight in his life. In the food court, a boss who was sweating profusely while grilling squid slowed down his movements and looked up at the sky. Strange, today's weather forecast didn't mention this kind of scenery? In the park, a little girl playing was frightened by the sudden light. She ran back to her mother nervously and hugged her thighs. "Mom, I'm scared." In the office building, young people working overtime could not contain their excitement and took out their mobile phones to try to record this unforgettable moment. The whole planet was discussing this bizarre natural phenomenon. However, this magnificent sight only lasted 3 minutes. Under the continuous exposure of the high-energy aurora, most creatures began to feel uncomfortable. People experienced dizziness, fever, nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, and difficulty breathing, and many people avoided light in an attempt to alleviate these discomforts. In comparison, Ling Tian's situation was much better. Perhaps because he had undergone transformation, although he felt uncomfortable, he could still hold on and did not avoid the aurora. He knew that the more evolutionary light he absorbed, the stronger his awakened abilities would be. In this life, he was no longer willing to be someone else's lackey. He wanted to firmly control his own destiny. At 11:08, a feeling of dizziness began to invade Ling Tian's brain. At 11:13, his entire body was hot, and the temperature of his forehead rose sharply to 40 degrees. At 11:20, he was breathing rapidly and had a splitting headache. However, Ling Tian still held the armrest of the chair tightly, gritting his teeth and insisting that he must absorb as much evolutionary light as possible to gain powerful strength. In this life, I will never live a humble life like in my last life. Ling Tian swore to himself. The memory of his last life made him miserable. As a subordinate of a high-level psychic, he had done countless dirty things and had to endure humiliation in order to survive. Killing people was a common occurrence for him. At 11:30, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye and numbness in his right hand. At 11:40, the pain in his lower limbs intensified, his lungs began to bleed, and Ling Tian started to cough violently. Even after the cruel trials of his previous life, Ling Tian had reached the limit of his endurance. At 11:53, Ling Tian fell into a coma due to lack of oxygen in the brain. His body stopped absorbing the aurora and entered a slow transformation process. At midnight, the energy of the light of evolution finally dissipated. The sky returned to darkness, and the moon reappeared. But this time the moon was a frightening blood red. Drip, drip, raindrops carrying an unknown virus began to fall, announcing the true arrival of the end of the world. The black raindrops seemed to be the tears shed by the blood moon for this planet. "Mr. Luo, it's raining. Please come in quickly." In the luxury phantom car, a female secretary wearing gold-framed glasses and black stockings opened the window and shouted outside. Not far away, a tall, graceful, and stunning woman stood in the night, cold and proud, as cold as frost. She was the cold and beautiful female CEO named Luo Binghuang, exuding an innate noble temperament, like a thorny rose blooming on the top of the snow. People could only look at her from afar, but dare not blaspheme. When the light of evolution appeared, Luo Binghuang got out of the car as if possessed by a ghost and stood quietly in the night, accepting the baptism of high-energy light. Luo Binghuang's female secretary also got out of the car, but 2 minutes later she felt unwell and had to return to the car to hide. However, Luo Binghuang felt extremely comfortable, as if she was bathing in a hot spring. From 11 o'clock to midnight, Luo Binghuang shone for a full hour, until the black rain fell and woke her up from her pleasure. Black raindrops. Luo Binghuang's cold voice sounded as clear and pleasant as silver beads falling on a jade plate. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disgust in her heart, and her willow leaf-curved eyebrows slightly frowned. "Mr. Luo, please come in quickly. You have an important meeting tomorrow. It will be troublesome if you catch a cold," the female secretary urged anxiously inside the phantom limousine. "Yeah." Luo Binghuang responded softly and walked into the car with her sexy and slender legs. "Ah!" The female secretary screamed and quickly covered her mouth, which was painted with moisturizing lip gloss, with her hands to hide her gaffe. Luo Binghuang looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Your eyes." The female secretary pointed at Luo Binghuang's eyes and stammered, unable to speak. Luo Binghuang took out a makeup mirror from her bag, and the next second, she was also stunned. Her eyes, which were originally as black as ink, had changed color without her knowing when. Her pupils were now like 2 gems, dazzling and sparkling with a seductive and strange purple light. How could this happen? This sudden change made it difficult for Luo Binghuang to accept it for a moment. The more she looked, the weirder it felt. The hand holding the makeup mirror unconsciously released cold air. Bang! In just 1 second, the makeup mirror in Luo Binghuang's hand was frozen to pieces. In the future world, Luo Binghuang will become a hegemon, and she easily awakens S-level ice power and S-level myth power. She is a genius and a terrifying person. Ling Tian, who was lying on the ground, moved his fingers slightly and slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, but at least he could see the outline in front of him. His body was evolving. His genes were constantly being transformed, and his damaged body was gradually repairing. Ling Tian realized that he couldn't lie there any longer and had to retract the terrace as soon as possible and close the passage between the RV and the outside world. Although he was confident that he would not be infected with the zombie virus, it was still not good to be exposed to a large amount of the virus. He might suffer secondary damage or even attract attacks from nearby zombies. Ling Tian endured the severe pain, took out the remote control from his body, and prepared to act. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the lights in Shanghai are still bright. In this city that never sleeps, the carnival never stops. In the bar, the deafening music makes the whole space full of restlessness, and on the dance floor, men and women release their passion to the fullest. However, a scream broke through the noise. A long-haired woman suddenly bit the neck of the yellow-haired young man beside her, and blood gushed out instantly. The onlookers initially thought it was a dispute between a couple, until they saw more and more blood on the ground and realized that something was wrong. Screams of terror rang out in the bar. The woman's face became hideous in the eyes of everyone, with empty eyes and purple skin. At the same time, the whole world is experiencing similar chaos. The strange black rain, as if it is a precursor to the end of the world, infects 1/5 of the world's population, and a zombie frenzy is sweeping in. On the streets, people were in panic. Shop windows were broken. Vehicles were out of control, and the city fell into irreparable chaos. Of the Magic City, Ling Tian gradually woke up from his coma. After being transformed by the aurora energy, his injuries had healed and the power in his body was gradually awakening. Ling Tian closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The golden superpower tree, in his mind, made him excited. S-level superpowers meant that he would become the top existence in the apocalypse. Just as Ling Tian was about to continue his action, a shrill siren sounded outside the RV. Ling Tian walked to the table and turned on the surveillance display screen in the RV. The images from 12 cameras appeared clearly in front of him, covering every corner around the RV. Ling Tian soon spotted a conspicuous red luxury supercar. Standing next to the car was a man wrapped in gauze. It was Wang Bin, the guy he had subdued before, but now he brought people to seek revenge. There were 2 beautiful women standing next to Wang Bin. One was a young girl with twin ponytails, and the other was a mature, beautiful woman. They supported the weak Wang Bin, obviously supporting him. Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with this. These days, he pretended to be Wang Bin and was used to the close contact with them. At this moment, a ring rang in the RV. Ling Tian picked up Wang Bin's phone and turned on the hands-free mode. Wang Bin's arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone immediately, with extreme provocation. Ling Tian just smiled faintly, responded simply, and then decisively hung up the phone. Wang Bin was furious when the call was hung up and immediately gave instructions to Director Song beside him, responded flatteringly, then raised the horn and shouted in the direction of the RV, ordering Ling Tian to get out of the car and surrender. However, Ling Tian scoffed at this, and he directly recorded an insulting looping voice and fought back through the loudspeaker outside the RV. The harsh sound instantly made the crowd outside furious. At Wang Bin's instigation, Director Song ordered the shooting in an attempt to destroy the impregnable RV. The sound of gunfire fell like raindrops, but Ling Tian didn't care. He drank water peacefully and didn't worry about the threats outside at all. After all, his RV was a carefully modified doomsday-level heavy off-road vehicle, Conqueror, and these ordinary pistols could not shake it at all. After repeated shootings without results, Director Song finally realized the seriousness of the problem and tried to contact the army for support, but no one answered the phone. Meanwhile, Wang Bin was still complacent, unaware that the terror of doomsday had quietly arrived. Suddenly, a scream broke the tense atmosphere. A soldier began to attack his companions, with the sounds of biting and tearing mixed together, and the scene was in chaos. Ling Tian saw through the surveillance that this soldier was the one who was infected by the black rain and began to mutate into a zombie. Outside, panic spread rapidly. More and more people were infected, their strength increased rapidly, and they gradually lost their humanity and became hungry monsters. The soldiers tried to subdue these mutants, but they did not dare to shoot rashly for fear of legal responsibility, and finally they chose to escape. Director Song roared angrily upon seeing this, but his orders were ineffective. The situation got out of control, and the soldiers began to flee in their cars. Just as Director Song was about to flee, Ling Tian sneered as he started the RV and stepped on the accelerator. The huge body of the RV instantly crashed into Director Song's car. The huge impact deformed the car, and Director Song was stuck in the driver's seat, unable to move. The zombies came upon hearing the sound and pounced fiercely on Director Song. His screams were soon drowned out by the sound of flesh being torn apart. Wang Bin was horrified when he saw this, and hurriedly took the two women into the sports car, urging the driver to speed up and flee. But Ling Tian's RV was like a beast, following closely behind, approaching step by step. In the end, the heavy RV hit the sports car violently, the front windshield of the sports car shattered instantly, and the driver was crushed into a meat patty by the huge impact force. Screams echoed in the shattered carriage. Wang Bin and the two women were trapped in this small space, with nowhere to escape from the fear. The end of the world is coming, and the power and rules of mankind are reshuffled. Mercenaries, gangs, and security companies with weapons and armed forces are rising rapidly to the top of the food chain. They are the new rulers, holding the power of life and death. Following closely behind were those future superpowers. Although their powers had already begun to emerge, they were not yet fully developed and could not compete with modern weapons. Even S-level superpowers could only flee in panic when faced with guns. The third level of the food chain is a force made up of a group of macho men. Although they do not have guns or special powers, they still have strong competitiveness in the doomsday without rules by relying on their large numbers and strong physical strength. The second-to-last layer is the thin dogs, who lack the ability to survive, some women with delicate skin and tender flesh. They may have been various otakus, second-generation CEOs, celebrities, and internet celebrities, but in the end times, they have become lambs to be slaughtered. Without the restriction of rules, a strong man can easily control their fate. Such scenes are common in the end times. A strong man hugs a beautiful young model and dominates a group of weak people to work for him. In the end times, fists are the truth and strength is the rule. Money, wealth, power, these symbols of the past have become illusory. Bottom of the food chain are the old, weak, sick, and disabled who are unable to take care of themselves. These people have no resistance and have almost no chance of survival in the end times. However, what is puzzling is that in the entire apocalyptic class pyramid, there is no trace of the military of any country. In fact, the army had mysteriously disappeared when the disaster struck. Both the government personnel and their weapons and equipment seem to have been taken away overnight by an irresistible force. Many survivors believe that this disaster may be related to higher dimensional life, and this deliberate erasure makes it impossible not to think of the conspiracy behind it. Some people speculate that this disaster is part of the evolution of the planet. An unknown existence caused the disaster, forcing the creatures on Earth to unlock their genetic locks and evolve towards a higher dimension. The zombie crisis spreads, and the streets are filled with a frenzy of biting and escaping. Even if people hid in the vehicles, they could not escape the doom. The zombies were extremely powerful and could tear open the car doors and drag the people inside out and tear them to pieces. There were constant wailing outside, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Ling Tian sat in the RV, enjoying the brief peace. He adjusted the seat to a comfortable angle, listened to music in a relaxed manner, and waited for the killing outside to gradually subside. The zombies tried to tear the RV apart, pounced on the body, scratched and bit it, but all this was in vain. The heavy RV that even submachine guns and grenades could not destroy was even more powerless for these flesh and blood bodies. Eventually, the zombies gave up and looked for food elsewhere. There were shrill screams coming from outside, and zombies were tearing at the flesh of the driver in the luxury sports car. The smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. Wang Bin and the two women were lucky enough to hide behind a car, but the bloody scene before them made them panic. Wang Bin realized that after the driver was eaten up, they would be the next. They must seize the opportunity to escape. The three rushed out of the car door and ran desperately. Ling Tian saw this scene from the surveillance and lamented that their fate was so tenacious. Wang Yao, a girl with white silk and twin ponytails, hugged Wang Bin's arm tightly, trembling all over. Ling Tian looked at her and the beautiful woman Lu Yu in black silk and high heels and felt a little pity in his heart. After all, they had mistaken him for Wang Bin in the video. So Ling Tian opened the side door of the RV and shouted to the two fleeing people, "Wang Yao, Lu Yu, come on, come in." The three heard the shout and turned around. When they saw Ling Tian's RV, they were overjoyed. That was a heavy RV that even bullets couldn't penetrate. As long as they could get in, they would be completely safe. In a panic, Wang Bin had forgotten about the fight with Ling Tian, and the three of them ran desperately towards the RV. Wang Yao rushed to the car first, and Ling Tian reached out and held her up. Afterwards, Lu Yu was also pulled into the car by Ling Tian. Finally, it was Wang Bin's turn. This man, whose body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, struggled to climb up the side stairs. Ling Tian looked at him quietly, teasing him, but did not reach out to pull him. Wang Bin finally climbed into the car, panting, and was about to celebrate his escape when he was kicked out of the car by Ling Tian. Wang Bin rolled to the ground in a mess, pointing at Ling Tian angrily and glaring at him. However, the zombies' roars made him dare not stay any longer, and he immediately crawled towards the RV again. Ling Tian sneered, moved his ankle, and prepared to kick again. Seeing Wang Bin about to climb into the car, he kicked Wang Bin out again. "You will get your retribution, you bastard," Wang Bin shouted hysterically on the ground, with endless despair in his voice. Ling Tian smiled and gently closed the side door of the RV, completely cutting off the passage to the outside world. Then, he played a cheerful song. The rhythm of the music contrasted sharply with the chaos outside, as if the new year really had arrived. The outside world has fallen into complete chaos. The remaining members of the mysterious force shot themselves in desperation. However, Ling Tian's RV is like an indestructible fortress, standing firm as a rock in this apocalyptic storm. After solving Wang Bin's problem, Ling Tian turned his attention back to himself. He began to test the changes in his physical condition after awakening his superpowers. He punched with all his strength, and the force reached 300 kilograms, which is equivalent to the level of a middleweight boxer, far beyond that of ordinary humans. Ling Tian felt satisfied. The spiritual power brought him not only great strength, but also extremely precious self-confidence. Now, he was ready to subdue the powerful man of the end times. In the Magic City, 2S-level superpowers are particularly worthy of attention. The Extreme Blade Angel Su Yue and the Holy Hand Witch Su Yang. This pair of sisters will rise to become top powerhouses in the future Doomsday, and Ling Tian plans to recruit them and use them for his own benefit. As for Luo Binghuang and Mu Yanran, these two powerful women are not within his reach for the time being. Her own mercenary group in Eagle Country long before the end of the world. Luo Binghuang, on the other hand, rose rapidly by relying on her family's massive security force and seized important resources in the Magic City. Ling Tian knew that he was not strong enough to challenge these top masters at the moment, but he had enough patience and wisdom to increase his strength step by step and then conquer these future overlords one by one. Ling Tian came back to his senses and stared out the window. He knew that the demon city had fallen into unprecedented chaos, with zombies rampant and looting groups running rampant, and everyone struggling to survive. He needed to become stronger in order to survive this apocalyptic frenzy and eventually take control of everything. As the sky gradually brightened, the zombies surrounding the RV gradually left and turned to other places to look for food. Ling Tian knew that it was time to act. He opened the side door of the RV, and a zombie in black immediately pounced on him. Ling Tian smiled contemptuously and kicked it several meters away. The zombie stubbornly got up and rushed forward again. Ling Tian took out a dagger from his space ring, and with a thought, the dagger floated in the air and then shot towards the zombie's head like a silver light. Phew! The dagger penetrated the zombie's skull completely, destroying its head. The zombie in black suddenly became unsteady on his feet, staggered to the ground, and lost his vital signs. Testing like this won't be effective, Ling Tian whispered. Ouch! A roar was heard, and some zombies that had not gone far away came over one after another. They were attracted by the sound of fighting and moved closer to where Ling Tian was. Generally speaking, a person's vision deteriorates after they become a zombie. Therefore, they are more sensitive to sounds and smells. You've come just in time. Ling Tian used telekinesis again to eject the dagger. Puff! The dagger pierced into the chest of the zombie in the white vest, causing it to take a step back. After pausing for just 1 second, the zombie in the white vest continued waving his hands and rushed towards the prey in front. Zombies have no sense of pain, no fear, no consciousness, and only the survival instinct to hunt prey. Normal damage will not affect their movements. Cut! Ling Tian gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sound, trying to use his psychic power to grab 2 daggers at the same time and attack. The result was unsuccessful. All they could do was shoot one by one and eject the dagger into the zombie's chest. Knock, knock, knock. The zombie in the white vest was stabbed in the chest by a dagger. He let out a low growl and collapsed to the ground, losing his vital signs. The attack effect is okay, but the distance is a bit close. After shooting out 5 daggers, Ling Tian's energy was exhausted, and he could no longer use his spirit to shoot out daggers to attack. Controlling the dagger to attack the zombie's head is quite uncertain in terms of accuracy. As a second choice, attacking the chest will cause more stable damage. The current power is about the same strength as a pistol. Ling Tian assessed the current strength of his supernatural powers. At the current level, your abilities are limited, and you can only protect yourself. Once you come into contact with firearms, you will be in great danger. If you want to be successful in this world, you must at least upgrade your level to the first level. If you can reach the first level quickly, you can forcibly occupy the advancement resources and limit the advancement speed of other psychics, thereby putting all the major powers in the world under control. Ling Tian took out a fire axe from his space ring and waved it twice. After your physical fitness improves, you won't feel any effort or sluggishness when swinging such an axe. It's as easy as swinging a solid baseball bat. After his energy was exhausted, he could only fight the zombies in close combat with his axe. The next zombie to come over was a male zombie about 30 years old, who moved obviously faster. This guy's body is covered in blood. He must have eaten a lot before. The strength of zombies is not static. It will continue to evolve as they eat, which is somewhat similar to the advancement of psychics. The world today is very much like a poisonous insect farm, where all kinds of creatures are constantly fighting and devouring each other in order to survive. The last surviving creature will evolve into a terrifying killing machine. Ling Tian gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands and chopped at the chest of the zombie that was rushing towards him. Phew! The sound of a sharp weapon breaking through flesh was heard. The sharp axe cut the zombie's chest ribs with terrible inertia, and blue liquid splashed out. Ouch! The zombie roared angrily and rushed towards Ling Tian, waving his arms. Although this attack dealt it heavy damage, it did not affect its attack movements. Zombies will not show any signs of fatigue until they die.
Roll.
Ling Tian kicked the zombie in the chest, pulling the axe blade out of its body, then stepped forward and chopped at the zombie's lower abdomen again. Crash! A big hole was cut in the zombie's abdomen, and intestines and internal organs were flowing all over the ground, with disgusting blue liquid everywhere. Despite suffering such serious injuries, the zombie's upper body was still able to struggle on the ground, before it fell down weakly half a minute later. These days, we really have to roll up our sleeves and get down to work. Ling Tian muttered something in a low voice, then picked up the axe and chopped at the other zombies that were rushing over. Puff, puff. Ouch! After a fierce hand-to-hand fight, more than a dozen zombie corpses were lying on the ground. Ling Tian was breathing heavily while leaning on the fire axe with both hands. These zombies are very strong and have strong vitality. It is extremely tiring to chop them down. Just thinking about Ling Tian makes me angry. Now his body and the RV next to him were covered with a large amount of blue sticky liquid, which was very disgusting. What a fuck. Ling Tian cursed softly and took out the fresh water from the space ring to rinse himself and the RV. After rinsing, he took out a large incinerator from his space ring and prepared to burn the corpse. When the apocalypse just began, no energy crystals would be generated in the heads of these low-level zombies. Even if those psychics who have read apocalyptic novels kill it, they cannot absorb its energy and can only stand by and watch. Ling Tian smiled but said nothing. As a reborn person, he knew how to extract energy from low-level zombies. 1. When the corpse is cremated at high temperature, the flesh and blood will burn out and condense into energy crystals, which can be directly absorbed by the psychic. 2. Let the zombies devour living beings, or their own kind. After evolving into a first-level zombie, crystals will naturally condense in their brains. After being taken out, they can also be absorbed by the psychic. Theoretically, there is a third method, which is to just hug the zombie and chew it. Anyway, people with special abilities are highly resistant to zombie viruses, so in theory they can absorb them in this way. It's just a bit too disgusting. Ling Tian put on a dirt-proof apron and gloves, and struggled to put the zombie body tissues into the incinerator one by one. Damn, I should have been gentler when I cut it just now. He stuffed a ball of intestines into the incinerator, feeling extremely disgusted. Buzz. The incinerator was started, and began to burn the bodies at full capacity. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Tian began to collect the spoils left behind by these people. I have to say, I was quite lucky. Originally, Ling Tian didn't stock up on hot weapons because he was worried about accidents, but he didn't expect these people to come to his door directly. In addition to the common pistols, 5 submachine guns and 10 grenades were also obtained. Ling Tian picked up a submachine gun and examined it carefully. It was a JH-16-1 submachine gun, which was the latest weapon added to the team. This gun uses standard 9mm pistol bullets, has a firing rate of 780 points per round, an effective range of 200 meters, and is very powerful. Ling Tian checked it online and his mouth almost stretched to his ears. In the early days of the apocalypse, this is an absolute killer weapon. It is a complete dimensionality reduction attack against newly awakened psychics. Save me, save me. A weak voice came from a damaged vehicle. Ling Tian didn't want to pay attention to it, but the voice was very familiar and caught his attention. He walked to a car with its back facing down with a submachine gun in hand, and what came into view was Wang Bin's weak face. This guy is really lucky. Ling Tian opened the car door and hooked him out with a hook, only to find that his legs had been bitten clean by zombies. Only a shattered skeleton and a relatively intact upper body remained. Save me, save me. Wang Bin stretched out his bloody hand and tried to grab Ling Tian's trouser leg. Oh, your vitality is quite strong. Ling Tian touched his chin and picked up the fire axe. No, no. Wang Bin's eyes flashed with fear. You have been infected by the zombie virus. Sooner or later you will become a zombie. Staying here will only bring you trouble. Ling Tian said lightly, raising his axe. You can't kill me. My father is the boss of the Afeng group. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Wang Bin shouted hysterically. Ha ha ha. I will take care of your wife and children, so don't worry. Rest in peace, young Master Wang. Snap. Cut it in two with one axe. At this time, the night had passed. The sun had risen a corner from the sky, and the sky was gray and dark. After Ling Tian entered the RV, he took off all his clothes and took a shower. As for Wang Yao and Lu Yu, they were handcuffed and tied up in the bedroom. The two men had some scratches on their bodies. I hope they won't be infected. Inside the RV, the electric kettle on the table was bubbling with white steam. I don't know why, but the sound of boiling water makes people feel at ease. He had changed his clothes, a scarf around his neck, and was resting on the leather sofa. She woke up after hearing the sound of the kettle boiling, turned off the power, and made herself a cup of ginger sugar tea. Drop. Ling Tian clicked the remote control, and a 40-inch LCD screen was lowered from the hidden panel and started playing TV programs. The interior of the Conqueror RV is built to 5-star standards and has an extremely spacious space of 40 square meters. High-definition banana TVs, top-level Shabby speakers, ugly air conditioners, Sea Dog refrigerators, Black Swan washing machines, and other home appliances are all available. In addition, there are rare air filtration systems and drinking water filtration systems, which are completely designed for doomsday disasters. The bathroom is separated into wet and dry areas, the kitchen facilities are complete, and the entertainment and leisure area, business office area, bedroom area, etc. are clearly allocated. All the interior furniture of the car is made of imported walnut wood, matched with top-grade marine teak flooring, making the entire space look luxurious and atmospheric. Ling Tian is currently sitting on the sofa in the entertainment and leisure area. There is a U-shaped 6-seater leather sofa with a liftable table in the middle. When the table is lowered, it can immediately form a 2x 1.6 meter large bed for people to rest and sleep. Ling Tian held the teacup and blew into it, taking a sip of tea from time to time. He was busy all night last night and felt a little tired. In the early morning of mid-November, the temperature was chilly. It was a special experience to hide in the safe and comfortable RV and sip a cup of ginger tea. While Ling Tian was waiting for the incinerator to finish burning, he pressed the remote control aimlessly, switching between channels. There were TV series, movies, and cartoons playing on TV, but there was nothing about zombies. The government leaders have disappeared, and the TV station didn't receive any instructions and didn't know what to do, so it simply didn't report the relevant content. Seeing that there was no news he wanted to see on TV, Ling Tian put down the remote control and opened a certain audio app on his phone. TikTok is as lively as ever, with beautiful women dancing, internet celebrities making funny comments, and experts talking nonsense. But there is no trace of zombies. Even if 1/5 of the world's population has turned into zombies, the algorithms of short video platforms can still control the spread of real news. It was not until he clicked on the same city that Ling Tian saw the real side of the world. Chapter 13 Level Up. The short video is full of messages for help. What's going on? Where are the police? Where is the government? It's a mess everywhere. Why is no one doing anything about it? Oh my God. The people outside are biting everyone they see like crazy. I'm hiding in the bathroom of room XX on XX Street now. Police, please come and save me. Look, those are not living people at all. They are zombies from the movies, zombies. We need the army to suppress them. Ling Tianming took a sip of ginger tea. People outside didn't know that the military government had disappeared, so these messages for help were meaningless. In this cruel disaster, we can only save ourselves. Time passed little by little. Ling Tian looked at the instructions for using the incinerator and felt that it was about time. He got out of the car and walked to the incinerator, carefully turning it on. 3 hours ago, a large group of zombies inside had disappeared, leaving only a thumb-sized crystal core. After burning the 12 zombies, this is all that's left. Ling Tian took out the crystal core to cool it down, then held it in his palm to absorb the energy inside. A slight discomfort came from the palm of my hand, just like the feeling when I was baptized by the colorful aurora that day. Snap! There was a sound of something loosening, and Ling Tian's body emitted a faint fluorescent light. This is the phenomenon caused by the upgrade of the psychic. I didn't expect that upgrading S-level abilities is not that difficult. The crystals made from a dozen zombies are enough to upgrade 1 level. Ling Tian exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes became sharper, and his level rose to level 0, level 2. Both physical fitness and mental strength have been significantly improved. Drink! Ling Tian clenched his fist and punched the tree next to him that was as thick as his thigh. The tree broke with a crack. The punching force increased from 300 kilograms to 500 kilograms. Piercing defense increased from 1 to 2. The average person's punching strength is calculated as 100 kilograms. The strength of a dagger and fist is 3, the strength of a fire axe is 10, and the strength of a two-handed sledgehammer is 20. The average person can only inflict 0.1 by 10 damage, or 1 point, with a fire axe. Such damage could not cut Ling Tian's skin at all, which was almost equivalent to being invulnerable to swords and guns, cold weapons such as guns. The impact defense has been increased from 1.5 to 3, which can basically ignore blunt damage below 3 points. What is this concept? It is difficult for an ordinary person to cause damage by swinging a sledgehammer while standing, and there will only be partial pain. Ling Tian clenched his fist, then released it. With such a strong physical fitness, even without using any fighting skills, he can fight 20 adults at the same time with his bare hands. Not only that, Ling Tian also felt that the energy in his body was full, reaching twice the original amount. It could shoot out 5 daggers originally, but now it can shoot out 10. There are 3 levels in total in the 0 order, after which you can advance and unlock the second branch of psychic abilities. Ouch! A roar was heard, and a zombie walked towards Ling Tian. Without even thinking twice, he used his mental power to control the dagger, preparing to use this thing to test the strength of his superpowers after the upgrade. This is. He was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. After upgrading, he can finally manipulate 2 daggers at the same time. Telekinetic bounce. Bounces a lightweight weapon to damage the enemy. Quantity. 2 pieces can be ejected each time. Power. 9. Optimal attack range. Within 20 meters. Energy consumption. Each ejection consumes 1 energy point. Knock knock. 2 daggers shot out and hit the zombie's chest almost at the same time. The huge force knocked it to the ground, leaving a hideous wound on its chest, and its internal organs mixed with blue blood flowed out. After upgrading, the power of the dagger doubles, and it can seriously injure a zombie in just 1 round. The poor zombie was seriously injured, and it was extremely difficult for him to even get up. Ling Tian shot out a dagger again, completely piercing the zombie's chest and killing it on the spot. Yes, the improvement after the upgrade of superpowers is much stronger than I imagined. Originally, 1 zombie was shot per second, so it took 4 seconds to kill a zombie. Now 2 daggers can be launched at the same time, and the killing speed is increased to within 2 seconds. A pistol bullet has a power of about 5. In other words, a dagger is now more powerful than a pistol bullet. And the dagger is controlled by invisible spiritual power and can be shot out unexpectedly when attacking the enemy. The practical value is self-evident. That's about it. This amount of force can basically protect itself. We can try to move closer to the city center. There are too few zombies in the outer area. Staying here will greatly affect the efficiency of upgrading. Ling Tian talked to himself. The colorful aurora that appeared on the night of Awakening Day never actually disappeared. Since the end of the world, high-energy light has continued to shine on the planet, but it is not as strong as it was on the night of the 11th. Driven by this force, all living things are uncontrollably unlocking their genetic locks and evolving. In addition to passively evolving through high-energy light, there are also various ways to actively accelerate evolution. For example, zombies will evolve faster over time and by devouring various creatures. The psychics killed zombies and absorbed the crystal cores to accelerate their own evolution. This is a competition about survival and evolution. Whoever can develop themselves first will have the power of life and death. While no one knows how to develop superpowers, Ling Tian wants to take the lead and complete the level suppression. Chapter 14 Top Actress, Queen, Yu Bingbing. Hilton Shanghai is a 5-star international hotel. As the top hotel in Shanghai, the decoration inside is as luxurious as that of a palace. The people who come in and out of here on weekdays are basically wealthy people, politicians, celebrities, elites, and other upper-class people. But now, there are densely packed zombies gathered at the hotel entrance. They have bared fangs and claws, bloodshot eyes, and are roaring, trying to break down the door in front of them. The many security personnel inside placed all kinds of heavy objects against the doors and windows to prevent the zombies from invading. The mutated zombies roaming around the hotel's public areas have been subdued by security personnel and imprisoned in a temporary basement. In the hall, cleaning staff were cleaning the blue bloodstains left by the injured zombies. The atmosphere is very tense. Unlike the lower-level service staff, most of the guests in the hotel seem very relaxed. The reason is simple. These people think they are in high positions and have great power and can order the lower-class people to work for them, and they believe that disaster will not befall them. In a presidential suite on the 25th floor, a beautiful woman with an elegant temperament was lying comfortably on a leather seat and taking a rest. The woman had a delicate oval face, fair and delicate skin, a straight nose, and bright red lips. This woman's name is Yu Bingbing, a top-tier actress in China. She has starred in many S-level hit dramas since her debut. Relying on her beautiful face and heavenly voice, Yu Bingbing has attracted numerous fans, young and old, male and female, all of whom are crazy about her. She had smooth sailing along the way, sweeping all major world-class awards, and almost tore up the red carpet that countless actresses envied. Now she is the top among the top and has the title of Queen in the entertainment industry. Yu Bingbing looked out the floor-to-ceiling window with interest. Zombies can be seen wandering around everywhere in the streets of the city. I can't believe that the things in the story actually came true. There is actually a virus in this world that can turn people into zombies. While ordinary residents in the city are suffering, the nobles and celebrities living in luxurious hotels will not be affected at all. Inside the safe and comfortable presidential suite, 3 or 5 service staff are providing meticulous service to this top star. In front of Yu Bingbing's slender legs, 2 hotel service staff were kneeling on the ground, one holding one of her feet and providing her with manicure services. A professional massage technician behind him massages his shoulders, neck, and head to relax his body and mind. Assistant Xiaoli squatted beside Yu Bingbing and explained to her how to plan her itinerary after the disaster. The queen picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip elegantly, with laziness and charm between her brows. Surrounded by a group of powerful bodyguards, the queen can face the current situation elegantly and calmly as a superior. Ms. Bingbing, what do you think of this play? The assistant crouched beside her and presented the text of the next play to her. Not very good, push it to me. Yu Bingbing turned it down without even looking at it. Assistant Li was very surprised and quickly advised, but this is a very important play. From the director, actors to the special effects team, they are all world-class. Heh, do you think anyone would be interested in a popcorn movie after a disaster? Yu Bingbing showed a hint of disdain on her proud face. The next film I plan to shoot is a zombie-themed disaster film, which will definitely resonate with the whole world in this environment. Li Zhuzi nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Ms. Bingbing, you are absolutely right. Ding dong. Hello, dear guest. Your lunch has arrived. Come in. A hotel waiter came in pushing a food cart. Yu Bingbing stretched lazily. There has been a zombie virus outbreak these 2 days, so it's a good time to take a break. The waiter opened the lid of the dining cart and introduced today's dishes to the guests. This is a large lobster, stewed matsutake mushrooms with bamboo shoots and vegetable bile and clear soup, salt-baked snails, charcoal grilled wagyu beef. Yu Bingbing picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of lobster meat, and put it in her mouth to chew. After a moment, a look of disgust appeared on her beautiful face. This big lobster seems to be a bit overcooked. The meat doesn't taste chewy at all. The waiter smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. Forget it. This matsutake soup and charcoal grilled wagyu beef are pretty good. I'll just eat these. You can take this lobster away and throw it away later. Ah? The waiter cautiously advised. There are so many zombies outside, and the food can't come in. Isn't it a waste? Yu Bingbing showed an unhappy look on her face. It's not like I didn't pay for this lobster. If you guys didn't cook it badly, would I not eat it? Sorry, I'll just throw it away later. At this moment, the queen has not yet realized that this disaster will change her destiny. Today, she didn't feel any pain at all when she threw a big lobster. And a few days later, this former top star will pout over a mere turkey-flavored rice crust. From being a goddess admired by thousands of people, she has fallen to being a toy to be shown off. Chapter 15: The Survivor's Covetousness. Several zombies were wandering on the road, looking for food to fill their stomachs. The highway was jam-packed with vehicles, blocking the entire road. When the disaster struck, many people drove to escape, and car accidents were inevitable in the panic, which then triggered a chain reaction. Until now, some cars still contain the bodies of car owners who died in car accidents, and the rotting smell from their bodies attracts these zombies. Boom! There was a startling noise coming from the road. A one-story-high heavy-duty doomsday RV was driving on the road, like a steel behemoth that knocked away all obstacles in its way. The originally crowded road was forced to create a passage by it. The zombies were attracted by the sound and rushed towards the source of the sound. Bang, bang, bang! The monstrous doomsday RV didn't take these things seriously at all and just ran over them. The zombies' blue blood splattered everywhere like an explosion. Those ferocious zombies were instantly turned into a pile of body parts under the wheels of the doomsday RV. Haha, that's interesting. You get what you pay for. This RV is almost as good as a military armored vehicle. Ling Tian whistled comfortably and drove the doomsday RV recklessly. It is very difficult to drive such a large RV. According to regulations, you need an A1 driver's license to drive it. But the situation is different now. There are no more regulations and restrictions. You can just step on the accelerator and drive. It doesn't matter if you have a driver's license or not. As long as you have feet, you can drive. The RV weighs 18 tons and has a maximum load capacity of 41 tons. With its sturdy alloy body and 540 horsepower, it is really fun to crash into other cars. TSK Tisk, it's a pity that I had no other options back then, so I could only get this kind of transportation. The military's all-terrain armored vehicles are real monsters. No matter if there's a road or not, you can drive through it just by stepping on the accelerator. There was a hint of regret in Ling Tian's tone. It would be great if we could capture a creator-type Esper and have her upgrade the vehicle and turn it into a mobile fortress. The psychic with the ability of creation is a treasure among treasures. In the last days, human industry suffered great damage, and many items were difficult to manufacture. It was all up to the creators with special abilities to fill the gap. Whether it is high-end weapons and armor, complex instruments and equipment, or the construction of a giant survivor base, it cannot be separated from the powerful creators. An S-level creator with special abilities has a practical value comparable to a legion of 10,000 men. The people hiding in the building were awakened by the loud crash and took out their binoculars to observe the source of the sound. What's going on? Why is it so loud outside? Out on the street, there's a very sturdy big car coming. As soon as these words came out, hope ignited in the hearts of everyone in the room. That should be the rescue team sent by the government. Not really. I feel like this is a private RV. The middle-aged man who was observing through a telescope responded. Everyone in the room suddenly felt empty inside. Now I am trapped here. My child has a high fever and there is no medicine. What should I do? A young woman holding a child was extremely anxious. The tap water has turned black. Lao Zhang tried to drink a few sips last night and immediately had vomiting and diarrhea. We can't hold out for much longer without water and food. Middle-aged women are also complaining. This is not a solution. If we don't get help, people will die. The atmosphere in the room was extremely solemn. In order to resist the zombies, a dozen neighbors crowded into one room and took care of each other. The old woman with a fierce look on her face could no longer hold back and asked the middle-aged man who was observing outside in a stern voice, "Xiao Zhang, did you make a mistake?" The middle-aged man replied, "Probably not. Forget it. I'll just go and see it myself." The old woman refused to believe it and took a few steps forward to push the middle-aged man away. She said, "I just don't believe that the government army can sit back and watch such a disaster happen." Then the old woman began to use the telescope clumsily. "How's it going, Mrs. Huang?" The people in the room asked. "What kind of RV is this?" "I think it's an armored vehicle used by the military." Old Mrs. Huang shouted happily. "Mrs. Huang, please don't make a mistake. There is no military logo on that car. How can you be sure it belongs to the military?" The middle-aged man asked curiously. Old Mrs. Huang said firmly, "If I say yes, it is yes. Why are there so many whys?" "Hey, wait, the armored vehicle has stopped and a young man got off. He must be here to rescue us," Old Mrs. Huang said excitedly. Hearing this news, everyone immediately perked up. It seemed as if we had seen the light at the end of the disaster. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "What if he is not here to rescue us?" These words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on me. Just because you are not a rescue team, you can just watch someone die without helping them. What kind of bullshit is that? The old woman cursed. That's right. In the face of disaster, everyone should help each other. That armored vehicle is so big that it can easily accommodate all of us. Staying here will only lead to death. We can't just sit there and wait to die. Everyone hurry down. If you go too late, there will be no room for the rescue vehicle. The middle-aged man said worriedly. Then, what if the owner of the armored vehicle refuses to take us? How dare he? What he did is tantamount to murder, and he shall be beheaded. Forget about it. Let's go down together. There are so many of us. If he dares to refuse to take us, we'll kill him. Everyone picked up shovels and hammers and bravely went downstairs. Ling Tian drove the RV to a street and stopped. While it's still early, he wants to go to the nearby area for some free shopping and kill some zombies at the same time. In this way, you can start burning and refining the crystals before dinner in the evening. The burning time is relatively long, about 2 to 3 hours per burn. Of course, he would not be idle during the time waiting for the corpse to be cremated. He would take Master Wang Bin's wife and daughter out for a walk to relieve his boredom. By the way, please take good care of them on behalf of young Master Wang Bin. The scratches on Wang Yao and Lu Yu showed signs of worsening infection, which made Ling Tian begin to alert. Based on his experience, the chances of being completely infected were high. I have to say it's a bit of a pity. Ouch. Woo. As soon as Ling Tian stepped into the mall, 7 or 8 zombies immediately targeted him. This place is different from the suburbs. The density of zombies is very high. Normally he had to face more than 5 zombies at a time, and he didn't dare to come until his level was raised. The ring on Ling Tian's hand flickered, and a 2-handed battle axe appeared in his hand. After his punching power increased to 500 kilograms, he was able to use such heavy weapons with ease. The zombies were all covered in blood, and it seemed that they had eaten meat before. Their strength and agility were not on the same level as those encountered before. Ouch! These zombies howled and ran towards Ling Tian. The smoothness of the running movement is not much different from that of a normal person. At a cursory glance, they really would be mixed in with normal people.
Roll.
Ling Tian held the axe handle with both hands and struck the zombie's neck. A head flew into the sky and blue blood spurted out. The headless zombie body was still running and crashed straight into the wall. Boom! It knocked a human-shaped dent into the solid wall, and dust from the collapse and breakage of the wall filled the air. A bit strong, Ling Tian muttered to himself, then swung his heavy axe to fight against the next few zombies. In crowded places like shopping malls, zombies have many opportunities to eat, and their evolution speed will be faster than in other places. Normal people have basically no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight against these evolved zombies. Only with the cooperation of 3 or more people, or the intervention of a person with special powers, can it be defeated. Unfortunately, they encountered a cheater today. Ling Tian not only has the physical fitness to crush these zombies, but he also has heavy weapons and professional bulletproof vests. It was a completely one-sided dimensionality reduction attack. Even if 7 zombies attacked him together, they could hardly pose a substantial threat to him. He chopped him down to the ground with a heavy axe. Is this the feeling of crushing someone? It's really pleasant. Ling Tian whistled. He didn't have the conditions to do so before. He didn't even have the ability to fight back when being chased by zombies. In this crazy world, it is difficult to even find food without enough strength, and the weak will only be eliminated. After entering the mall, Ling Tian began to collect supplies. Transparent gauze skirts, school uniforms, nurse uniforms. This is actually the sexy clothing area. Ling Tian was greatly enlightened. I didn't have time to stock up on these things at the beginning, so now is a good time to replenish the stock. When I get my goddess in the future, I can let her change them. Ling Tian waved his hand and accepted all the clothes with a smile. Oh, here are all kinds of new dresses, belly-bearing dresses, women's windbreakers, and bags and high heels. Not bad. Save them for the goddess to wear when she goes out. The ring in Ling Tian's hand shone with light, and he stuffed all the items into the ring. I wonder which proud girl will have the honor to become the first goddess in my team. Well, here are the kitchen and bathroom supplies, toilets, range hoods, gas stoves. I don't have these things, so take them down as backup. Ling Tian swept upwards level by level, occasionally killing 1 or 2 wandering zombies. Ling Tian found some zombie blood that had not yet dried in a corner and immediately frowned. Zombies will only devour each other when they are extremely hungry, and they are creatures that are particularly resistant to hunger. It is only the second day after the end of the world. It is impossible for them to kill each other. So, someone fought zombies here not long ago? Ling Tian didn't think much about it and continued walking upstairs. With his current awakening level of level 0, grade 2, even a guy with a gun would find it difficult to threaten his life. This layer is all kinds of food. Ling Tian was not interested in the food exposed outside. These foods were very likely to be contaminated with zombie body fluids, which made him feel sick just thinking about it. So I only selectively took some canned foods and snacks that were well packaged, clean, and tidy. The hundreds of thousands of tons of food in the space ring give Ling Tian the capital to be willful. What's this? While collecting the food, Ling Tian suddenly noticed a shadow moving. Who's there? Come out. Ling Tian stared at one place and shouted sharply. A moment later, a sturdy middle-aged man walked out from the shadow of the shelf. The man pretended to be relaxed and said to Ling Tian, "Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions. By the way, how did you do it just now? Why did the light in your hand flash and the thing disappeared? Did you gain space powers?" As the man spoke, greed could not be concealed in his eyes. The man's name is Wu He. He is 35 years old, a retired mercenary who once went abroad to participate in a war to quell a rebellion. He has killed many people on the battlefield and has a fierce aura. Ling Tian's eyes became dangerous. He didn't want strangers to know the secret of the space ring. Chapter 16. The Road to Killing. Wu He stepped forward and said, "Brother, I have a suggestion. Why don't we travel together? You are responsible for collecting the things, and I can protect your safety." Ling Tian smiled and didn't reply. Wu He's tone turned serious. "Oh, looking at you. You are not going to accept my proposal? I advise you to face the reality and lay down your weapons. It is very dangerous to go against me." Haha, the real purpose is revealed. Ling Tian sneered in his heart, knowing what the other party was thinking. This guy is not a good person. The reason why he didn't attack me directly is that he wants to win without fighting through deception, intimidation, and other means. The fact that you can enter the shopping mall is a reflection of your strength, and the other party is also worried about failure. How do you want to die? Ling Tian said in a cold voice. Crash. Wu He pulled the entire shelf over and smashed it towards Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian didn't dodge, but stepped forward and threw a punch. Bang! The entire shelf exploded, and the packaged goods on it scattered everywhere. In the chaos, Wu He swung out with a whip kick, sweeping towards Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian did not dodge, but raised his left hand nonchalantly, apparently intending to forcibly block the fierce kick. Haha, idiot. Wu He sneered in his heart when he saw this. His legs were made of steel plates, and he could kick out with a force of 500 kilograms. He can even kick a hole in a wall made of reinforced concrete, and is not afraid of the opponent's counterattack with weapons. Bang! The whip kick hit Ling Tian's arm, but Ling Tian remained motionless. What? Wu He was shocked. Could it be that I was wrong? Did this guy awaken a power-related ability? Ling Tian showed a cruel smile on his face and punched Wu He's chest with his right hand. Damn it! Wu He was now in midair and completely unable to dodge, so he could only put his hands in front of his chest to block forcefully. Boom boom. This punch is extremely powerful. Even though Wu He blocked the attack, he still flew backwards more than 10 meters. The whole person was like a cannonball, knocking over a shelf and falling to the ground. How could it be? Wu He struggled to get up from the debris. At this moment, blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were full of horror. This guy is too strong. Ling Tian was not prepared to let the other party go, and quickly rushed towards Wu He's position. Wu He quickly reached for his waist and threw his weapon at Ling Tian, who was rushing towards him. Whoosh! A shining flying knife flew through the air and flew towards Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian did not dodge, but simply raised his arm to knock away the flying knife that was coming at him at high speed. Ling Tian is not only physically strong, but also wears a high-quality bulletproof vest. He dares to withstand bullets, let alone a flying knife with the power of only about one. Wu He was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that even a flying knife attack could not stop the opponent from advancing. Damn it, you're looking for death. Wu He pulled out the three-edged military bayonet and jumped up, stabbing it towards Ling Tian's head. He was determined to fight to the death with the opponent. Ling Tian smiled, and the next second, the submachine gun in his hands suddenly appeared, and he performed an American-style gathering for the opponent. Da-da-da. Ah! Wu He screamed and was smashed to pieces in the air. Wu He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. Why does he have this weapon? Ling Tian walked over with a calm expression, and killing the man in front of him seemed as easy as stepping on an ant. Phew! Ling Tian stepped forward, grabbed the dagger, and slashed it hard. Wu He's chest was immediately cut open, and a supernatural crystal was lying quietly inside. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and took out the supernatural crystal. Wu He's body shook violently with pain. Then he lowered his head, and his breath completely stopped. The supernatural crystals that exploded from people's bodies are good things. In addition to being used to water the ability tree and light up new skills, you can also embed it directly into the ability tree and learn a skill attached to the crystal. Ling Tian's consciousness entered the supernatural crystal in his hand and observed the supernatural tree inside. E-level assassination ability, exploration branch. No wonder it's so weak. Ling Tian shook his head and sneered, level gap, equipment gap, ability gap. I really don't know where you get the courage to challenge me. After finding out the detailed information of the crystal, Ling Tian decisively chose to water it into the supernatural tree. The skills attached to the crystal are too weak and not worth learning. The skills learned in this way are not compatible with one's own original ability tree, and the energy consumed in using them is 4 times that of normal. If it is not particularly suitable for you, there is usually no need to learn it. After absorbing the crystal, Ling Tian's proficiency in telekinesis skills reached 10 out of 100. When it is filled to 100, you can unlock new skills in the origin ability tree. Although he won the first battle, Ling Tian did not get carried away. There is a huge flow of people in the city center, all kinds of people. There are hundreds of zombies, a strong security team, and bloodthirsty and crazy gangs. If you want to get to Shuangdan University through there, you will probably encounter a lot of trouble. Ling Tian, who was about to leave, suddenly noticed Wu He's finger. There is a ring with an ancient shape on it. Slight yet clear energy fluctuations were transmitted from above. This is an extraordinary item. After the end of the world, all animals, plants, and even objects may undergo extraordinary changes. Among them, humans are the most likely to change, while the probability of change of other things is very low. Ling Tian took the ring off Wu He's finger and activated the ring effect. Buzz! The energy pool in Ling Tian's body suddenly expanded from 10 points to 17 points. An entry-level energy ring, not bad. Ling Tian commented. After more than 10 minutes, the entire mall was swept. Ling Tian returned to where the RV was parked with tons of loot. Even from a distance, Ling Tian noticed something was wrong. There were actually several large rocks scattered around the RV. Ling Tian clearly remembered that before he went up to buy it for 0 yuan, there could be no big rocks around. Ling Tian frowned. When he got closer, the footprints on the car body and the traces of knocking and hitting all came into his sight. Just as Ling Tian was puzzled, a group of people emerged angrily from nearby. What's wrong with you guys who were sent by the government to help? I called for a long time, but no one in the car responded. Damn it, I don't know what your car is made of. We tried to open it for a long time but couldn't. It also attracted zombies. 2 of us were bitten to death by zombies. Ling Tian had a gloomy face and walked quickly towards the RV. He wanted to confirm the safety of the mother and daughter in the RV. Didn't you hear me talking to you? The crowd was excited. Which unit are you from? What's your name? Tell us now. We are going to file a complaint against you. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Tian, searching for Ling Tian's identity tag.
Roll.
Ling Tian kicked out, sending the person standing in front of him flying.
Bang.
The person he kicked was like a cannonball hitting the RV, with all his bones broken. You dare to hurt someone. You little bastard are so lawless. The old woman's eyes were fierce and her eyeballs were wide open. Go. Take this little bastard down. Several men came forward with weapons. These people had already made plans. If Ling Tian is easy to talk to and lets them get in the car, everything will be fine. If Ling Tian is a difficult person to talk to, then we will decisively take action and teach him a lesson. They don't care whether it's the right thing to do. When a crisis comes, collective interests are above all else. Go to hell, kid. A young man holding a machete hit Ling Tian hard on the head. Clang. Great cut. The people around cheered loudly. Once Ling Tian died, they could take possession of the armored vehicle. Although the young man who was chopping people felt numb in his palms, he was very excited at the moment, because he can finally take a car and escape from this horrific zombie crisis. You have the courage. Ling Tian spoke slowly. Everyone widened their eyes. How is it possible? How can he be fine even after being hit on the head by a machete? The young man who was chopping people withdrew the machete in his hand and was shocked to find that the blade had been rolled up and there was no blood on it.
Bang.
Ling Tian slapped him. Phew. The young man's head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Kill, kill, kill. The people around screamed. Don't panic, he's alone. Let's all attack together and kill him. A fitness coach with well-defined muscles yelled and rushed forward. Brush. Ling Tian had a submachine gun in his hand. American style aye. Da da da. Ling Tian raised his submachine gun and fired wildly, and the strong men who rushed up fell down one after another. Bright red blood gushed out, staining the floor in front of Ling Tian red. Oh my God! Help! The old woman and others screamed and fled upon seeing this. Ling Tian raised the corner of his mouth. He was not going to leave anyone alive. Da 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 da. All the bullets were poured on the old woman and others. His stomach was broken. Intestines were spilling out, and blood and flesh were flying everywhere. In just a few seconds, the old woman and others were completely wiped out. Ling Tian picked up his submachine gun and walked towards the RV. Squeak. The door of the RV opened, and in this not-so-big space, one could soon see the beautiful woman Lu Yu and the young girl Wang Yao. The 2 of them hugged each other and trembled, obviously frightened by the noise outside. Seeing someone breaking in, the 2 were stunned at first, and then they exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 17 Contradictions emerge. Hey, why is the drinking water changed today instead of Evian? Inside the Hilton 5-star hotel, Queen Yu Bingbing looked at the Changbai Mountain mineral water brought by the waiter, pursed her tempting red lips, and looked disgusted. The waiter explained, Sorry, sir, the hotel has sold out of Evian and cannot get more now. Even the mineral water is limited in supply. Really? This low-quality water will damage my daughter Bingbing's throat. The assistant at the side stood up in indignation. I'm sorry, the hotel can't do anything. The manager said this is a special period, so we can only inconvenience our valued guests. The waiter apologized again. Yu Bingbing was a little dissatisfied. What's today's lunch? I feel like the food in this hotel is getting worse and worse. Yesterday's ingredients didn't taste fresh. The waiter opened the lid of the dining cart, and on it was only a medium-rare steak, vegetable pasta, and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. What is this? Yu Bingbing widened her charming and seductive fox eyes. This is your lunch, guest. In order to ensure the food supply, the hotel stipulates that each person will have a fixed ration for each meal from today onwards. Yu Bingbing couldn't accept it. How can this be? Is this how your hotel treats VIPs? Waiter, sorry. We will provide you with the best service when the situation gets better. After saying that, He ran away. You, how can your hotel be like this? Yu Bingbing looked unhappy. She opened her phone and entered the WeChat group to contact her best friend. Lilu, this hotel is rubbish. They even skimp on the food for their guests. Yu Bingbing, what should we do now? Lilu, someone has taken the lead and is going down to argue. I am also going to go down to express my protest. Yu Bingbing, okay, I'll change my clothes and go down to take a look. Yu Bingbing and Lilu, two good friends, came down from upstairs hand in hand and found that there were already quite a few people standing in the hall below. There were hotel guests, bodyguards, hotel managers, security personnel, and service staff. The place was packed with people, at least 300 to 500. Johnson, a brown-haired foreign company executive, was pointing at the hotel manager with anger on his face and yelling, "What's wrong with your hotel? Is this how you serve your god?" The hotel manager and other management staff apologized to the guests. I'm sorry, everyone. There's nothing we can do about it. The zombies outside haven't been dealt with yet, and we've run out of food in our hotel. Please understand. Catherine, with her blonde hair and blue eyes and big waves, pouted and protested. I am your top member. I don't care. Other people can cut their membership, but not me. Real estate tycoon Suchi hugged Catherine and shouted at the hotel manager. If you dare not serve us well, I will find Director Chen to destroy this hotel after I get out. The hotel manager was overwhelmed. Don't do this, Mr. Su. Gao Yuan, CEO of the listed company, was also furious. You must give me an explanation today. Who is so bold as to deduct my pet's food? What if my dog is starving? There is really no other way. It is already difficult to supply the remaining food to the guests. As for your pet, you will have to be patient for now. Gao Yuan glanced at the service staff in the hall and said arrogantly, why don't you just cut down their food? There are so many people here. I don't believe that we can't save enough food for a dog. The service staff in the hall were all furious after hearing this. In the eyes of these guys, they were not even as good as dogs and had to give the food to his dogs. The waiter named Chi Chong could no longer bear it and stood out from the crowd. We already have 3 meals of porridge a day, and you still want to deduct our rations to feed the dogs. Do you still have any humanity? Gao Yuan pointed at his nose and cursed. Why are you yelling? Who are you to compare yourself with my dog? You are a bunch of pigs.
Bang!
A wine bottle hit Gao Yuan in the face, leaving his entire face covered in blood.
Ah!
Gao Yuan screamed and covered his face. Scream! Scream again! Chi Chong yelled at President Gao Yuan while holding half of the wine bottle. Someone, catch this murderer. I want to skin him alive. Gao Yuan held his face and yelled. Several bodyguards behind him came forward aggressively, ready to arrest him. Damn it, let's see who dares to come over here. With a loud roar, hundreds of hotel waiters stood up with folding stools, wine bottles, and other weapons. The bodyguards brought by Gao Yuan suddenly lost their momentum and retreated to his side to provide close protection. The guests were outraged when they saw this scene. What's wrong with your hotel? The staff who manage it like this must give us gods an explanation today. The hotel manager quickly asked Chi Chong to apologize. Chi Chong glared at the manager and said, Who the hell do you think you are? If you look at me again, I'll chop you up too. The hotel manager was so angry that his facial muscles trembled. It's lawless. Then he ordered the security personnel not far away. What are you still looking at? Come over here and subdue this troublemaker. The security guards replied indifferently. Let us work, sure. We want to eat, not watery porridge. As long as you feed us well 3 times a day, we'll do whatever you ask us to do. The hotel manager was very excited. You? What do you mean? Do you want to rebel? You better think it over carefully. When the army pacifies the zombies, you will all be sentenced. Bah! A security guard spat on the ground. Don't fool me with that. It's been 3 fucking days. Where are the police? Where are the army? There are calls for help everywhere on the internet. Who the hell has been saved? Chapter 18. Catherine rolls her eyes. Yu Bingbing returned to the presidential suite, looking still frightened. The bloody conflict at noon left a deep impression on her. How terrible. The CEO of a listed company was actually slashed in the head on the spot, with blood all over his face. Seeing the angry faces of the hotel staff, no one dared to mention cutting food, and the group returned to their rooms in shame. Basically, no one stays in the hotel's swimming pool, gym, and other entertainment areas. On the 3rd day of the zombie crisis, Yu Bingbing and other upper-class people finally felt the breath of danger. The tall and graceful Yu Bingbing came to the large floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the street below through the window. It's been 3 days, and it's still a mess. From time to time, You can see some people who go out to look for food and then are surrounded and eaten by zombies. Before this, she had always regarded this as an exciting zombie movie. People are like this. They won't feel the same pain unless a disaster happens to them. I always thought that I would not be the unlucky one. Xiaosu, do you think the end of the world has really come? Yu Bingbing asked the assistant beside her for the first time. Assistant Su consoled him. Don't worry. As long as the army is dispatched, these zombies will be wiped out in a few seconds. I think they are too busy to take care of this place for the time being. Yu Bingbing pursed her lips. I hope so. As night fell, Yu Bingbing tossed and turned in her comfortable big bed, thinking about many things. It was almost a sleepless night. As daybreak approached, the phone rang. Yu Bingbing, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened from the darkness. She picked up her mobile phone and found it was a call from her best friend Li Lu. Hey, why are you calling me so late at night? What's the urgent matter? Have you heard that something happened to the woman named Catherine in the lobby downstairs today? Li Lu's anxious voice came from the phone. Yu Bingbing had some impression of her. She was a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, big boobs and waves. What happened to her? When the meal was delivered that night, the hotel staff knocked on the door of her room, and then a group of 7 people rushed in and blocked her inside. Yu Bingbing felt incredible. What are you mistaken? How dare they do this? It's absolutely true. Go check the group message and see that the video of Catherine Su Chi being beaten up has been posted in the group. Yu Bingbing opened the WeChat group set up by customers stranded in hotels and found it in chaos. After searching for a while, she indeed saw a video. She swallowed and turned on the video. Oh no, please, don't do this, it's against the law. The sexy and seductive Catherine was crying helplessly on the bed, while her lover, the real estate tycoon Su Chi, was tied to a chair and beaten with belts. Bang! A hotel employee named Chi Chung yelled at him. Why are you so arrogant this afternoon? You Sable? How dare you insult us? Do you think having $2 is a big deal? Su Chi cried and begged for mercy. Brothers, calm down. This is all my fault. I shouldn't be so arrogant. Please let me go. I will give you as much money as you want. Bang! He slapped Su Chi hard on the face. Damn it, it's the end of the world now. Who wants your filthy money? Catherine on the bed cried. Please stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me like this, I might get beaten to death. Chi Chung turned his head and looked at the sexy and hot Catherine. His eyes lit up instantly. TSK. You rich people are so happy. You can have fun with blondes like this with big boobs and big breasts. You can have fun whenever you want. The video ended abruptly, and Yu Bingbing felt a chill down her spine. She sent a message to Li Lu. How could this happen? Is there no one from the hotel to rescue Su Chi? Li Lu, you think too much. The hotel is in chaos right now, and no one is in charge. By the way, open the Slowfoot short video. There are many amazing videos on it. Yu Bingbing, I have never downloaded this software. Li Lu, download it now and watch the local video above. Yu Bingbing was stunned for a moment, but couldn't suppress her curiosity and downloaded the slow-footed video. The homepage of the software is still filled with various short videos of internet celebrities, which can be said to be unremarkable. But when she clicked on the video in the same city, she was stunned. Oh my god, this is hell. There was killing and bloodshed everywhere. After the zombies knocked the person down, they bit him madly and pulled out his entire stomach and intestines. The victims' terrified and painful faces are still vivid in my mind, and it's chilling. This is not a movie. This is naked reality. After enduring for 3 days, the people fell into hunger and fought each other for a little food, until their heads were broken and bloody. Oh my god, what is wrong with this world? Where is the censorship of the video platform? Why can such a video be released? Yu Bingbing's voice trembled. She also found a short selfie video of Catherine. Originally, Yu Bingbing didn't have the heart to click on it, but out of concern for the future, she still clicked on the video to see what was going on. Come on, baby. Oh yeah. Oh good. Oh yes. Oh my god. What are these? Yu Bingbing bit her red lips lightly, feeling a surge of fear in her heart. In a trance, she had an illusion that what happened to the foreign language teacher in the video was her future destiny. Oh, so disgusting. Yu Bingbing almost vomited just thinking about it. She was the daughter of a wealthy family and now the top queen of Longwa's entertainment industry. Don't let anyone tease you like this. Bang! A slight explosion sounded from the well-soundproof presidential suite, like firecrackers. A message came from the Wei Xian group. It's bad. It's bad. There's a complete riot inside the hotel. The hotel staff are fighting bloody battles to grab food. Yes, I saw it when I went down. There was fighting and blood everywhere. Someone in the group asked weakly, then, can our food be guaranteed? What are you thinking, idiot? In this situation, you're lucky that no one broke open your door and stabbed you. Have you forgotten the video of Catherine just now? Yu Bingbing's sexy and graceful body trembled slightly because of fear. Everything was heading in the worst direction. No, no, I'm the queen. I don't want to apologize to people with pouting lips like Catherine. Yu Bingbing shouted in her heart, and then sent a message to the group with trembling hands. There is less and less food in the hotel. It is very unsafe to stay here. It will turn into a hell sooner or later. What shall we do then? Everyone in the group was also very scared. While they are not completely crazy yet, let's gather together and break out with the bodyguards around us. Only by escaping from this hotel can we have a chance of survival. Yu Bingbing's proposal was recognized by many people. Hilton 5-star Hotel is about to stage a thrilling escape journey. Chapter 19. Incinerator Corpse Incident. Ling Tian parked the RV on the side of the road and raised the roof terrace. He is used to opening the roof terrace when eating, which makes the space seem much more spacious. Wang Yao and Lu Yu were on either side of him, eating with him. To be honest, Ling Tian's current appearance clearly shows that he is here for vacation. Master Wang, did you see that? I am fulfilling my promise to you. Ling Tian sighed. A piece of sizzling beef was placed near Ling Tian's mouth. Honey, try it and see if it tastes good. The beautiful woman Lu Yu had an expectant look on her face. Ling Tian nodded and swallowed the barbecue on the fork. The meat is delicious and has a smooth taste. Yuera's cooking skills are really good. Ling Tian smiled and left a mark on Lu Yu's red lips. Dad. Wang Yao pulled Ling Tian's arm and acted coquettishly, and her youthful and energetic body pressed against him. With her looks, she should be considered a campus beauty on the university campus and must have many suitors. Ling Tian raised the corner of his mouth, reached out and scratched her nose, his eyes full of doting. Fortunately, the mother and daughter successfully awakened their special powers and survived the invasion of the zombie virus. The abilities they awakened were not strong, only sea level, but they were very special. You can adapt yourself to the environment. Ling Tian had tested it before and found that he could put the two of them into the Taodai ring without causing any harm to them. There is no need to worry that they will become a burden to you. In the nameless alley, 3 pairs of greedy eyes stared at the RV where Ling Tian was. Look, bro, this car is spacious and sturdy. It's like a mobile fortress. We won't be afraid of zombie attacks if we live in it. With such a big car, there must be a lot of food inside. I'm afraid it's enough for us to eat for 2 months, right? The 2 younger brothers chattered. People who can drive luxury cars of this level are either CEOs or second-generation rich people, and they probably have hundreds of millions in their bank accounts. The eldest bald man licked his lips and said, if we kill him, the 3 of us will be very successful in the future. Boss, this is against the law. One of the younger brothers said tremblingly. The bald man glared at his younger brother. What's illegal? We are robbing the rich to help the poor and balance the gap between the rich and the poor. Besides, there are zombies everywhere now. The death of a few people is not a big deal. It is impossible for it to be discovered. But boss, the car looks incredibly hard. I'm afraid even a sledgehammer wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. How are we going to get into the car?
Yes. Bang.
The bald man slapped the 2 men hard on the head and said, You 2 idiots, do you have chamber pots on your heads? If violence doesn't work, why don't you use wits? Outsmart. The 2 younger brothers held their heads in confusion. Later, you 2 hide around the car. I'll pretend to be a refugee and trick him into opening the door. As soon as he opens the door, When the bald man said this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Tian was eating with his wife and daughter in the RV when a slight sound was heard outside. Due to the excellent sound insulation of the RV, Ling Tian had a hard time hearing what was being shouted. So he walked to the U-shaped sofa and turned on the surveillance screen. 18 high-definition cameras transmit the scenes around the RV accurately to the monitoring screen. I saw a bald man knocking hard on the side door of the RV, shouting, "Open the door! Help!" and so on. 2 strangers were crouching in the blind spot in front of the RV, holding knives and axes. When Ling Tian saw this scene, a sunny smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that someone would dare to target me. It's true that he doesn't take the road to heaven, but breaks into hell without a door. The ring in Ling Tian's hand flickered, and a fire axe appeared in his hand. At the same time, don't forget to put on a raincoat to avoid dirt getting on your body. Dad, Wang Yao looked at Ling Tian with a worried look on her face. Ling Tian stroked her twin ponytails and said, "It's just a small matter. Dad will be back soon." Boom, boom, boom. Hurry up and open the door. I know there is someone in the car. If you don't help, you will be sentenced. The bald man knocked on the car door so hard that his voice almost became hoarse. Damn it. How come people nowadays have so little sense of public morality? No wonder fewer and fewer people help the elderly. The bald man complained in a low voice with a frustrated look on his face. Just when the bald man was at a loss, the side door of the RV opened with a click. A young man in a raincoat appeared in front of the bald man. The bald man's face lit up with joy, and he was about to say something, but a red light flashed and hit him heavily on the shoulder. Ah, ah. The sudden severe pain made the bald man scream. The fire axe in Ling Tian's hand chopped into the bald man's shoulder and neck, and was deeply embedded in his chest. Help! Help! The bald man screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to escape. But the axe was stuck firmly in his body, and no matter how he struggled, he could not get it free. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. You guys think you can trick me? Remember to avoid me when you see me in your next life. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he took out another axe and chopped at the bald man who was unable to escape. Ah! The sound of slaughtering a pig resounded through the sky. The younger brother who was lying in ambush near the vehicle witnessed the entire scene of his boss being beaten and was completely terrified. Ling Tian used an axe to cut open the chest of the bald man who was no longer in human form, and found that there was also a supernatural crystal inside. He is actually a psychic as well. Interesting. Ling Tian reached out and took out the crystal, then kicked the bald man away. It's another E-level crystal. It doesn't matter. After absorbing it, I can unlock new skills. Ling Tian finished his investigation and began to absorb the crystal. Bite. Proficiency of telekinesis branch skills is 100 out of 100. On the supernatural tree in Ling Tian's mind, a fruit was lit up. After awakening, memory nodes will appear on the superpower tree in the mind of the psychic. You can master the above skills by lighting up the memory nodes. Skill name: Telekinesis Control. Can control lightweight weapons, daggers, knives, iron sheets, through the air to attack and defend. Maximum controllable quantity: 2 pieces. Maximum control distance: 3 meters around the body. Power: each attack deals 3 damage. Energy consumption: consumes 1 energy point per second.
Bang!
The young man wearing a baseball cap felt weak in his hands and feet, and the axe in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. I almost forgot. There are 2 more over there. Ling Tian whispered, then raised his feet and walked towards the direction where the other 2 brothers were hiding. Oh my God! The 2 younger brothers were so scared that they almost shit themselves, and they quickly stood up and ran for their lives.
Bang!
In their panic, the 2 men accidentally bumped into a cold object and fell to the ground. Ouch! A roar was heard, and standing in front of them were several zombies that came after hearing the sound. Ah! The 2 younger brothers hugged each other and screamed in fear. There were zombies in front of them and a murderer behind them. The 2 were so scared that they didn't know what to do. Ouch! The zombie excitedly pounced on its prey, opened its mouth and bit the cap on the neck, causing the cap to twitch all over in pain. Well, in extreme panic, the fat guy next to him rolled his eyes and fainted. At this time, Ling Tian walked over from the corner of the vehicle and just saw the 2 people being attacked by zombies. Oh, these 2 are so unlucky. They were bitten to death by zombies before I could make a move. Ouch! The zombies smelled the high-level aura on Ling Tian and became extremely excited. They ignored the 2 people on the ground and pounced directly at Ling Tian. Act recklessly. Ling Tian whispered something, then used his telekinesis to walk towards the zombies. Ouch! The zombie held out his hand excitedly. Puff puff. The 2 daggers quickly shuttled around Ling Tian's body, cutting the zombie's outstretched arm into several pieces. The zombie who lost his arm didn't know what fear was and continued to walk towards Ling Tian. Puff puff. This poor zombie was cut into pieces of different sizes on the spot, and he never touched the corner of Ling Tian's clothes until his death. This skill is quite effective against zombies. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. When fighting in close combat, he suddenly used such an attack method. Then, ouch! In the brief moment when Ling Tian was distracted, several zombies had already rushed in front of him. Well, I don't know how long it took, but the fat boy who had fainted on the ground woke up. These are... The scenes around him almost made him faint again. The man in the baseball cap next to him was already dead, and there were zombie remains everywhere around him. Knock knock. When he heard footsteps, Xiaopeng was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes and died. Through the slits in his eyelids, Xiaopeng saw Ling Tian, wearing a raincoat, walking over and throwing the zombie remains onto a cart. Is this the guy who chopped the zombies into pieces? Xiaopeng was shocked. Brush. Ling Tian, wearing gloves, pulled up Xiaopeng and threw him on the cart as well. Huh? The flesh on this little fat guy's body is really loose. Is it because he just died not long ago? Ling Tian muttered quietly and continued to pick up the corpses. Snap. A 9-turn large intestine was thrown at Xiaopeng's face. The fresh pork mixed with unknown mucus covered Xiaopeng's face, and his nostrils were filled with an indescribable smell. During the whole process, Xiaopeng held his breath and did not move, for fear that the ruthless demon in front of him would find out that he was not dead. This guy, what does he want to do by collecting zombie corpses? Xiaopeng was extremely frightened and kept having wild thoughts. Clank, clank. Ling Tian stuffed all the corpses into the incinerator and pressed the button to start the incinerator. Sizzle. The temperature in the furnace increases rapidly. The zombies' corpses came into contact with the high temperature and began to sizzle. An indescribable smell filled the entire incinerator. Xiaopeng opened his eyes, and the scorching air made it difficult for him to breathe. Looking at the surrounding environment, Xiaopeng realized that he was trapped in an incinerator. Terror filled his heart, and he could no longer pretend. No, no, I'm not dead yet. Put out the fire. Xiaopeng screamed frantically, trying to ask for help from people outside. Ling Tian took off his stained raincoat and was about to leave when the scream in the furnace caught his attention. This was the first time he encountered such an abnormal situation. But he was not panicked. As a materialist, Ling Tian doesn't believe in ghosts or gods at all. As for the terrifying screams in the furnace, there is nothing strange about it. It is just a very normal natural phenomenon. Ling Tian once heard from a friend at the funeral home that during the cremation process, the body does not turn into charcoal immediately but rather goes through a process. The high temperature burning the corpse will cause the water vapor in the body to expand. A large amount of water vapor will rush out of the throat and make a sound similar to shouting. Fortunately, I am well informed, otherwise I would have thought it was haunted. Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief.
Bang, bang, bang.
Before one crisis was over, another one arose. Besides the screams of ghosts and wolves, there were actually banging sounds coming from the incinerator. Ling Tian couldn't remain calm and turned to walk towards the incinerator. Through the observation window, one could vaguely see a corpse sitting up. Ling Tian's hair stood up. Could this be? The body does move during cremation. Ling Tian recalled the scientific knowledge his friend at the funeral home had given him. Under the high temperature, fat burns and water in the body evaporates, causing a contraction reaction, which causes the head to lift up. Even the arms may appear to protect the head. When the muscles contract to the extreme, they will further drive the spine, causing the entire body to sit up all of a sudden. Newcomers to the industry would probably be scared to death after seeing this scene, but after experiencing this a few times, they would get used to it. Ling Tian recalled his friend's warning and immediately realized that he must have encountered a rare phenomenon. He let out a long breath. Fortunately, I did my homework, otherwise I would have thought the corpse had come back to life. Ling Tian secretly thanked himself for having done a lot of homework, otherwise he would have been scared to death when he suddenly saw this scene.
Bang, bang, bang.
Open the door and save people. The sounds of slapping and screaming were hysterical. Really? Why is the reaction of the zombie so strong today? Is it because I didn't get enough sleep and it's an illusion? Ling Tian patted his cheeks with his clean hands, got into the car without looking back, and thought about taking a nap after breakfast. Chapter 20. Celebrities and Internet Celebrities After the End of the World. Come on, baby. Oh yeah, oh good. Oh yes. Catherine's teaching video became a hit on Slowfoot, attracting many likes and comments. Ling Tian saw it on Manjiao Tongqing and couldn't help but sigh, "Tsk tisk, it's such a big code. What a pity." He is not good at foreign languages and wants to find a free teacher to tutor him. Lu Yu came forward curiously, wanting to see what Ling Tian liked. Well, he likes blondes with big, curly hair and big boobs. Sizzle. The premium marbled steak is grilled on the iron plate, making an enticing sound. Ling Tian cut a piece with a knife and put it in his mouth to chew carefully. While eating, he casually watched a short video. A beautiful figure in the video caught his attention. Is this top actress Yu Bingbing? Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. This was his dream lover. During his restless youth, whenever he felt lonely, he couldn't help but play the works of this stunning beauty. In the blockbuster movies, Queen Yu Bingbing astonishes the world with her stunning beauty, curvy body, and her elegant yet arrogant demeanor. All of them teased Ling Tian's body and mind, making him infatuated. Yu Bingbing is in the Magic City now? Ling Tian clicked on the video, which was a video shot by Yu Bingbing when she was living in the hotel. This seems to be the Hilton Hotel in Shanghai. It's not far from me. It's only about 5 or 6 miles away in a straight line. Ling Tian touched his chin, as if thinking about something. The purpose of his trip was to gather S-level experts for his use, and Yu Bingbing was obviously not in his plan. It's easy to have mental problems when fighting zombies alone. Keeping a pet around can soothe the body and mind and reduce the chance of depression. He made a willful decision and decided to take a detour to get a pet to cheer him up. Hilton 5-star Hotel, first floor lobby. Don't do this. I apologize to you. Please let me go. A miserable scream rang out from the first floor. Gao Yuan, CEO of a listed company, was tied to a pillar and beaten until his body was covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. Several hotel staff were recording with their cell phones. Fuck you, you bastard. How dare you use our rations to feed your dog? Weren't you very arrogant in the beginning? Keep barking. No. I was really confused at that time and said the wrong thing. Gao Yuan hurried to explain. Bah, what do you mean by wrong? That's what you really think. The waiter Chi Chung spat on the ground and took out a windproof lighter from his pants. Boss Gao, you haven't eaten much since last night. Are you hungry? I'll roast a chicken for you. What roast chicken? Gao Yuan had a bad feeling. Chi Chung walked up with a grim smile. Help! There were screams of fear in the lobby on the first floor. Tada! The sound of footsteps came from the stairs, attracting the attention of the hotel staff on the first floor. The guests who originally lived in the hotel came down one after another. Yu Bingbing and Li Lu contacted each other through letters and gathered all the other guests who wanted to leave the hotel. Everyone took the elevator to the third floor to gather, and then, under the protection of a large group of bodyguards, they went down the stairs to the first floor lobby in a mighty procession. The hotel staff stationed on the first floor to defend against the zombie invasion had originally gathered in a corner to rest. After discovering Yu Bingbing and others, they all stood up. What are you guys doing here? Chi Chung led about 200 staff members to meet them and stop the crowd. Yu Bingbing glared at him, her face revealing undisguised disgust. This guy was the bad guy who forced Catherine to teach foreign languages last night. Not only was he not punished, he stood in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. We have to leave this hotel and look for help outside. Yu Bingbing's best friend Li Lu spoke coldly to Chi Chung. Chi Chung immediately refused after hearing this. No, if you go out, you will definitely open the passage and attract zombies. I will never allow it. The stranded guest in the hotel was anxious, and the brown-haired Johnson stood up and yelled at him. You can't do this. The customer is God.
Bang!
Chi Chung slapped the foreigner to the ground and said, Stop pretending to be a big shot in front of me. If I say no, it means no. If you don't want to die, get out of here. This ignited the powder keg between the two sides. Bodyguards, go ahead and take down this ignorant bastard. Let's see who dares to make a move. Brothers, grab your weapons. Ding dong. The hotel elevator opened, and a group of security guards holding electric batons rushed out of the elevator and surrounded Yu Bingbing and others. The bodyguards were not to be outdone. They protected their employer in the middle of the team and confronted these people with batons and other weapons. What happened here? A powerful voice sounded. Chi Chung, who had been so arrogant just now, immediately put on a flattering smile and walked towards the voice. Brother Ming, these hotel customers want to open the passage and leave privately. Everyone turned to look and was stunned. I saw a burly man in his early 30s walking out of the elevator with a naked, sexy and hot blonde beauty in his arms. Catherine? Yu Bingbing recognized the woman in the sturdy man's arms at a glance, her eyes full of shock. When Catherine heard someone calling her name, she lowered her head even lower. She felt extremely ashamed to appear in public in such a shameful manner. The sturdy man named Wang Ming was very proud after seeing the reactions of the crowd, and then he slapped Catherine hard to show his sovereignty. Ah! Catherine cried out softly, her face flushed as blood, and she did not dare to resist at all. Wang Ming hugged the sexy horse and walked in front of everyone, saying arrogantly, You are not allowed to open this place. Get out of here. Seeing that the other party was so powerful, these upper-class people began to retreat. What if I say no? Yu Bingbing stood out from the crowd, raised her proud face slightly and looked at him. She was wearing a shirt, jeans, and a windbreaker. and she had a very charismatic aura. Oh, Miss Bingbing wants to be the first to come forward? Wang Ming looked her up and down, excitement flashing in his eyes. The hand that was around Catherine unconsciously moved down a few inches and squeezed it hard. This top queen is much more beautiful than she appears in front of the camera, especially her arrogant aura, which makes people want to conquer her. There are at least 1,000 people in the entire hotel. Now the food is running out. If you don't let us go out and find a way to survive, can you afford to feed so many people? Yu Bingbing shouted coldly at the other party. Wang Ming frowned slightly. What the other party said made some sense, but it was too disrespectful to him. As the boss of the hotel, how could I let a woman like her suppress me? How dare you? It's not your turn to speak here, woman. If you dare to open your mouth again, I'll stuff your mouth with sausages. Wang Ming yelled at the other party, and while speaking he did not forget to push his waist forward a few times, making provocative gestures in front of Yu Bingbing. Yu Bingbing's sexy and beautiful face suddenly became cold as ice. Wang Ming waved his hands at the crowd in a haughty manner. I have my own thoughts on this matter. You all go back first. I will discuss with my men and then decide whether you should stay or go. Then he embraced the sexy Catherine and prepared to leave. Yu Bingbing took a step forward and kicked Wang Ming hard in the back with her slender legs. Wang Ming was totally unprepared and was kicked to the ground, where he fell flat on his face. You stinky woman, do you want to die? Wang Ming got up from the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. Yu Bingbing hugged her proud breasts with both hands and snorted coldly. Don't try to bully others. You are not the only one who has the final say here. She glanced at the hotel staff. The food here can't feed thousands of people. You will starve to death sooner or later if you stay here. If you want to leave, stand up. This is your only chance to survive. The hotel staff looked at each other and began to consider Yu Bingbing's words. In the early hours of the morning, a big fight broke out here over food, and dozens of people died. They were very uneasy about their current situation, so they responded one after another. We don't want to stay here. We want to go out and find a way to survive. You. Wang Ming glanced around angrily. The power he had in his hands was already difficult to use against the bodyguards. Now many neutral people are on the side of that girl, and he can't suppress them by force. After a moment, he could only bow to reality. Forget it. Since so many people want to leave, I won't force you. Snort. Yu Bingbing raised her eyebrows proudly at Wang Ming, then led everyone to leave. Etc. Wang Ming pointed at Yu Bingbing in the crowd and said, everyone else can go, but this woman must stay. What? Yu Bingbing glared at Wang Ming, and the 7 or 8 bodyguards following her stood up. This woman is too arrogant. I have lost all my face. I must hand her over to me and my brothers to calm down. Wang Ming shouted. The security guards following him brightened their eyes and started shouting as well. I think you are a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Yu Bingbing's fiancée Zhang Haoshuan stepped forward with a group of bodyguards. In addition, Yu Bingbing's other friends also stood up and instructed their bodyguards not to let the other party get close. Yu Bingbing's circle of friends is strong enough, and the number of bodyguards she brings with her accounts for more than 60% of the entire hotel. You bodyguards, do you want to die? Get out of my way. Wang Ming became furious and tried to threaten the bodyguards with words to mind their own business. Yu Bingbing noticed that some of the bodyguards were wavering, so she warned them. You bodyguards have a protection mission. You must think carefully about the consequences of abandoning your employer. When the disaster is over, all criminals will be brought to justice. The bodyguards around the rich are different from hotel service staff. Their monthly salary is as low as 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, and they are vested interests. After Yu Bingbing's reminder, he made his own decision. Bodyguard Captain Yu Feng warned Wang Ming and others. We take money from people to help them get rid of disasters. This is our job. What a crap job. It's the end of the world now. Don't be stupid. Haha, this is just your idea. We don't think so. No matter how powerful these zombies are, can they defeat the army? When the disaster subsides, you will all have to pay the price for what you did today. I advise you to take care of yourself. Yu Feng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. The other bodyguards also said firmly, move aside. We can't hand over our employer. Damn, these guys are as hard and smelly as the stones in the toilet. Wang Ming looked unhappy. Catherine took the opportunity to escape from Wang Ming and rushed over to hug Yu Bingbing's trouser legs. Help me! Help me! Wang Ming was furious. You guys, hand over Catherine. Looking at Wang Ming's angry expression, Chi Chang rolled his eyes and thought of a solution. He said to Yu Feng and others, you bodyguards, don't go too far. Let's take a step back. We won't bother your employers, But all the women who don't hire bodyguards must be handed over. How can that be possible? Yu Bingbing was the first to object, saying that the person handed over would definitely suffer the same fate as Catherine. Catherine hid behind Yu Bingbing, trembling, her eyes full of tears. Miss, this is not within our scope of work. We have no obligation to protect irrelevant people. The bodyguards also have their own calculations. They have no choice but to protect their employers, and they don't even want to look at other people. Captain Yu leaned close to Yu Bingbing's ear and said, Miss, please stop interfering in other people's business. In the current situation, it's good enough to protect yourself. My best friend Lu also came over. Yeah, don't be silly, this is not the job of bodyguards. If you keep going like this, we might all be left behind to be humiliated. Although Yu Bingbing tried her best to resist, she could not reverse the trend. All the beautiful women who did not hire bodyguards were pushed out. Wang Ming smiled smugly at this and then waved his hand. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's have some meat today. The hotel security personnel cheered and rushed forward. No matter whether these women are stars, internet celebrities, or spoiled rich girls, there is only one ending once they fall into their hands. Wang Ming also walked forward, grabbed the sexy Catherine and pulled her out. Although Catherine was extremely reluctant, she could only kneel down in front of Wang Ming in tears. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming laughed loudly, and at the same time did not forget to wink at Yu Bingbing, who was not far away. Chapter 21: Advanced Mutated Zombies. Quick, quick, those who want to leave, get out now while there are no zombies around. Yu Bingbing walked out of the side door of the hotel with her long and beautiful legs and rushed towards the street outside under the escort of bodyguards. A large group of hotel staff followed behind, making the scene quite spectacular. Now almost all the streets in the city are blocked. It is impossible to drive out, and you can only escape on foot. The original plan was to first leave Jianghua district in the city center, and then search for two-wheeled vehicles such as motorcycles and electric vehicles and evacuate to the suburbs. Ouch! Huh. The zombies that were originally scattered around smelled the scent of food and rushed towards the crowd. Wow. A bloody figure flashed by, and two female hotel employees were taken away from the team. What is this? Everyone looked towards the bloody figure and were all horrified. This is a zombie without skin, and its red muscle tissue is exposed, which is extremely scary. The bones of its limbs have undergone huge changes, allowing it to move quickly in a crawling posture. A natural hunter with amazing strength and agility. At this moment, it was pressing the two prey it had caught to the ground and opening its mouth to bite one of them on the head. Ah! The prey screamed as her head was bitten open by the mutated zombie. Then the zombie opened its bloody mouth and feasted on her brain. Help! Help! The prey was not dead yet when its brain was being eaten, and it looked terrified and asked for help from its companions not far away. No one paid any attention to her. Everyone fled in panic, fearing that disaster would befall them.
Bang!
The hard concrete floor cracked, and a giant worm-like creature jumped out from beneath the ground, opening its spiky teeth to devour the two people above the ground. All this happened extremely quickly. Before people could even see its specific appearance, it had already burrowed back into the ground with its full load of prey. Oh my God, what are these? Some people were so scared that their legs went weak, and they fell to the ground and peed. If Ling Tian was present, he would be able to recognize that these things were all advanced zombie forms. There is simply too much food for zombies in the city center, which greatly accelerates their growth. Oh! A zombie appeared in front of Yu Bingbing and others, and the bodyguard beside him rushed forward with a sharp blade and an explosion-proof shield. The zombie's mouth was severely mutated, and it looked like a huge cracked petal. When it saw someone rushing towards it, it immediately opened its mouth wide, and its entire head seemed to explode in an instant, spurting out green mucus. Sizzle! The highly corrosive crushing force instantly melted the explosion-proof shield. The first bodyguard who rushed forward couldn't even make a sound before he was corroded into a pool of slime. Get the fuck out of here. The captain of the bodyguards swung the fire axe and chopped the zombie that was spraying corrosive liquid away, opening a way to escape for everyone. No, there are mutated zombies everywhere. Running away on two legs is a dead end. Let's find a place to hide first. Captain Yufeng shouted to everyone, then took the lead and led Yu Bingbing and others to the supermarket upstairs. Uproar. A strange cry was heard, and 5 or 6 tentacles as thick as forearms hung down from the ceiling of the supermarket, entangling the first few people who rushed in. Crack, crack, the sound of breaking bones was heard, and a rich man's bones were broken in an instant, dying a horrible death. Although the other three strong bodyguards were not entangled to death, they were also in danger. The three of them were so angry that their faces turned red, and they used all their strength to fight against the tentacles. Captain Yu, the bodyguard Zhang Cheng roared, took out a machete and slashed at the tentacles. Uproar. The tentacle zombie felt pain, put the rest of the people down, and pounced on Zhang Cheng with all his strength, instantly wrapping him up in a ball. Quick, rescue Zhang Cheng. Captain Yu quickly asked for help from people around him. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Cheng roared, and the tentacles on his body broke into pieces. Captain Yu was stunned at first, then he pulled out his dagger and stabbed the tentacle zombie in the head again, killing it. After a hard fight, Yu Bingbing, Li Lu, Zhang Haoshuan, and their remaining 15 bodyguards finally escaped to the small Ruinfa supermarket near the hotel. Hoo. Yu Bingbing slumped on the ground without caring about her image. She was terrified by everything she had just experienced. Bingbing, you're thirsty after running for so long. Here's a bottle of mineral water for you to drink. Zhang Haoshuan handed a bottle of Kunlun Mountain to Yu Bingbing. Thank you. Yu Bingbing took the water somewhat embarrassedly. She felt guilty for her previous indifference to her fiancé. By the way, block the door below the supermarket and look around for food. Yu Bingbing's best friend Li Lu is giving instructions to the bodyguards. Boom. Boom. A horrible crash sound was heard from a distance, and Yu Bingbing and the other two were so scared that they quickly hid. The bodyguards ran to the window with serious expressions and observed the situation through binoculars. What is that? A giant mutant monster? A bodyguard asked worriedly. No, that's not right. It looks like a heavy armored vehicle. I think it's the army. The army is here to wipe out the zombies. Captain Yu Feng said in a deep voice. Then he walked to where Yu Bingbing and the other two were hiding and told them his discovery. Zhang Haoshuan was pleasantly surprised. I told you, the army is here. After hearing this, Yu Bingbing and Li Lu showed a look of relief on their faces. The two girls clapped their hands, hugged each other, and cheered. Chapter 22. Don't know life or death. Boom. Boom. The tall and heavy Doomsday RV drove on the road, forcibly knocking aside the cars blocking it and forcing its way out. There were countless zombies on the road. After hearing the roar of the car, they gathered together and tried to intercept it. Fortunately, Ling Tian's RV was strong enough to crush all the zombies blocking the way into exploding specimens. In the tall buildings on both sides, the survivors were extremely excited when they saw the RV running rampant on the street, thinking that the army rescue had arrived. They stretched out simple flags made of clotheslines and clothes from the windowsills and asked Ling Tian for help. Please save us. Ling Tian sighed. This natural disaster is beyond human control, and the fate of many people was already determined when the disaster struck. The closer they got to the central bustling area, the more broken-down vehicles there were on the streets. In the end, even Ling Tian's RV couldn't be knocked over. There are too many cars. How can we drive? Ling Tian frowned, considering what to do. If I want to pass through here, I have to get off the bus, but this will likely expose the secret of my spatial ability. After a moment, Ling Tian finally made up his mind. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, we will have to pass through here and go to Shuangdan College on the Central Island. I am full of energy now, and I will definitely be able to reach the 3rd level within 2 days. Nothing should be able to hurt me. He tidied himself up a bit, then opened the car door and jumped out. Boy, is that car yours? Ling Tian was just about to put the Doomsday RV into the space ring at this time, but he stopped immediately after hearing the sound. A bald man and his 2 men emerged from nearby and rushed towards him with big strides. Ling Tian glanced at the other side. Each of these guys was holding a steel pipe shovel in his hand. The guy in the middle has an axe on his back, and it's obvious that he's not a good person. Fuck, this car is awesome. Scarface took a look at the RV that Ling Tian was driving, and his eyes were shining. This is more like a mobile fortress than a motorhome. It would be awesome to own one in the apocalypse. The bald man in the lead looked Ling Tian up and down, assessing his strength. We are cornered by zombies. Would you mind giving us a ride? As he spoke, he slapped his palms with the steel pipe, as if he was about to hit someone. Hee hee. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Did he look like he was easy to bully? What are you laughing at, kid? Don't be so shameless. The muscular man took a step forward and tried to grab Ling Tian by the collar.
Bang!
Ling Tian kicked out with the force of thousands of attacks hitting the muscular man, and a terrifying bone-breaking sound was heard. The muscular man flew backwards at high speed like a cannonball and crashed into the shop behind him. The kick exploded the muscular man's internal organs, broke his bones, and he died on the spot. You're looking for death. When Scarface saw Ling Tian taking action, he immediately picked up a shovel and was about to smash it on Ling Tian's head. Puff, puff. Two streaks of silver light flashed by, and the sharp dagger cut the hamstring behind his knee, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Ah, what is this? Scarface fell to the ground, staring at the two daggers floating in the air with horror. This is the telekinetic weapon used by Ling Tian. Use invisible telekinesis to control the dagger and attack enemies around you. The current maximum control range is 3 meters, and it consumes 1 energy point per second. D. As soon as Ling Tian finished speaking, two daggers flew around and cut. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the scarred man was chopped into pieces alive. Mummy! The bald man was so frightened when he saw this. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a weird method of attack. He immediately ran away for his life. Knock knock. Two daggers cut through the air and pierced through him from behind with great force. The bald man screamed and died on the spot. Out of habit, Ling Tian stepped forward and quickly collected the spoils. What is this? Ling Tian found a ring with energy fluctuations on the bald man's hand. This is an entry-level range ring that can increase the skill range by 10%. After some attempts, Ling Tian figured out the effect of the ring. This thing is really a bit tasteless to me. Ling Tian frowned. His telekinesis was only 22 meters after being amplified, so it wasn't very useful. There are two types of attribute accessories. One is a fixed value increase, and the other is a percentage increase. A percentage range ring like this is only suitable for powers that already have a long range. After increasing the distance, you can ambush people in a safe area far away. The fixed entry-level range ring can increase the range by 10 meters. Range skills such as field are quite special and can only increase the range by 1 meter. Forget it, just take it with you first. I still have the jewelry slot now. Although the improvement was not much, Ling Tian still decided to activate it and gain the buff on the ring. Under normal circumstances, a psychic can activate up to 5 accessories at the same time, which means 5 accessory slots. Ling Tian now has plenty of empty seats. Activating too many transcendent items at the same time will reduce the overall effect due to the mutual influence between the accessories. For example, if you activate 8 accessories at the same time, they can only exert 50% of their original effect due to mutual interference, which will result in negative benefits. What is this? Ling Tian paused for a moment while rummaging through his pockets, then took out a crystal core from the bald man. That's right. This thing is extracted from burning zombies. Why do these people have it? Ling Tian was full of questions. It's normal to have extraordinary items, but it's rather strange to have this thing. Could it be that these people burned the zombies they killed in order to protect the environment and accidentally obtain this crystal core? Do these people have such a strong sense of public morality? It's a pity that I was too ruthless just now and killed these 3 people in one encounter. Now there is no chance to ask questions. Forget it. The person is dead. Why bother thinking about these things? And this is not a place to stay for long. Ling Tian put all their belongings into the space ring, intending to check again when he had time to see if he could find any clues. The space ring flickered, and the RV that looked like a steel monster immediately disappeared. Lu Yu, Wang Yao and her daughter, who were staying in the RV, were also taken in. They have the ability to adapt to the environment, so they can live normally in the space ring without any worries. This scene was seen by the surrounding residents, and everyone was shocked. Someone accidentally recorded the entire process and posted it online. In the Ruinfa supermarket, the bodyguards walked down from the 4th floor dejectedly. Yu Bingbing and others who were waiting on the 3rd floor had been waiting for a long time. They were all stunned when they saw them coming down empty-handed. What's going on? Is there no food upstairs? Yu Bingbing asked in disbelief. Yu Feng replied somewhat frustratedly. The upstairs has long been occupied by the survivors, and the passage up is completely blocked. They will not listen to any negotiation. There is absolutely no food here? There was anger in Zhang Haoshuan's voice. Yu Feng lowered his head and replied, I'm sorry, master. I can only ask you to be patient for a while. Bang. Zhang Haoshuan slapped Yu Feng in the face. What a fucking waste. I don't know what the point of raising you is. Zheng Cheng was furious when he saw this scene. He strode forward and pushed Zhang Haoshuan to the ground. Why are you so damn arrogant? If we hadn't protected you just now, you would have been eaten by zombies. Ouch. Zhang Haoshuan got up from the ground and glared at him. You want a rebel too, huh? Don't forget, the army has come to deal with the zombies, and order will be restored here soon. Yu Feng pulled Zheng Cheng and said, Forget it. Don't worry about it. We are just working for money. They are different from hotel waiters. Those guys in the hotel earn several $1,000s a month, and if they feel that the world is in chaos, they will naturally be the first to jump out and cause trouble. As top bodyguards, Yufeng and others earn a lot of money, with the lowest paid earning around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a month. Even in a place like Shanghai, it is considered a high income. As long as they feel that the future will be on the right track, they will not easily turn against us. Everyone, stop making a fuss. I just found 2 cans of luncheon meat in the corner. We can share them later. A bodyguard named Wanji came over happily and showed the luncheon meat in his hand to everyone. Zhang Haoshuan immediately stepped forward and snatched the 2 cans of luncheon meat in an extremely domineering manner. Why share? This little bit of food is not enough for us to eat. You guys are big and strong. It's okay for you to go hungry for 2 meals. He turned around with a smile on his face. I've got lunch for today. Li Lu was also very happy. By the way, there are induction cookers and pots here. We can fry them. It will taste better. Yu Bingbing also thought this suggestion was good. The 3 of them started to get busy. When Zhang Cheng saw their condescending attitude, a hint of anger emerged in the depths of his eyes. His lips trembled, and then he said to Zhang Haoshuan and others, "We have collected a lot of mineral water here. We can put these 2 cans of luncheon meat in it and boil it with the water. Then we can have some soup." Li Lu looked at him with disdain. What? This thing tastes so bad when boiled in water. Zhang Haoshuan was furious. You're not done yet, are you? I haven't had enough to eat myself, and you still want to drink soup. An unhappy expression also appeared on Yu Bingbing's face. After all, she was a spoiled aristocratic girl, and she was not from the same class as these bodyguards. There is always a natural sense of superiority in my heart. She waved her hand gracefully. How about this? You just be patient. After this incident is over, I will give you an extra 200,000 yuan each as a reward. Can a few stinky bucks make you so disgusting? Zheng Cheng was so angry that he wanted to explode, but after seeing the looks from the other bodyguards, he temporarily swallowed his anger. Chapter 23. Various forces are ready to take action. Zheng Cheng went downstairs and found a place to sit down, feeling extremely depressed. I'm so unlucky. I used binoculars to observe in the hotel before, but I never found any scary mutant zombies. Where did these things come from? Since the day the zombie outbreak occurred, these bodyguards have begun observing and studying the situation of the zombies. At the beginning, the zombies on the streets could even be said to be funny. Each one of them looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, walking slowly and with stiff movements. Apart from being a little stronger and having a little more vitality, it can be said that it has no other advantages. People with good physical fitness can play with them on the street. I don't know why, but a group of active zombies came later. These creatures move much like normal humans and can run on 2 legs to chase prey. Although its speed is slightly slower than that of an average human, its endurance is extremely high and it hardly ever gets tired. It can chase its prey until it is exhausted to death. When they were escaping from the Hilton Hotel today, mutant zombies appeared inexplicably, which caught them off guard. Some are as fast as cheetahs, some can burrow into the ground to ambush, some can spit sulfuric acid, and some have tentacles with enormous power. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, will something more terrifying be born? Zheng Cheng felt his head buzzing. He didn't want to think about it, nor did he dare to think about it. Hey brother, I'm just keeping watch here alone. A bodyguard came over, patted Zheng Cheng on the shoulder, and then sat down. This bodyguard belongs to the Angry Wolf Security Company, but he is from Zhonglong Security. The 2 are not colleagues and are relatively strangers to each other. Zheng Cheng replied, I don't want to watch those 3 guys eating inside, because it makes me think of myself as a dog waiting for alms from its master. The man grinned. Ha ha ha. It's inevitable that there will be some unpleasantness when doing things. Just bear with it for the sake of money. What's more, Han Xian once suffered the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch, and his name was still recorded in history. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zheng Cheng began to ask the other party's name. I seem to have heard your name before. It seems to be Qian Xian. Qian Xian lit a cigarette and handed it over. This name is very vulgar, right? It sounds uncultured. I have no choice. My family is poor and I want to get rich every day, so I gave it this name. Zheng Cheng waved his hand and refused to take the other person's cigarette. This is bad for your health. I never smoke. It's better not to smoke. I got addicted to smoking when I was young, and now I can't quit even if I want to. Qian Xian took a deep breath, blew out a puff of smoke comfortably, and then lowered his voice and asked, Do you think the world can get back on track? Zheng Cheng looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Do you think the army can't solve this incident? I am thinking about a very realistic question. If the world cannot return to normal, What is the meaning of what we are doing now? For a few useless pieces of paper, you let a few powerless losers trample on your dignity. For an illusory future, you use your precious life to protect those guys? It's all ridiculous to think about it. Zheng Cheng recalled the scene in the hotel. Catherine, who was once kept by a wealthy man, was actually held naked in the arms of a hotel security captain and played with at will. The scene was truly too shocking. Why did you come all the way to talk to me about this? What on earth do you want to do? Zheng Cheng asked in a low voice. Qian Xian looked around, opened a video on his mobile phone, and handed it to Zhang Cheng. This turned out to be a promotional recruitment video for a certain gang. A tough guy in a suit stood in front of the camera and shouted a slogan. This world is over, heroes are made by the times, and the crazy shark gang is recruiting like-minded brothers from all over the city. The scene changed, and there were steaks, roast chicken, prawns, and all kinds of luxurious meals. We have plenty of food here. You don't have to go hungry after joining us. You can drink a lot of wine and eat big chunks of meat at every meal. The scene changed again, showing various pistols, submachine guns, and grenades. We are fully equipped here. You don't have to hide after joining us. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they can't withstand our firepower. The man in the suit appeared again and shouted in an excited voice. As long as you have the courage and are not afraid of death, this is your paradise. Let us build a new world order together. You will be the master of the future world. Registration location: Guangmao District, Songshan Road, Jinhui Building. Zheng Cheng showed a look of shock on his face. Where did you get this thing? How dare the gang recruit people like this? Don't you want to live? Qian Xian showed a mysterious smile on his face. There are many similar videos, and here is an even more exaggerated one. As he said this, he changed the video and Zheng Cheng was stunned on the spot. This is actually a recruitment advertisement for Zhonglong Security, the security company where Zheng Cheng worked. The surrounding walls and the ground were filled with a pile of ammunition, ranging from basic pistols to heavy rocket launchers, displayed one by one. A row of computers on the table in front were broadcasting in real time the spectacular images of the company's grain storage and canteen meals. The company executives sat on chairs, surrounded by a group of coolly dressed beauties, looking extremely majestic. Zheng Cheng recognized each of these women. They were all well-known celebrities and internet celebrities who often appeared on TV. Who would have thought that they would wear such revealing outfits to shoot a promotional video for Zhonglong Company? Zhonglong Group is strong, and we sincerely invite like-minded people to build a new home together. Prioritize recruiting strong people, mercenaries, bodyguards, and soldiers. The benefits are generous. Don't miss this opportunity. Benefits for outstanding employees. You can choose any beauty and possess her for 30 days. The man sitting in the middle grabbed a female star, let her sit in his arms, and reached in with his big hands to squeeze her hard. As long as you are good enough, they can even open the door for you to experience something different and wonderful. Registration location: Jianghua District, Xinjing Road, Dihao Building. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Zheng Cheng felt like his brain was no longer functioning. This completely shattered his three perspectives. Qian Xian explained in his ear, these recruitment videos have only been released in the past 1 or 2 days. Various forces are ready to make moves. It is obvious that they believe that this world is hopeless and has entered an era of chaos. You want to join them? From some of the information I heard, the army and the government have disappeared. There is no point in protecting those 3 guys. Qian Xian lowered his voice and said, I want to bring you Shi and Li Lu, 2 of Lungwa's top female stars, to join us. They are both very famous, and each of them can be exchanged for at least 10 submachine guns. No, Yu Feng and his people are quite stubborn. You can't take people away from them before they realize the reality. I know, so I'm trying to find out in private. If I were to take action, would you support me? Zheng Cheng pondered for a moment and said, if it is really as you said, I will naturally not object. I have been annoyed with those rich people for a long time. Qian Xian smiled and said, I understand. By the way, where did you get those videos? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. Qian Xian licked the corner of his mouth and said, slow down. Haven't you seen the local videos on Douyin? No, I never watch short videos. You can come down and take a look now. It will help you to understand the real world again. Qian Xian left after he finished speaking. Chapter 24: Ling Tian's Arrival. Oh, I'm so hungry. Yu Bingbing and Li Lu went to bed early, holding their hungry stomachs. There are quite a lot of blankets and quilts in the Ruinfa supermarket, so they don't have to sleep with their clothes on. Captain Yu Feng, who was observing the situation through a telescope by the window, had a look of deep worry between his brows. The heavy RV that was heading toward the city center in the morning disappeared inexplicably. This left him completely puzzled. In short, the current situation is very bad. We cannot pin all our hopes on the rescue team. We have to find a way to escape from Jianghua district in the city center. The supermarket stairs and other passages have been blocked, but just in case, people are still assigned to keep watch. Although Zheng Cheng was assigned to guard the second half of the night, he had no desire to sleep at all. He leaned in the corner without saying a word and, for the first time in his life, he watched short videos on his mobile phone. On TikTok and Slowfoot, there are countless videos of people asking for help, full of despair. What bullshit! It's been the 4th day since the zombies appeared. Why is no one dealing with it? What's going on? No one ever answers the police call. Where are all the people with guns? Zheng Cheng never dreamed that the world outside would become like this. In this pile of videos asking for help, no one received rescue from the government, whether in the farthest Anshan district or in the city center of Ganghua district. This is incredible. Maybe it is true as Qian Xian said, that the government and the army have disappeared. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the current abnormal situations. In addition to messages asking for help, there are also numerous videos of pile driving and combat. In a certain villa area, the former security guard broke into the owner's house, occupied the house, and beat the owner into a fool. A second-generation kid was beaten like a punching bag because of his arrogance and domineering behavior, and all his teeth were knocked out. In a certain nightclub, a group of security guards were lawless, and each of them monopolized 2 or 3 sexy girls, and the passion was overwhelming. While scrolling, Zheng Cheng suddenly came across a very special video. Recruiting people with special abilities. A mysterious man in a black cloak sat in the room, slowly and calmly telling everything about supernatural powers. Along with the zombie disaster came extraordinary supernatural powers. Many people in this world have awakened, but they themselves are unaware of it. Superpowers are usually divided into active and passive. Passive superpowers usually increase strength and speed, and are easier to detect. Active superpowers are more troublesome. Without someone to teach you, it's hard to release them. Usually, only superpowers with a rating of B or above can release them by instinct. Zheng Cheng's heart moved when he heard this. He remembered that he had once used brute force to break off the tentacles. This was indeed very strange. Could it be that I am the person with superpowers mentioned in the video? You can try it. Close your eyes and dive into your mind. If you are lucky enough, you will soon find this superpower tree in your mind. My phone number is printed at the bottom of the screen. If you find that the supernatural tree is purple or gold, please contact me immediately. After you report the location, someone will come to take you to a safe area. Finally, I want to give you a warning. Apart from these 2 colors, do not try to trick others into coming to my house. I will kill these troublemakers and set an example for others. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes and tried to find the superpower tree. Not long after, he actually found it. Unfortunately, the color of the tree is blue. There seem to be fruits on the tree. Let me take a look. Berserk greatly increases strength by 40% in a short period of time, consuming 1 energy point every 10 seconds. After a night, everyone did not sleep well. Many bodyguards were already awake at daybreak. Help, help. Chaotic and noisy sounds came from a distance. Everyone was awakened instantly, and they all climbed out of their quilts and ran to various locations to be on guard. Those who had binoculars in their hands observed the situation outside from the windowsill. It seems that a nightclub in the distance has been breached by zombies, and a large number of zombies are heading there in search of food. Captain Yufeng murmured. By the way, this is a very good opportunity to escape. It suddenly occurred to him. While the zombie horde is away, everyone quickly leaves Jianghua district, where traffic is the most congested. Then they can search for 2-wheeled vehicles such as motorcycles and electric vehicles and evacuate to the suburbs. Yufeng lowered his voice and ordered the other bodyguards. Quick, move the debris that was blocking the corridor. We need to take this opportunity to escape. A group of bodyguards immediately became busy. Look, what is that? Yu Bingbing came to the window and saw a huge steel monster. She was very excited. This is the heavy vehicle we saw yesterday morning. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did it get here with such a congested road and arrive downstairs of our building quietly? Zheng Cheng had a puzzled look in his eyes. Zhang Haoshuan ran over and was extremely excited when he saw the big truck. Ha ha ha, I finally waited for it. This must be the military rescue vehicle. Damn it, I finally don't have to hide from place to place. Comfortable interior of the RV. Ling Tian rubbed his eyes and woke up from his sleep. These days, zombies often scratch his car in the middle of the night. He has long been used to it, and ordinary noises rarely disturb him. The RV shell has a very good noise reduction and shock absorption effect. After putting on earplugs, it feels almost like sleeping in a quiet room. The first thing Ling Tian did when he woke up in the morning was to click the remote control out of habit. The 40-inch banana display screen in front was turned on and a TV program started playing. There are no special programs on each channel now, basically just TV dramas. When the TV is on, you can hear the conversations inside, which makes you feel more lively and less lonely. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Ling Tian went to take a look at the surveillance camera. What was rare was that there were no zombies scratching his car today. Interesting. I drove aggressively during this period and hit many large trucks, even breaking the light bulb on the left side. Now that there are no zombies disturbing us, I can go down and inspect the car body. Just like that, Ling Tian opened the side door and walked out of the RV. The space ring in his hand flashed, and he took out a delicious donkey meat hot pot, held it in his hand, and chewed it carefully. On the windowsill of the supermarket on the third floor, Zhang Haoshuan, Li Lu, and Yu Bingbing were drooling with greed after seeing this scene, and they wished they could rush over to ask for a portion from each other. Chapter 25. What I hate most in my life is dog barking. Ling Tian took the donkey meat barbecue and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fresh and fragrant taste. It was very delicious. Delicious. He praised it, then took out a cup of steaming soy milk from the ring, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Gurgle. Soy milk is delicate and smooth, with a long-lasting bean aroma. It is extremely refreshing to drink a sip of it in this resource-scarce end times. Gurgle, gurgle. Yu Bingbing, Li Lu, and Zhang Haoshuan were drooling on the windowsill. These three people have been spoiled since childhood and have never been hungry, let alone had the experience of watching others eat while hungry. Seeing Ling Tian eating so happily, the three of them were filled with jealousy. Zhang Haoshuan became hungrier and hungrier as he watched and turned to get angry at the bodyguards. You bastards! Hurry up and clear the way down. If it's too late, that guy will get away. Yes, Master Zhang. Zhang Haoshuan shifted his gaze and looked at the RV behind Ling Tian and was suddenly excited. Damn it, I can finally get out of this damn place. When I get in the car, I'm going to take a good shower and have a big meal. When I get back, I will find three young models to help me relieve my stress. These past 2 days have been a real misfortune. Ladies and gentlemen, the passage below has been opened. You may come out now. Captain Yufeng beside him reminded. Hurry. I want to get away from this damn place by car. Li Lu looked excited and trotted down quickly. Yu Bingbing and Zhang Haoshuan followed closely behind. Downstairs at the Ruinfa supermarket, Ling Tian ate breakfast while walking around the RV to check the damage. It's not a big problem. The car body has some damage, but it's nothing serious. If there was any serious problem, he wouldn't be able to fix it anyway. The most you can do is to replace it with a new one from the space ring. After drinking the soy milk and hot cakes, Ling Tian felt that his stomach was only half full, so he took out another boiled corn. Just as he was about to open his mouth and take a bite, a voice interrupted him. Hey, you over there, you're from the rescue team, right? A large group of people rushed out of the Ruinfa supermarket and walked towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian took a quick look and found 2 beautiful figures in the crowd. He knew both of them. One is Li Lu, a top actress in manhwa. The other one is his target this time. Yu Bingbing is a top actress in manhwa, the top queen of the entertainment industry, and the dream goddess of countless men. TSK. This woman is even more beautiful than what she appears on camera. Ling Tian admired in his heart. Yu Bingbing has a delicate oval face, eyebrows like ink painting, a high-nose bridge, and red lips without any makeup. She has a tall and well-proportioned figure, with curves in all the right places. Even though her breasts are covered by a large windbreaker, her proud breasts are still visible. Such a stunning beauty always has a sense of arrogance of a superior between her brows, as if she is born superior to others. It arouses men's desire for conquest deep in their hearts all the time. She and Li Lu didn't even look at Ling Tian, and walked straight towards the Doomsday RV behind him. The two of them stretched out their delicate hands, stroked the terrifying steel monster, and screamed excitedly. Great! With this big car, we can safely evacuate this damn place. The bodyguards also strode over happily. Really? Why are you rescue teams so slow? After saying that, he ignored Ling Tian and went to look at the cart behind him. Young Master Zhang, who was so hungry that he felt dizzy, saw the corn in Ling Tian's hand and his eyes turned green with greed. While the other party was distracted by Yu Bingbing, Master Zhang rushed over and snatched the corn from the other party's hand. He took a bite quickly as if he was a starving ghost. Oh, sweet and delicious, so damn delicious. Young Master Zhang held the corn in both hands and ate it, without caring about his image at all. Ling Tian came back to his senses, looked at his empty hands, then looked at Master Zhang who was eating voraciously opposite him, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. What the hell? You dare to snatch something from my hand? After hearing this, Master Zhang looked up and found Ling Tian looking straight at him. He immediately flew into a rage. What the hell? It's just a piece of corn. What's the big deal? After saying that, he continued to eat, mumbling, You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I'm eating this to give you face.
Bang!
A crisp slap was heard, and Master Zhang was hit and flew into the air. 2 teeth were knocked out. When everyone heard the sound, they immediately turned around and found that it was the unknown guy who beat Zhang Haoshuan. A group of bodyguards rushed over and helped the second-generation young man up, while at the same time blocking him and imposing martial law. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason? Li Lu stepped forward and pointed at Ling Tian and shouted angrily. Ling Tian glanced at her and said nothing. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ah, my teeth. You actually dared to hit me. Master Zhang covered his cheeks with his hands and screamed miserably. Oh! Ling Tian sneered and crushed the corn cobs on the ground with his foot. What bad luck! The good corn was chewed by the animals. Young Master Zhang was so angry that he was shaking all over. What do you mean? Are you calling me a beast? Ling Tian said calmly, Idiot! Who do you think you are? A bodyguard stood up and glared at Ling Tian condescendingly. Be careful what you say, you bastard!
Bang!
Ling Tian raised his hand and slapped the bodyguard, who was as strong as a giant ape, and he turned 2.5 circles on the spot. Then he sat down heavily on the ground. When Yu Bingbing saw this strange scene, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Are you sure? How can it be more exaggerated than making a movie? What do you mean, kid? Several bodyguards surrounded him aggressively. Ling Tian moved his wrist nonchalantly. What I hate most in my life is a dog barking in front of me. Damn, you are tired of living. This statement angered everyone. Not only Master Zhang, but everyone present glared at Ling Tian. Master Zhang was already extremely angry. I'll pay you 3 million, no, 5 million, and you guys kill him. As soon as he dies, the car will be ours. This idiot is just wasting air. The bodyguard's eyes lit up after hearing this. 5 million was not a small sum. Besides, there are zombies everywhere here, and no one would know if you killed someone. You are such an unlucky boy. You even dared to offend Master Zhang. You deserve to die today. A bodyguard said, roaring and punching Ling Tian in the head. Ling Tian stood there, and the next second,
Bang!
the 2 men's fists bumped together. Snap! A crisp sound was heard. The bodyguard's arm was broken on the spot.
Ah!
The bodyguard squatted on the ground with his arms folded, and his cries of pain echoed throughout the street. Chapter 26. Unstoppable. Yu Bingbing was stunned, covering her red lips with both hands, her beautiful face full of surprise. Although Ling Tian's figure is tall and strong, he still looks too weak compared to these tall and sturdy bodyguards. No one expected that the bodyguard who was as strong as a bear would have his arm broken by a single punch. This is outrageous. Ling Tian shook his arms and felt a pain and numbness. With a punching force of 500 kilograms, it is still a bit of a disadvantage to fight against these first-class bodyguards. Although he broke the opponent's arm, he would also suffer some impact. The bodyguard whose arm was broken knelt on the ground and screamed in pain, losing the ability to resist. Ling Tian lowered his eyes to look at him, then raised his right foot and kicked at the strong bear bodyguard on the head. His kick was powerful, with a force of thousands of kilograms, and could easily blow a zombie's head apart. Boy, you're looking for death. The bodyguard with a crew cut rushed forward and rammed Ling Tian with an iron kick, trying to knock him away. This move is so powerful and fierce that most people would be torn to pieces on the spot if hit by it. But what is Ling Tian's physical condition now? Even after being hit by a guy with a crew cut, he remained completely motionless. The next second, Ling Tian opened his arms and hugged the bodyguard with a shaved head, and suddenly exerted force from his waist. He was given a standard hug and throw. Boom! The man with a crew cut was thrown heavily to the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the bricks. Dust scattered everywhere in an instant. The bodyguard with a shaved head fell in the dust, his life or death uncertain. Gurgle. The bodyguards around swallowed their saliva. The scene before them seemed like a dream. When Master Zhang saw this, he was so angry that he yelled, "Damn you! Useless bastards! I paid you to come here, and you can't even handle a jerk."
Ah,
The bodyguard wearing sunglasses pulled out a machete and rushed up from behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't even turn his head and silently activated his own supernatural powers. A silver light flashed, and two daggers shot out under Ling Tian's control. The appearance of these two daggers was too strange. The man in sunglasses didn't see Ling Tian's arm move at all, so he didn't defend himself at all. Knock knock. The dagger hit the man in sunglasses accurately in the chest. Ling Tian felt something was wrong with the voice, so he turned his face slightly. The dagger is extremely powerful and can create a bloody hole as big as a fist in a zombie's chest. But this time, it shot into the man in sunglasses and did not penetrate him. This guy is wearing a bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vests are not banned in Manhwa, and it is very normal for bodyguards to wear them.
ah,
The burly man in sunglasses covered his chest and cried out in pain, with beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead. But the huge impact force shattered his ribs and damaged his internal organs, causing him excruciating pain. Don't underestimate the enemy. Attack together. 3 bodyguards rushed forward with batons, daggers, and fire axes. The ring in Ling Tian's hand flashed, and a 2-handed battle axe with a total length of 1 meter and 2 meters appeared in his hand. He swept towards the 3 people. The incident happened suddenly, and the 3 of them did not expect it at all. By the time he saw the huge battle axe appear, it was too late. He could only watch the axe fall on him. The 3 men flew backwards 8 meters, spitting blood. If you are hit by such a terrifying battle axe, you will be seriously injured on the spot even if you are wearing a bulletproof vest. Ha ha ha, it's so vulnerable. Ling Tian smiled and shook his head.
bang,
The 2 daggers fell to the ground and actually poked 2 holes in the ground. Such an abnormal scene caught Ling Tian's attention. An extraordinary dagger-shaped weapon. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. This was the weapon he urgently needed. So he moved his mind, used his telekinesis to pick up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and brought it in front of him, examining it carefully. These 2 daggers are ordinary-grade extraordinary weapons, and their power is twice that of ordinary daggers. Good luck. Ling Tian put away the 2 daggers, then turned his attention to Yu Bingbing and Li Lu. Those 2 women stay, and the others can go away. You? What do you want to do? Yu Bingbing said nervously. Yes. Ling Tian nodded. Yu Bingbing was stunned at first, and then a look of disgust appeared on her bright and attractive face. Rogue? Ling Tian smiled and shrugged. I am a fan of the 2 ladies. I always watch the movies you made before going to bed at night. Well, I just simply want to communicate with my favorite stars. The more Yu Bingbing listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She crossed her arms over her chest to prevent him from looking at her body, and the expression of disgust on her face reached its peak. You pervert, go to hell. Well, this disgusted expression piqued Ling Tian's interest. I hope you can always remain this rebellious person. Ling Tian teased, not trying to hide his emotions at all. Zhang Haoshuan was furious and pointed at Ling Tian's face and shouted, You, don't go too far. Yu Bingbing is my woman. If you dare to look at her again, I will have someone dig your dog eyes out. After hearing this, Ling Tian glanced at Zhang Haoshuan. Zhang Haoshuan felt a chill down his spine. You? What the hell are you looking at, ah? Court death. Ling Tian whispered, dragging the battle axe in one hand towards Zhang Haoshuan. What do you want to do? I warn you, my father is the chairman of Jiahong Media. He has connections in both the black and white worlds of the entire Magic City. If you dare to touch a hair on my head today, you won't know how to die. Zhang Haoshuan warned Ling Tian loudly. In the past, anyone in the entire Demon City would be wary of someone who mentioned his father's name. But this time it's different. The other party doesn't seem to take it seriously at all. Bodyguard! Bodyguard! Stop him for me! Master Zhang ordered his men in panic. Yu Feng and others stood in front of the second generation, their faces solemn as if facing a powerful enemy. Zheng Cheng and Qian Xian looked at each other, walked silently to the edge, ready to escape at any time. They don't want to die here. Ling Tian looked at these people, shook his head and sighed. It's so sad. It's the 5th day since the apocalypse and people still don't understand the situation. For a few pieces of waste paper, they are risking their lives to protect a piece of trash. The bodyguard with the broken hand, kneeling on the ground, watched Ling Tian walk towards Zhang Haoshuan and secretly stretched his intact left hand to his lower back. When Ling Tian passed by him, he jumped up and said, Die. Ling Tian didn't even look at the other party and directly struck back with an axe. Phew. The bodyguard was cut into two pieces by the axe and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs flowed out uncontrollably. Ah, someone's been murdered. Li Lu screamed, and Yu Bingbing trembled with fear. Captain Yu Feng's face was filled with shock. The other party's ruthlessness was far beyond his imagination. It's simply like a devil walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 27. Missing Kuan Kuan. Ling Tian walked forward leisurely. A group of bodyguards looked nervous, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Oh, you still want to die for your master? Ling Tian glanced at them. No, it's none of our business. Please do as you please. The bodyguards stammered in reply, making way under pressure. They come out to work to make money, and no one would do something that would result in a guaranteed death. They don't want to sacrifice their lives to a guy like Zhang Haoshuan. You guys. Master Zhang looked around and was frightened out of his wits. He wanted to run away, but his legs were weak and he knelt in front of Ling Tian. Seeing Ling Tian approaching, the arrogant Master Zhang panicked. You, don't come over here. The consequences of this will be very serious, do you know? The ring in Ling Tian's hand flashed, and an iron rod appeared in his hand. He said coldly to Master Zhang opposite him, kneel down. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, my father knows a gangster boss. Kneel down. Ling Tian's voice became even louder. Zhang Haoshuan clenched his fists. Who is he, Zhang Haoshuan? He is the top second generation in the Magic City. If I kneel down before this little jerk today, will I still have the face to live as a human being in the future? Thinking of this, Master Zhang, whose body was trembling, stood up straight, closed his eyes and shouted, I can be killed, but I cannot be humiliated. How can I, Zhang Haoshuan, bow down to a piece of trash like you?
Bang!
Ah! The iron rod hit Master Zhang hard, causing him to grimace in pain. I told you to kneel down, and you dared not kneel? Ling Tian snorted coldly, then swung the iron rod and smashed it down hard, as if he was beating a wild dog. Bang! Bang! Every time the iron rod was swung down, it would beat the delicate and tender Mr. Zhang until his skin was blue and his flesh was exposed. Oh my God! Stop! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Master Zhang rolled on the ground in pain, screaming as miserably as a pig being slaughtered. He has been a pampered second-generation rich kid since he was a child. When has he ever suffered such a thing? Do you know you are wrong? Ling Tian said in a cold voice. I. Master Zhang held his head and stammered. Bang! Bang! Ling Tian continued to beat him fiercely until Master Zhang's body was covered in blood and he cried for mercy. Dad, no, Grandpa, please stop beating me. I'm almost beaten to death. Master Zhang knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Yu Bingbing and Li Lu, who were standing by, saw Zhang Haoshuan's miserable condition. The arrogant and domineering top young master was actually tortured into this state. The two big stars showed deep fear in their beautiful eyes. What should they do if the devil treats them like this later? Go, pick up the flying knife I dropped on the ground. Ling Tian gave an order to the dying Master Zhang. Master Zhang nodded and agreed quickly. Okay. As long as you don't hit me, everything else is fine. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to pick it up. Ling Tian suddenly kicked him in the back, causing him to fall flat on his face. Who allowed you to stand up and sit on an equal footing with me? Master Zhang cried out in pain. Yes, I know I was wrong. So, in full view of everyone, he crawled over and picked up Ling Tian's dagger. The once high and mighty man became a useless dog with a broken spine in the end times. This, Grandpa, I found the thing for you. Take a look. Master Zhang said tremblingly. Ling Tian nodded. Well done. Master Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but the next second he was kicked down by someone. What are you going to do? Oh, you dog-like thing dares to think about my woman. Ling Tian sneered, then stepped on it to render the guy harmless. A miserable scream was heard in the street. Kuan, my Kuan. Zhang Haoshuan collapsed to the ground, his face distorted and in great pain. Yu Bingbing and Li Lu's faces turned pale. Although they didn't understand the pain of losing Kuan, they knew from Zhang Haoshuan's expression that it must be very painful. Ling Tian looked at Master Zhang, who was struggling in pain below, as if he was looking at a stink bug. Ouch! Suddenly, a creepy roar sounded behind Ling Tian. A sturdy and ferocious dark red shadow rushed over quickly. Ling Tian noticed something unusual and chopped back with both hands holding the axe. Clang! The sharp sound of metal and stone colliding was heard, and the dark red shadow was forcibly chopped back by Ling Tian's axe. The huge impact force made Ling Tian's hands numb. Ah! Screams rang out, and everyone's eyes focused on the dark red shadow. This is a monster with no skin on its body, and its dark red muscle tissue is exposed to the air, which looks evil and terrifying. The limbs were deformed and curved, making it unable to stand, and it could only move forward by crawling. The joints of the fingers and toes are thick and hard, resembling a pair of sharp claws. Ling Tian raised his eyelids and took a look. This is a crawling zombie. As the third level of zombies, crawling zombies were notorious in the early days of the apocalypse. It has no eyesight but extremely keen hearing, incredible strength and speed, and is extremely difficult to deal with. Several bodyguards reacted instantly. Their faces changed drastically. Oh no! It's a mutant zombie, run! After saying that, he quickly pulled Li Lu and Yu Bingbing and fled out of Jianghua district. Wait a minute, don't leave me. Master Zhang, who had lost Kuan, didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly climbed up and desperately chased in the direction where the few people fled. Huh, wanna run? Ling Tian held the two-handed battle axe in his hand and prepared to chase after him. Ouch! The crawling zombie yelled excitedly and pounced towards Ling Tian, waving its two sharp claws in the air, preparing to rip out the prey's internal organs. Ling Tian didn't want to get entangled with it, so he dodged it. This action caused trouble for the bodyguard behind him. The crawling zombie pounced on the bodyguard. Puff, snap, ah! The bodyguard let out a scream. Under the tremendous force, the bodyguard's bones could not bear it and broke one after another. Ouch! The zombies did not eat the bodyguard on the spot, but continued to pounce on Ling Tian. It smelled the scent of the crystal core on Ling Tian's body and instinctively became particularly interested in this prey. Devouring a mutant with a crystal core can help it evolve to the next level faster. Court death. Ling Tian let out a low roar, then swung his battle axe and repelled the crawling zombies. Cut. Two extraordinary daggers appeared and, under Ling Tian's mental control, fiercely cut the crawling zombies lying on the ground. In just 2 seconds, the two extraordinary daggers cut it 14 times in total. The power of each knife is quite strong. 2 strokes are enough to cut through the flexible and strong muscles of a crawling zombie, causing damage to it. Ouch! The crawling zombie roared, quickly turned over, got up and jumped away. This kind of zombie does not feel pain, and it flees because it senses danger. It already has a certain degree of thinking ability, unlike the zombies at the beginning which could only attack mindlessly. The crawling zombie slowly raised its head and stared at Ling Tian with its scarlet eyes, saliva flowing from its mouth. What an ignorant beast! How dare you block my way? After seeing the receding backs of Yu Bingbing and others, Ling Tian's eyes gradually became dangerous. Ouch! The crawling zombie screamed and pounced on Ling Tian again. As its body tissues were cut off, its movements were obviously delayed. Ling Tian's mind moved, and 2 extraordinary daggers shot out. Knock knock. The dagger accurately pierced the crawling zombie's head, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground with its head in its hands. Ling Tian seized the opportunity, stepped forward and suppressed it with all his strength. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to control the dagger to cut it. Ah! The crawling zombie struggled hard but was unable to break free. In just 8 seconds, the ligaments and tendons on its limbs were forcibly cut by the 2 daggers. It turned into a dark red maggot that could only crawl by wriggling its chest and abdomen. Ling Tian stood up from the zombie, picked up the fallen battle axe, and held it high. Puff, puff. With 5 consecutive blows of the axe, the ferocious crawling zombie's head was chopped into meat paste. After making sure that the thing was dead, Ling Tian put on a pair of gloves, reached into the pile of meat paste and fumbled around, and soon he pulled out a small crystal core. This crystal core is an irregular hexagon and is transparent, which contrasts sharply with the mottled and turbid crystal cores of low-level zombies. Ling Tian held the crystal core in his palm and began to absorb the energy in it. Gulp, gulp. After the energy was absorbed, Ling Tian's heart made a shocking and powerful sound. A faint fluorescence emanated from the body. Finally upgraded. This is level 3. Ling Tian opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. All the injuries and fatigue on my body were swept away. He calmly walked towards the RV not far away, put it into his space ring, and then rushed towards the direction where Yu Bingbing and others were fleeing. Yu Bingbing and others ran away without looking back. Various obstacles appeared along the way, slowing down their escape. Boom! The ground in front of you Bing Bing collapsed, and a dark brown cylindrical figure rushed out and swallowed the bodyguard in front of her in one gulp. Ah! Help! The sturdy bodyguard couldn't even utter a complete cry for help before he was dragged underground by the toothy, crawly zombie. Yu Bingbing failed to brake in time and crashed into the body of the worm zombie, losing her balance and falling backwards. The bodyguard beside her was scared half to death. He didn't care about Yu Bingbing's life or death and ran forward for his life. Wait, I'm still behind. Yu Bingbing became anxious and shouted towards the large group in front. At this extremely critical moment, no one cared about her safety, and everyone was trying their best to escape forward. Well, a creepy voice was heard, and a zombie with an octopus head, a face full of disgusting tentacles, appeared behind Yu Bingbing. Chapter 28 Queen, Yu Bingbing, successfully captured. When Yu Bingbing heard the voice, she looked back and her face suddenly turned pale. She had never seen anything so disgusting in her life. Quickly get up from the ground and run for your life. Brush. The tentacles on the octopus zombie's face instantly stretched out, grabbed Yu Bingbing's ankles, and knocked her down again.
Hey!
The octopus zombie made an uncomfortable sound from its mouth and strode towards its prey. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Yu Bingbing was so frightened that her face turned pale. She stretched out her hands to grab the tentacles that were tied around her ankles and tore them apart with all her might. Zhang Haoshuan, who lost Kuan, caught up with him, looking terrified. When Yu Bingbing saw him, she immediately called out, Haoshuan, save me. Zhang Haoshuan took one look at the octopus zombie with tentacles all over its face and was scared to death. She screamed and ran faster, her speed almost catching up with that of the national athletes. Yu Bingbing was going crazy. None of these bastards could be trusted. Tear. In a hurry, the tentacle as thick as her wrist was torn off by her, a weak woman. Yu Bingbing was stunned for a moment, then threw the small section of the tentacle on her ankle to the ground, got up and ran away in a hurry. Ouch! Woo! The large group in front was running so fast that only their blurry backs could be seen. Various low-level zombies were lured out from all around and gathered on this street. Yu Bingbing was about to collapse. Why am I so unlucky? The streets were filled with zombies, all rushing towards her. She could only flee everywhere in panic. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying red figure appeared on the outer wall of the building. Yu Bingbing glanced at it out of the corner of her eye and found that it was a crawling zombie. The guy was crawling and running on the glass exterior wall that was tilted at 90 degrees, at an astonishing speed as if he was walking on flat ground. It took only a few breaths for him to reach Yu Bingbing's vicinity. Ouch! The crawling zombie yelled excitedly and pounced on its prey. Ah! Yu Bingbing was so scared that she stumbled and fell to the ground, hitting her head and passed out, but luckily she avoided the pounce of the crawling zombie.
Ugh!
The crawling zombie raised its head and let out a roar, then quickly crawled towards the unconscious Yu Bingbing. Brush! A dark shadow flashed in the air. The crawling zombie noticed something unusual, stopped moving forward and looked towards the shadows. Boom! A flying kick hit the crawling zombie's head hard, as if a cannonball exploded in its head. The strong crawling zombie was kicked back and fell into the shop behind, causing the air to vibrate and dust to fly. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall, and all the glass in the building shattered and scattered all over the ground. Wow!
Ugh!
Amidst the devastation, there was an angry roar, and a terrifying red figure crawled out of the shop. Now half of its head has completely exploded, and a mixture of white brain matter and red blood is slowly flowing down its broken neck. Not far in front of it stood a tall and cold man with a dangerous light in his eyes. You are so shameless that you even dare to touch my daily necessities. Ling Tian awakened to the 3rd level, and his punching power increased to 700 kilograms. The force of that full-force kick just now was close to 1,500 kilograms. The crawling zombie's vitality is still a little too strong, and even with such a heavy attack they cannot be killed in one blow. Wow! The crawling zombie screamed and pounced towards Ling Tian.
Hey!
Ling Tian let out a compassionate laugh from his throat and stretched out his right hand in the direction where the crawling zombies were coming. Telekinesis restriction. The spiritual power surged violently, restricting the crawling zombies that were flying towards him in midair. This is the 3rd memory node that lights up after Ling Tian's level is raised. Skill. Restriction. Effective range. 5 meters. Maximum quantity limit. 1 piece. Maximum limit force. 300 kilograms. Energy consumption per second. 1 energy point. The 300-kilogram force confined the crawling zombies in the air, making them unable to dodge, and they could only wave their limbs helplessly in the air. Imperial weapon cut? Under Ling Tian's control, the 3 daggers were frantically cutting the crawling zombies in the air. Each dagger cuts through the body at a rapid speed, with a frequency of 7 cuts per second. Skills: telekinesis. Maximum operating range: 5 meters. Maximum number of controlled weapons: 3. Power: 6. Attack frequency: 7 times per second. Energy consumption per second: 1 energy point. Swish, swish, swish. Under the rapid cutting of the dagger, the flesh and blood and internal organs of the zombie were mixed together, flowing down from its skeleton like a puddle of ooze. In just 3 seconds, the powerful crawling zombie turned into a corpse riddled with holes. Ling Tian didn't want to waste too much energy on a zombie, so he quickly stopped. If it were cut for another 10 seconds, this thing would even be cut into a white skeleton specimen. After Ling Tian reached level 3, the energy in his body increased from 10 points to 15 points, which was still very little. It is worthy of being an S-level power. There are many skills, and the improvement is obvious with each level. Ling Tian closed his eyes and felt his own situation. As long as I don't encounter anyone with a gun, I can basically walk sideways here. Ouch. Well, the kick he just made such a loud noise that it attracted all the zombies around. At this time, Ling Tian no longer took the low-level zombies seriously. He turned around and picked up Yu Bingbing, took out a crystal core to charge himself, and walked towards the group of zombies. Imperial weapon cut? 3 daggers quickly shuttled back and forth within 5 meters around Ling Tian. Any zombie that dared to approach would be cut into pieces in a very short time. Ugh. Ugh. A venom zombie with its mouth split into giant petals appeared and approached Ling Tian. Ling Tian snorted coldly and used telekinesis to shoot out 3 daggers at the same time. Puff. 2 daggers pierced through, and 2 huge bloody holes appeared on the upper body of the venom zombie, directly separating it from the lower body. There was no need for a 3rd dagger to finish off the zombie, as it was already dead. Telekinetic bounce. Bounces a lightweight weapon to damage the enemy. Quantity: 3 pieces can be ejected each time. Power: 12. Optimal attack range: within 30 meters. Energy consumption: each ejection consumes 1 energy point. In a residential building in Jianghua District, Shanghai. Yu Bingbing, who had been unconscious for a long time, twisted her body and let out a low moan. The thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then the hazy eyes opened. Where is this place? Yu Bingbing looked at the smooth ceiling, her mind going fuzzy. All she remembered was being attacked by crawling zombies. Is this heaven? Yu Bingbing murmured. She tried to raise her arm and felt something was wrong. There were shiny handcuffs on the 2 delicate wrists. What is this? Yu Bingbing felt confused, as if she hadn't done anything wrong. Looking down, she suddenly found herself lying on the bed. Chapter 29. A Show of Power. On the sofa in the living room, Ling Tian held a talisman in his hand and examined it carefully. This amulet fell out of a bodyguard after he was killed. After Ling Tian's testing, it was found that this was an entry-level amulet that could improve the physical fitness of the wearer. After putting it on, Ling Tian's defense increased by 2 points to 5. This means that even if he was shot naked, at most the skin would be broken. Even the muscles are hard to hurt. In addition, he also obtained an entry-level energy ring. After activation, the energy in his body increased by another 7 points, and currently it is 29 points. Energy is no longer as tight as it was before. Ling Tian's current configuration is 2 energy, 1 distance, 1 defense, and 1 space. At this point, the accessory slot has been filled. If you want to improve further, you have to get more advanced accessories. In addition, there are 2 ordinary-grade extraordinary daggers. This trip was very fruitful. Strange. Why do the crystal cores inside seem to be getting less again? When Ling Tian checked the loot in the ring, he found that not only the crystal cores, but even the number of zombie corpses did not match. This isn't the first time this has happened. Could it be that? Is it the Taotai ring that is absorbing energy? As a top-level space treasure, the Taotai ring does have a large space, but it cannot be called a treasure just because it has space to store things. After the ring absorbs enough energy, can its power be unlocked? Boom. There was a slight noise coming from inside the room. Oh, is the top actress awake? Ling Tian showed an expectant expression on his face. After all, any fan would be excited to have an in-depth face-to-face exchange with his favorite actress. He immediately stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Click. There was a noise outside the door, and Yu Bingbing was startled. She quickly sat up from the bed and pulled the thin blanket beside her to cover her sexy body. The door opened and a strange man walked in. When the man saw Yu Bingbing wrapped in a thin blanket, his eyes showed a hint of amusement. Miss Bingbing is awake. You, what did you do to me? Yu Bingbing looked at the man in front of her with a hint of fear in her tone. The man once killed a bodyguard with a battle axe in front of her, which left a deep impression on her. In her heart, she always felt that the guy in front of her was a pervert who killed people without blinking an eye. Ling Tian cleared his throat and explained, I didn't do anything. I just saw that you were too dirty, so I helped you clean it out of kindness. What? Yu Bingbing was struck by lightning. This beautiful body that she had carefully maintained and was about to leave for her future husband to admire was actually washed clean by a strange man. She was extremely ashamed and angry, and her delicate and flawless face showed 3 parts shame and 7 parts anger. Now she was like a fish on the chopping board and could only suppress the indignation in her heart. You brought me here. What on earth do you want? I warn you not to do anything rash. After the disaster is over, you will be judged for everything you have done. Ptah! Ling Tian laughed out loud. This woman still had illusions about this world. I've already dealt with a lot of people who were against me, so committing one more crime doesn't seem to matter. By the way, I saved you from a pile of zombies before, and this is how you treat your savior. You saved me? Yu Bingbing was in a coma before and knew nothing. But at the moment, it seems that it is impossible for anyone other than this man to have saved him. Yu Bingbing bit her red lips and said, let's put things in perspective. Just because you saved me doesn't mean you can do whatever you want to me. Ling Tian looked at her seductive expression and couldn't help licking his lips. Yu Bingbing, a top actress, has previously played many powerful female roles, like Su Daji, Wu Zetian, Yihua Palace Master, Female Agent, Investigator, Cough Cough. Ling Tian is still impressed to this day. Before his rebirth in the apocalypse, he had read a lot of Yu Bingbing's works. When he saw something exciting in the dead of night, he couldn't help but use his hands to like. On the screen, Yu Bingbing is sometimes charming and enchanting, bewitching everyone. Sometimes he is arrogant and looks down on others. Sometimes elegant and confident, sometimes noble and imposing. The stunningly beautiful face and the curvy and graceful body all aroused Ling Tian's nerves. When he was helping her clean just now, Ling Tian couldn't control himself and reached out and pinched her hard twice. It has to be said that it is no accident that this woman became a top star. She had a lot of capital. She raised her hands and signaled to Ling Tian, let me go quickly. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman hasn't figured out her current position yet. Hee, the female stars in the apocalypse are exclusively for the strong. He walked forward, reached out and grabbed the blanket, pulling it open. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Yu Bingbing, without her disguise, appeared in front of him. It is indeed a high-quality product that has been maintained at a high price. A slender waist, a flat and firm belly, slender and round thighs, and a round and perky. Yu Bingbing quickly covered her vital parts, her face full of anger. You rascal, what do you want to do? Get out now. Ling Tian sneered. What an impolite woman. To treat your savior like this, you really need to be educated. After saying that, he went over and prepared to hold down this top queen, wanting to teach her a lesson. Yu Bingbing realized that danger was approaching, and she screamed and fought back, kicking the other party with her pair of snow-white, straight legs. Ling Tian didn't dodge at all and just went straight forward. He is now a strong man with a punching force of 700 kilograms. Is he still afraid of a kick from a weak woman? Bump. Ling Tian frowned slightly. This woman was much stronger than she looked. She is also an awakener. Miss Bingbing is really brave. She even dares to attack me. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Ling Tian threatened. Asshole, I won't let you touch me even if I die. I warn you not to mess around, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Yu Bingbing glared at Ling Tian, her momentum not inferior to his at all. Wow, she is worthy of being the top actress called the Queen by movie fans. She is very different from other delicate girls. Ling Tian admired in his heart. He had shown his authority in front of her before, and the terrifying scene was so frightening that even the bodyguards around her couldn't stand it. If it were any other girl, she wouldn't have dared to resist and would have pouted in fear. Arrogant and strong personalities are indeed attractive, but Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked dangerous. It's not right to be arrogant in front of yourself. You need to adjust yourself. Yu Bingbing shuddered, thinking of the educational film she had watched out of curiosity. What are you going to do? Ling Tian nodded. Of course, but before that I need to give you a warning and kill your arrogance. Yu Bingbing was extremely panicked and turned around and wanted to escape. Ah! Looking back, Ling Tian was pulling the necklace around her neck with his hands, slowly pulling out 7 wolves. Haha. Li Lu and others were either squatting or standing, breathing heavily. They ran for quite a distance, but finally saw too many zombies and had to change direction. I walked along the corridor on the street and came to the gym on the 5th floor, where I took shelter and rest temporarily. As soon as Zhang Haoshuan relaxed, the feeling of losing Kuan immediately came to his mind. It hurts so much. From now on, he will have no chance to see young models in clubs or popular actresses, and can only satisfy his eyes. When he thought of this, he was filled with grief. Looking at the bodyguards in the room, he was furious. You good-for-nothings, useless people, actually abandoned your employer and ran away. When I see my father, I will make him kill you. Zhang Haoshuan pointed at a group of bodyguards and cursed them. Zheng Cheng turned around and glared at him, anger in his eyes. Zhang Haoshuan saw this scene and was immediately furious. What are you looking at, you sable? Have you forgotten that I taught you a lesson before? Kneel down before me, you spicy guy next door. Zheng Cheng recalled the scene in the hotel, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Hey, you dare to bare your teeth at me, don't you know what you are? Zhang Haoshuan walked over cursing and raised his hand to slap the disobedient servant in the face.
Bang!
Zheng Cheng slapped him and said, You little bastard, I'm calling you a horse. Young Master Zhang Haoshuan was beaten to the ground. His handsome face was deformed, his nose was crooked, his mouth was slanted, and his cheeks were sunken. Wow! Zhang Haoshuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few white teeth fell out. Chapter 30. Suppressing the education of top female stars. What's wrong with you, a bodyguard? How dare you attack your employer? Li Lu was stunned. When she came to her senses, her face turned red. She pointed at Zheng Cheng excitedly and shouted, Come on, take down this traitor. Bastards like him must be sentenced to death. Death penalty. Bodyguard Captain Yu Feng walked over with 2 people. The other bodyguards hesitated and chose to wait and see. They also felt that these 2 employers were particularly annoying and did not want to work for them. Yu Feng yelled at Zheng Cheng, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy?
Hey!
Zheng Cheng laughed wildly. I think you are crazy. It's already the end of the world, and you are still working for these bastards. He pointed at Zhang Haoshuan, who was lying on the ground. Just now downstairs at the Ruinfa supermarket, this bastard got into a conflict with someone else and ended up leaving us to die. It's so fucking ridiculous just to think about it. My arms are thicker than this bastard's thighs. Why should I let a thing like him suppress my head and order me around like a dog? Zhang Haoshuan, who was lying on the ground crying, shouted to Yu Feng, I'll give each of you 5 million. Tie him up for me, and I'll skin him alive with a knife. Yu Feng took a step forward and said coldly to Zheng Cheng, I don't want to hear all this nonsense from you. I only know that you made a mistake and need to be punished. Put your head down and surrender. Snort. Zheng Cheng snorted angrily and punched out suddenly, and Yu Feng quickly blocked it with both hands. Bang! Yu Feng, who was as tall as a bear, was knocked flying by a punch and hit the fitness equipment with a heart-pounding sound. So fierce? The other 2 bodyguards didn't have time to think and rushed towards Zheng Cheng with their fists and feet. Drink! Zheng Cheng's physique suddenly increased after he became a big man. His muscles swelled violently, stretching his shirt by 2 circles and almost bursting. Skill, Berserk, increases strength by 40%, consumes 1 energy point every 10 seconds. Wow! Zheng Cheng swung his fists and hit the 2 people in front of him. Bang! A punch to the head caused it to explode instantly, like a watermelon being shot in the head. Snap! This punch broke the opponent's blocking arms and ribs and severely damaged his internal organs. The 2 strong bodyguards were eliminated in 1 round. Everyone was terrified by what they saw. Zheng Cheng picked up a barbell and walked towards Yu Feng. What are you doing? Don't come over here.
Bang!
Blood was splattered everywhere, and Yu Feng also received a box lunch. Ah! Li Lu screamed in fright. The atmosphere in the venue was heavy and everyone felt insecure. Shut that little bitch's mouth. If she attracts zombies, we're all doomed. Zheng Cheng ordered. Qian Xian was the first to react. He pushed Li Lu to the ground and covered her mouth. Zheng Cheng walked over angrily and said, Little bitch, I've disliked you for a long time. You just have a little money and you're bossing people around. Tear, tear. Zheng Cheng tore the luxurious clothes casually, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Today, I will teach you how to serve others, etc. Qian Xin stepped forward to stop Zheng Cheng. What are you doing? Zheng Cheng roared. This woman is still a virgin. She is a very important bargaining chip. Keeping her can help us get out of danger. You don't want to die here after having fun, do you? Reason occupied Zheng Cheng's mind. He snorted coldly and finally let Li Lu go. Qian Xin patted Zheng Cheng on the shoulder and said, I will try to contact nearby forces right away. With the actress Li Lu here, they will come to rescue us. Before the end of the world, ordinary people like Ling Tian were not even worthy of being looked at by those female stars. Not to mention asking the female stars to lick his boots in return. Women like Yu Bingbing are only related to the descendants of top wealthy families and will always be goddesses that ordinary people look up to. Now that the end of the world has come and the rules have collapsed, he has the power to dominate the goddess. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. Now that an opportunity has been given to you, you certainly can't miss it. Don't. I'm wrong, isn't that okay? Yu Bingbing was taught a lesson so hard that she finally put aside her dignity and arrogance and begged Ling Tian for mercy. Remember this lesson. If you dare to disrespect your savior again, you will be punished with a beating next time. Ling Tian snorted coldly and let her go. Hoo-hoo. Yu Bingbing stroked Aurora and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Tian glanced at Yu Bingbing, feeling extremely proud. So what if she is a top actress surrounded by stars? She will have to be obedient after the end of the world. Yu Bingbing pulled a thin blanket over her graceful body, with hatred filling her heart. This low-class pariah actually hit this queen. Yu Bingbing glanced at Ling Tian secretly, and there was a hint of fierceness in her charming peach blossom eyes. She has been pampered since her childhood, and when she grew up and became a top female star, she was treated like a star and was cared for everywhere. When have you ever been treated like this? Just wait. Once the world returns to normal, this queen will definitely find someone to put you in prison, where you will be stuck in a state of neither living nor dying. Yu Bingbing secretly swore in her heart that she must avenge today's vengeance. Ling Tian felt an inexplicable murderous intent and looked down at Yu Bingbing. The latter quickly lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look him in the face, fearing that Ling Tian would discover his hatred. Oh, this woman really can't see the situation clearly and still thinks she is a goddess high above everyone else. Ling Tian didn't bother with her. It was not bad to retain some unruly wildness. Being too submissive is not fun. Chapter 31 The Fall of the Top Queen. The sun rises and the morning light shines through the window, illuminating everything. Goddess Yu Bingbing was lying on the soft big bed, with her beautiful eyes open and a lot of thoughts in her mind. The high-intensity exercise last night left her sleepless and physically and mentally exhausted. She originally wanted to protest by going on a hunger strike. Unexpectedly, when she woke up in the morning, the guy named Ling Tian stuffed turkey-flavored rice crust into her mouth as breakfast without any explanation. Then he went to wash up on his own. That night, the top actress received an unforgettable education. The arrogance that he felt was superior to others was almost completely worn away. Yu Bingbing turned sideways, and 2 lines of tears silently rolled down her beautiful eyes, which was heartbreaking. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but recall the experiences of these years. Her stunning beauty, distinguished family background, and extraordinary acting talent have made her fame in the entertainment industry soar like a rocket. However, at the age of 26, she has become the noble and aloof queen in the eyes of hundreds of millions of movie fans. But now, Yu Bingbing looked down at her neck, feeling sad. This queen of hers has been dressed up as a pet. That damn guy. Yu Bingbing became angry whenever she thought about it. Click. With a slight sound, the door opened. A well-dressed young man walked in. Yu Bingbing curled up into a ball with her hands around her legs in shame and anger, then sat up. Ling Tian smiled playfully. Haven't you adapted to your current identity yet? A look of resentment flashed across Yu Bingbing's eyes, but she said nothing. Ling Tian shook his head gently. Really? You don't know how lucky you are. You are lucky to be my pet. Lucky. Yu Bingbing gritted her teeth, furious. I'd rather die than be made like this by you. Wanna die? Ling Tian thought about it, then raised the corner of his mouth. Then I will fulfill your wish. While what? Before Yu Bingbing could understand what was happening, Ling Tian grabbed her neck and lifted her up. He carried her all the way and brought her to the window. What are you going to do? Yu Bingbing looked terrified and kicked her feet violently. Don't you want to die? I'll help you do that. The sweet and fresh scent of Yu Bingbing quickly attracted the attention of the zombies outside. Ouch! A crawling zombie roared excitedly and crawled towards Yu Bingbing. When Yu Bingbing heard the voice, she quickly lowered her head and looked down. What caught my eye was a horrible monster with a dark red body and an abominable face. Yu Bingbing's pupils suddenly dilated and her body trembled violently. No, let me in. That monster has discovered us. Yu Bingbing's voice trembled. You want to die, don't you? I'm just helping you realize your dream. Ling Tian spoke in a normal demonic voice. When this thing eats people, it likes to start from the brain. First break the prey's limbs, then slowly gnaw open its head while the prey is unable to resist. Stop it. Yu Bingbing was horrified when she heard this and was so scared that she almost cried, Please let me in quickly, I don't want to die. That won't do. Once you come in, you have to be someone's pet. How can a proud actress like you accept that? You'd better go to hell. No, don't. The monster was getting closer and closer, less than 10 meters away. Yu Bingbing was so frightened that she peed her pants. Please, I don't want to die at the hands of this monster, woo-woo. Ouch. The monster leaped with all its might and pounced towards the snow-white and delicate Yu Bingbing. Restriction of telekinesis. Buzz. Ling Tian made a move, and the monster was trapped in midair, and then, swish, swish, swish. Several flying knives rushed out and skinned the monster alive. Ouch! The monster screamed, and in a few breaths it was stabbed into a pile of rotten flesh and fell heavily from a high altitude. Hoo-hoo! Yu Bingbing stroked her proud breasts, took a deep breath, and looked frightened. Ling Tian squatted down and looked down at the top queen. What do you think? Do you still want to die? Yu Bingbing shook her head frantically. Since you don't want to die, you know what to do. Ling Tian stood up and sat on the bed. Yu Bingbing raised her eyes and looked at Ling Tian, her mouth full of bitterness. But, damn it, why am I so unlucky? Yu Bingbing screamed in her heart. She never thought that she would fall to this point. There are zombies everywhere outside now, as well as various hungry bad guys, which is extremely dangerous. She had no choice but to obey the nasty guy in front of her. Bastard, this queen will take revenge. Yu Bingbing cursed in her heart. Then she became ruthless and knelt down in front of Ling Tian in embarrassment. Owner. After hearing this, Ling Tian raised his lips and hooked his finger at Yu Bingbing. Come here. Yu Bingbing bit her red lips tightly, endured the humiliation and crawled in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and touched the beautiful face that had haunted millions of young men. This feeling is really great. Don't worry, I'm a very good master. As long as you stay by my side and behave well, I will protect your safety and share my precious food with you. The top queen put aside her pride in front of Ling Tian and replied obediently, I understand. Thank you, master. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. By the way, Bingbing, did you have enough to eat this morning? Ling Tian asked. Yu Bingbing blushed and shook her head. Ling Tian reached out and touched Yu Bingbing's head lovingly, unzipping the food. Eat it, and after you fill your stomach, I'll teach you some new positions. Yu Bingbing felt extremely humiliated, but she didn't dare to show it. She could only obey and said, Thank you for the reward, master. After the meal, Ling Tian personally taught Yu Bingbing how to perceive her special abilities. Now close your eyes and try to sink your consciousness into your mind to feel if there is anything unusual inside. Yu Bingbing frowned, and after a while she replied, It seems a tree appeared in my mind. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. Look carefully at the color of the tree. Yu Bingbing nodded and followed Ling Tian's instructions. This tree is so strange, a golden tree. Oh, he is actually an S-level awakener. Quite interesting. By the way, look for the memory nodes, the fruits on the tree, and see what skills you have gained. Ling Tian urged. Item enhancement can temporarily increase the strength of items. Yu Bingbing answered truthfully. Item enhancement, item enhancement. Ling Tian kept repeating this, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Is an item enhancement a skill of the creation system's talent? An S-level creator-type psychic. Hiss. Ling Tian was extremely surprised that he had accidentally found a god-level figure. After the apocalypse, industry was severely damaged, and many items were difficult to manufacture. Not to mention horrific weapons like nuclear warheads, the world can't even build an all-terrain armored vehicle. The emergence of the creator-type psychics changed this situation. From various cold weapons to hot weapons, from mobile fortresses to steel fortresses. All high-end technological products can only be created by those with creative abilities. The strategic value of an S-class creator is self-evident. It is comparable to an elite army of 10,000 people. Ling Tian, who returned from the apocalypse, had never heard of a top-level psychic like Yu Bingbing. This is actually not a contradiction. Survivor bias. A genius that has not developed is nothing but a nameless grave. Master, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Ling Tian coughed lightly and took out a dagger from his space ring. Try to use the supernatural power you have obtained to strengthen the dagger in my hand. Yu Bingbing responded and stretched out her hand towards the dagger. Invisible energy gathered on the dagger, making it emit a silvery white glow. Ling Tian threw it twice, but felt no change. With an idea in mind, he took out a dagger and threw it at the wall. Puff. The dagger blade was half embedded in the wall. The next moment, Ling Tian threw the strengthened dagger with the same force. Squeak. The entire dagger was inserted into the wall as easily as cutting tofu. Not bad. The item is obviously much stronger after being strengthened. Ling Tian praised. This ability does not even require practice and can directly provide the psychic with a significant boost in combat power. Ling Tian took out the crystal core he had worked so hard to obtain and handed it to Yu Bingbing. Hold it in your hand and absorb it. It will increase your level. In the future, I will provide you with the crystal cores you need for upgrading in a fixed amount. Thank you, Master. Yu Bingbing took the crystal core somewhat flattered. She had heard from Ling Tian that this thing could increase the awakening level and gain power. After absorbing it, pack up and prepare to leave here. Ling Tian reached out and stroked her hair, his eyes full of doting. By the way, Goddess Bingbing, let's take a commemorative video before leaving here. Ling Tian took out his cell phone. Don't. Yu Bingbing's face showed an extremely panicked expression, and she covered her face with her hands and tried her best to avoid the camera. She found it hard to accept being a tool for others to show off on the internet, just like Catherine. Ling Tian held up his phone and moved closer to the goddess. Don't worry, I won't take any pictures other than your face. It's just a simple photo. Is that so? Yu Bingbing saw the other person's excited expression through her fingers and knew that she couldn't avoid the photo shoot. She could only plead in a tender voice. Please don't lie to me if you do. I'm doomed. Don't worry, I don't have any bad habits. Just be cool and aloof. You are the top queen of Dragon Country. Chapter 32 Undercurrent. The second-generation rich boy Zhang Haoshuan was tied to a seated chest press machine in the gym, dying. His mouth was blocked with a rag, and he could not make any sound. If you look closely, you will find that the rag in his mouth is stained with blood. All of this guy's teeth had been knocked out, and blood was constantly oozing from his gums. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone rings. Qian Xian quickly answered the phone. Yes, we are in the gym on the 5th floor of Building 145, Ping'an Street. Oh, your team is downstairs and will be coming up soon? Okay. Qian Xian hung up the phone and said to the crowd that had gathered around him, Finally, we have contacted a reliable organization. One of their teams has arrived downstairs and is ready to take us back to the organization. This news lifted the spirits of everyone trapped in the gym. Brother Qian, you're awesome. You actually found a force capable of picking him up? I've been hungry for 3 days, relying on a few bottles of mineral water to stay alive. I'm almost dying. The quiet gym suddenly became lively. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocks on the door. Zheng Cheng quickly ordered, Hurry up and move the debris blocking the door. If you are slow, they will leave. Everyone quickly got busy. Qian Xian continued to contact the team outside the door by phone. The door opened and a fully armed team walked in, each holding a pistol in his hand. This group of 12 people were able to enter the Jianghua district where there were many mutated zombies. Their strength is self-evident. The leader's hair stood up like spikes, and there was a knife scar above his eyebrow. He put his hands behind his back, walked out of the team, and looked around. Let me introduce myself first. I am the captain of the Sword Soul Squad. Huang He, who is the leader here? Zhang Cheng winked at Qian Xian. The latter understood and straightened his back to greet him. I am Qian Xian. If you have any questions, just ask me, Brother Huang. Huang He nodded and walked inside. We didn't want to come here originally, but we heard that you had 2 actresses, Li Lu and Yu Bingbing, and we thought they were valuable, so we put down our tasks and came here first. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Qian Xian took Huang He to the small room where Li Lu was imprisoned. Brother Huang, look, this is Li Lu. Li Lu's clothes were tattered and her hands were tied, making her look pitiful. This woman is still a perfect virgin. Qian Xian gave a special reminder. Oh. Huang He's eyes lit up and he was quite surprised. Not bad. It looks even better than on camera. I'm sure I can get a good price for it if I take it back. Huang He smiled. Where is Yu Bingbing? Where is she? She is the top actress in Longhua. Many people are willing to pay a high price to take her in. Qian Xian coughed dryly, his eyes flickering. She is not here for the time being? Huang He stopped, turned and stared at Qian Xian, the temperature dropping suddenly. Well, you see there is another Zhang Haoshuan here. His father is the chairman of Jiahong Media. This guy should also be of some value. Qian Xian pointed at the dying guy not far away. His whole body was wrapped in bandages. It was unknown what he had experienced. Huang He showed a half-smile on his face and pulled out a bayonet. Qian Xian's face turned pale, not knowing what the other party was thinking. Phew. The bayonet pierced into Zhang Haoshuan's lower abdomen, and blood and debris flowed out.
Ugh.
Zhang Haoshuan was tied to the fitness equipment with his mouth blocked with a rag, so he could neither scream nor resist. Puff puff. After being stabbed several times, Master Zhang let out a painful roar from his throat and fell in a pool of blood. Huang He casually pulled a piece of cloth and wiped the blood stains on the bayonet. His father can't even protect himself now, let alone him. It's useless. A waste like him should have been stabbed to death long ago. Qian Xian swallowed and said, Brother Huang is right? Huang He said with a fake smile. By the way, you told me clearly on the phone before that Yu Bingbing is in your hands, so I was willing to put down the task at hand and come to you. He reached out and patted Qian Xian on the shoulder. I hate habitual liars the most in my life. I will kill them if I see one. I hope you are not the next one. Qian Xian broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Their group was trapped in Jianghua district and had no other options. With only Li Lu in hand, no one was willing to come and take her away, so they could only bite the bullet and say that they had Yu Bingbing as well. Qian Xian organized his words. Brother Huang, listen to me in detail. Originally, Yu Bingbing was in our hands, but she was snatched away by someone during the escape. Oh. Huang He's face was as cold as ice. So you don't have Yu Bingbing here, right?
Bang.
After Huang He finished speaking, he kneed Qian Xian in the abdomen. The other party's back bent to 90 degrees in pain, like a cooked shrimp. Huang He reached out and grabbed Qian Xian's hair, ready to thrust the dagger into him. Wait, Huang, wait. Zheng Cheng on the side quickly grabbed Huang He's wrist. The force was so great that Huang He couldn't move. Huang He looked at him in surprise and then threatened. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to save people? I have Yu Bingbing's location information here. She's not far away. We can go over and capture her later. We will all work for the same organization in the future. There is no need to be so ruthless to our own people. Haha, you are all trapped here. How could you possibly know the whereabouts of Yu Bingbing? You lied to your master Huang. Don't you want to live anymore? Zheng Chang took out his phone and opened a video on a certain audio platform. Whether I lied or not, you can see it with your own eyes. This is a video of Yu Bingbing and a man. By observing the landmark buildings outside the window, you can know their location. Huang He took a casual glance and found that Yu Bingbing was indeed pretty. Even a casual photo of her would make people's heart beat fast. Huang He suddenly opened his eyes wide, snatched Zhang Cheng's phone, and watched the video over and over again. That's right, it's him. I finally found this guy. Ha ha ha. Huang He laughed happily and patted Zheng Cheng on the shoulder. Zheng Cheng was confused, wondering why the other party was suddenly so happy. Do you know why our team appeared in the dangerous Jianghua district? After Huang He laughed, he spoke mysteriously to Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng frowned and thought for a while. I don't know. It's really hard to think of a reason. We are here to arrest someone in Jianghua district. Huang He pointed at the male protagonist in the video, Ling Tian. Before the zombie crisis broke out, there was a person who was frantically stockpiling goods in Magic City, shocking the entire wholesale circle in Magic City. However, after the zombie crisis hit, the huge amount of supplies that guy purchased disappeared, and all the warehouses were emptied. Huang He took out his mobile phone and played a video, which contained the entire process of Ling Tian taking away the huge RV. This is. Everyone was stunned. Not only had Zhang Cheng and his team of bodyguards never seen this video, but also no one in Huang He's team had seen it before. Spatial ability. Zheng Cheng murmured, and suddenly he seemed to remember something and exclaimed, Brother Huang, the person you mentioned before who was hoarding goods crazily, couldn't it be this guy? Yes, that's him. He has stockpiled so much goods. According to conservative estimates, there are no less than 200,000 tons of food alone. Everyone gasped. Assuming that each person consumes 1 kilogram of food per day, the food that Guy has is enough to feed 400 million people for a day. Compared to him, Yu Bingbing's leg hair isn't even worth mentioning. As far as I know, many powerful teams have come to Zhanghua District. All of them are here to look for the big fish Ling Tian. Huang He said in a serious tone. We must capture it before others at all costs. With the supplies he has, we can build a top force in this chaotic apocalypse. Chapter 33, Blonde Beauty, Euphemia.
Bang bang bang.
The sharp sound of gunfire rang out in the street. A combat team of 12 people was surrounded by a group of zombies. They could only fight hard with the zombies while fleeing into a narrow alley. Ouch! 2 dark red figures climbed up the wall and entered the alley, attacking the team. Damn it, it's a crawling zombie, and there are 2 of them at once. A foreign man with a big nose and a high forehead roared, and then directed everyone to concentrate their firepower on the crawling zombies.
Bang bang bang.
In the narrow alley, gunshots rang out. These crawling zombies have become intelligent. They jump up and down on the walls of tall buildings, but refuse to rush down to attack, thereby consuming the ammunition of this team. Captain, we are running out of bullets. What should we do? A man with dark skin and thick lips said nervously. Big Nose thought for a moment and gave a decisive order. Quickly find some debris to block the alley entrance. Do not shoot at low-level zombies. You can only use cold weapons to deal with them. Do not actively attack high-level crawling zombies. Just use bullets to contain them. Then the Big Nose instructed the shorter man next to him. Ola, you are responsible for contacting the rescue team and inform them of our current location. It's the captain. The short man replied, then took out his cell phone and kept making calls. This is Zhanghua District in the center of Shanghai. The signal is good, and there is no need to use high-end satellite phones for communication. The crawling zombies were extremely cunning. They wandered on the wall for a while, and when they found that the attack had weakened, they immediately seized the opportunity and pounced down. A burly man was knocked to the ground. Due to the huge power gap, he had no chance to fight back. Damn it! Shoot! Save Bob!
Bang bang bang.
Pistol bullets were fired like raindrops, and many bullets hit the zombies directly, splashing red sticky blood. Ouch! The crawling zombie roared, grabbed the burly man, climbed up the wall, broke a window, and went inside to start eating. It is difficult to kill it with a pistol alone. Help, help! Bob's desperate cry for help came from the window, making everyone feel cold in their hearts. Damn it, this area is not for us to set foot in. Big Nose punched the wall hard, looking frustrated. If they hadn't heard that a space-related psychic with enormous amounts of resources appeared here, they would not have accepted the mission and come here. As time went on, the team's ammunition was running out and its personnel were reduced to 6 people. Looking at the 2 dark red crawling zombies chasing after them on the wall, everyone was already in despair. Da, da, da. Suddenly, the sound of high heels was heard in the alley, and a group of people appeared in front of Big Nose and others. Hi, hello, little cuties. Standing in the middle of the team was a sexy blonde woman with blue eyes. She was wearing a black tight leather jacket, which perfectly showed off her devilish figure. The 3-dimensional and deep charming facial features, the flawless white delicate skin, and the fiery red lips are simply a masterpiece of God. Hurry, run. There are crawling zombies behind us. These guys are very difficult to deal with. If they catch up with us, we will be dead. Big Nose shouted to the team breathlessly. Due to the long-term intense exercise and the sudden loud shouting, Big Nose's brain suffered severe oxygen deprivation. After shouting this, his eyes went black and he fell to the ground on the spot. Euphemia, what now? The tall man next to the sexy woman asked her. The sexy woman called Euphemia turned her head and her thick and long eyelashes fluttered twice. Since I have encountered them, I cannot let them go. The crystal cores in their heads can increase the strength in my body. This is an unexpected battle. In order to save ammunition, submachine guns are not allowed. A 3-meter-tall giant reminded Euphemia. Okay, just 2 reptiles, I know what to do. Euphemia shook her bright golden hair, took out an ordinary pistol from her waist, twisted her slender waist, and walked towards the 2 crawling zombies that were rushing towards her at a high speed. Da, da, da. The high-heeled boots stepped on the ground, making a seductive sound. The Big Nose, who was lying on the ground, woke up from his coma, heard the conversation between these people, and quickly warned. Be careful, those guys are very strong, and using only a pistol is simply courting death. Euphemia lowered her eyes to glance at him. Her fiery red lips curled up in a beautiful arc, and ignored Big Nose's warning. When the crawling zombies saw the tender skin and flesh of their prey, excitement shone in their cloudy eyes. Ouch! Two dark red figures streaked across the air, rushing towards their prey. Euphemia stood still, raising her pistol nonchalantly. When the monster's ugly and ferocious face was about to reach the muzzle of the gun, she activated her supernatural power and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet fired and hit the zombie's head accurately. Phew! The zombie's head exploded instantly, and white brain matter mixed with sticky blood splattered out. The first zombie died on the spot. The other zombie was pushed back half a meter by the residual power of the bullet. The surviving zombie looked up and found that his companion was dead. Being intelligent, he decisively chose to escape the next second. Bang, 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 bang. Four shots rang out in succession, and the zombie's limbs were all broken by bullets. It could only crawl on the ground using its waist, abdomen, and head. It looks like a big ugly red bug. Ha ha ha, Lynn. Look at its appearance, it's really funny. Sexy and hot Euphemia laughed happily and licked her flaming red lips with her tongue. Stop playing around and get rid of him quickly. If that guy named Ling Tian is kidnapped first, the boss will not let us go. Lin Lei, who was wearing a cloak, said coldly. Ah, you guys are really boring. Euphemia shook her head. Her dazzling golden hair spread out like a beautiful and proud Persian cat. He raised his pistol and shot the zombie, which was struggling to crawl, one more time, killing it. Huh. Euphemia put the muzzle of the gun to her lips, blew a gentle and fragrant breeze, and kissed her precious pistol. Speaking of which, she has an unparalleled passion for destructive weapons. In her opinion, in this crazy apocalypse, nothing is more reliable than the weapons in her hands. Chapter 34, Space Flickering. Yu Bingbing followed Ling Tian and walked towards the east. At this time, the top female star had a black ring on her snow-white neck. This ring is made of composite metal, has extremely high hardness, and has a positioning function. The existence of this thing completely cut off Yu Bingbing's idea of escaping, and she could only be led by Ling Tian obediently. Woo! Not long after, the zombies hiding everywhere surrounded them. The city center is exaggerated, with densely packed zombies everywhere. Even moving in the alleys, fighting is unavoidable. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked by zombies, Ling Tian could only use his skills to force his way through. Imperial weapon, cutting. 3 daggers quickly shuttled around Ling Tian within 5 meters, following him into the group of zombies. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a lawn mowing machine. In the blink of an eye, a large number of low-level zombies were cut down. Master Ling Tian, be careful of the mutant zombies. Yu Bingbing reminded not far behind him. A venom zombie with a gaping mouth appeared from the side alley. This thing can spray powerful venom 5 meters ahead. It is so corrosive that it can even dissolve blast shields instantly. Fighting such zombies at close range would undoubtedly be a way to seek death. The best way is to get outside its attack range and use ranged attacks to destroy it. Bingbing, strengthen my dagger. Ling Tian gave orders to Yu Bingbing. The next second, one of the daggers flying in the air emitted a silver-white light. Looking at the brightness of the light above, it is more dazzling than the one previously displayed in the room. After Yu Bingbing absorbed the crystal core, her level was raised to level 2, and the strength of her item enhancement skills was also improved. Ling Tian used his mind to control the glowing dagger and used it to eject the venom zombie. A silver light flashed quickly. Phew! The venom zombie's chest was pierced by a dagger, leaving a big hole, and the spine on the back was also destroyed. Well, the venom zombie's upper body couldn't hold up and broke directly, and he died on the spot. The venom dripping from the mouth hit the ground, making a sizzling sound. The power of an ordinary dagger that has been strengthened is doubled. Just one is enough to kill a mutated venom zombie. After a fierce battle, Ling Tian cleaned up the battlefield. The ring in his hand glowed, and he stuffed the more intact corpses on the ground into the ring, preparing to burn them when he rested at night. Yu Bingbing was stunned as she watched this scene. Master, why did you collect these disgusting things? Well, Ling Tian thought about it and decided to tell the truth, then use it to refine the crystal core. Yu Bingbing. Ling Tian didn't want to burn the corpses originally, but there were too few mutated zombies with crystal cores in their brains. The two of them had to absorb and upgrade, recharge, and feed the Taodai ring, so the gap in the crystal core was indeed quite large. Ling Tian could only rub his nose and continue collecting the zombie remains. Buzz. The Taodai ring emits a dazzling light. Master Ling Tian, what happened to your ring? Yu Bingbing looked at the strange change in the ring with surprise on her face. Ling Tian looked down and tried to connect with the ring with his mind. Brush. With a flash of light, Ling Tian's figure disappeared from the spot. Disappeared? Yu Bingbing's beautiful eyes widened. Master Ling Tian? Master? I'm here. The voice came from behind Yu Bingbing. Yu Bingbing turned around and looked at him with surprise. Master, how did you do it? How did you run behind me in the blink of an eye? Well, it's a secret. Ling Tian evaded the question casually. After saying this, he lowered his eyes to glance at the Taodai ring on his hand, his eyes sparkling. That's right, this ring is not as simple as imagined. It can absorb zombie crystal cores to unlock its own power. What the ring just unlocked is a great space-related skill, Space Flash. Can flash to where you want to go. Maximum flashing distance, 15 meters. Energy cost, each flash costs 1 energy. Minimum interval between skill usage, 15 seconds. By the way, Master, why are you taking me east? There is an ocean to the east of the Magic City. Yu Bingbing became more and more confused as she followed Ling Tian's steps and couldn't help but ask. She was very puzzled as to why they didn't go to the safe suburbs, but went to the seaside not far from the city center. On that island over there is a famous Shuangdan University. You want to build a base on the island? No, I'm going to find someone there. Ah. Yu Bingbing was very surprised. What's so special about that person that you would go to such a dangerous place to look for him? Ling Tian glanced at the beauty next to him, who was stunningly beautiful, sexy, and graceful. The two parties already know each other well and have become one, so there is no need to be overly defensive. After all, this is not something top secret. Ling Tian stretched out his hand to hold Yu Bingbing's roundness, moving his 5 fingers and relaxing his palm. In this perilous apocalypse, the power of an individual is ultimately limited. In order to protect myself from becoming a vassal of other forces, I want to build a team. I see. Yu Bingbing thought for a moment and said, Master, you should build a survivor base. What's the use of a team? Ling Tian smiled. Yu Bingbing knew very little about the future world and still held on to the old idea that there was strength in numbers. There are 7 levels of superpowers in this world. S-Abdef, the person I'm looking for, is an S-level superpower. Is an S-level psychic very powerful? Although we are not as good as various guns and artillery now, I want to tell you that the future of this world belongs to the superpowers. Ah? S-level psychics are extremely rare. Once they grow up, the so-called hot weapon core is nothing but a toy. Is that so? Some of what Ling Tian said subverted Yu Bingbing's cognition. She couldn't understand how one person could be more powerful than an entire legion. The so-called building of bases and grabbing of territory is nothing more than a fight for petty gains that can be seen in the short term. Ling Tian showed a disdainful smile. As long as I successfully form an S-level goddess group, there will be no force in the world that can compete with me. In other words, I am the master of this world. Yu Bingbing was stunned by what she heard and felt a sense of awe. Anyway, she has no right to choose now and can only obey the other party's arrangements. Why is it a goddess group? Yu Bingbing asked a final question. Ling Tian smiled and pinched her round jade breasts. Because I have to check the appearance of the people I recruit, I won't accept anyone who doesn't meet my aesthetic standards. They walked and stopped all day, and until the sun went down, neither of them had walked very far. Ling Tian didn't care. He was reborn from the future world and had a relatively clear understanding of the future development trajectory of the world. Suyue, the campus belle of Shuangdan University, will not be in any danger. If she died in an accident, the notorious Extreme Blade Angel would not be able to appear in the future. Ling Tian found a suitable place to rest and took out the Doomsday RV from the space ring. This is so huge. Yu Bingbing looked at the 4-meter-tall steel monster in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After exclaiming in amazement, she secretly glanced at the ring in Ling Tian's hand with her charming and seductive fox eyes. It's incredible that such a small ring can fit such a large car. I don't know how big the space in that guy's ring is and how many good things are placed in it. What's wrong? Ling Tian noticed Yu Bingbing looking at her ring and asked her. Yu Bingbing lowered her head guiltily. Nothing. You go in and have a rest first. There are TVs and computers inside. I'll go and refine the crystal core, and then I'll go in and have dinner with you later. Ling Tian reached out and patted Yu Bingbing's cheeks, and a crisp sound was heard. Yu Bingbing got into the car with a red face. As a top female star in Long Country, it was hard for her to accept being slapped at will. Ling Tian set up a tent near the RV to hide his whereabouts, then took out an incinerator from inside the tent and started burning the body.
Bang bang bang.
Gunshots were heard in the distance. To be honest, Ling Tian has become numb to the sound of gunfire that rang out almost from morning to night. I don't understand why. The gunshots are getting more and more frequent and closer. It's as if it's rushing towards me. What the hell? Those people with guns should move to the safe suburbs. Why are they running to Ganghwa district? Ling Tian muttered something and put the corpse into the incinerator. I have now reached the 3rd level and met the prerequisite for advancement. Ling Tian murmured. When a psychic reaches level 3, level 6, or level 9, he can complete the advancement and unlock his powers by absorbing special crystal cores. After the advancement, the psychic will become extremely powerful, and the gap between them and ordinary psychics will be astonishing. The problem is that this special crystal core can only be produced by supermutated boss-level zombies. Not only is it scarce, but it is also extremely difficult to obtain. Even though Ling Tian is an S-level psychic, he currently doesn't dare to think about hunting the boss. Chapter 35 Warm Dinner. Yu Bingbing entered the RV and was immediately shocked by the decoration inside. The interior space is 40 square meters, luxuriously decorated, with a long row of sofas, a wine cabinet, a refrigerator, air conditioning, a kitchen, and a bedroom. All the interior furniture of the car is made of imported walnut, with top-grade teak flooring underneath. The decoration level is no different from that of a 5-star hotel. To be honest, Yu Bingbing has never been in this kind of RV before. The spacious space is just like being at home. She touched here and looked there in the RV and simply couldn't let it go. It is such a luxury to have such living conditions in the end times. After walking around, Yu Bingbing sat down on the U-shaped 6-seater leather sofa. There was a display screen on the liftable table in the middle. The screen shows surveillance images around the RV. Sitting here, you can see everything around you clearly, giving you a very safe feeling. Looking back on my previous experience of escaping from the hotel, it is no exaggeration to call this place a paradise. When I turned on the lift-type TV, I found that many of the channels had no programs, and the ones that had signals were just playing some action movies. Boom. There was a sound coming from the innermost bedroom. Although it was very light, it scared Yu Bingbing. The dangerous experiences of these days have made her extremely sensitive. The door opened and 2 beautiful women walked out. One was wearing a tight skirt and black stockings, with proud curves and mature beauty. The other was wearing a sailor suit and white stockings, with exquisite curves and youthful beauty. When the 3 of them met, there was a look of surprise in their eyes. You are the famous star Yu Bingbing? Wang Yao covered her cherry lips with her hands. This is the age when people are most fanatical about chasing stars, and they know everything about each star. Yu Bingbing is the most popular female star in Dragon Country, and Wang Yao is one of her fans. Yu Bingbing, why are you here? Lu Yu asked in confusion. Yu Bingbing was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Mom, it seems to be getting late. Wang Yao pulled at the corner of her mother's clothes. Well, let's go make something delicious for you. Lu Yu nodded and took Wang Yao to the kitchen to start working. When Yu Bingbing saw the 2 people leave, she found a seat and sat down. I shook my head, too lazy to think about such messy things. She opened her phone and browsed through various chat groups to see what her friends were experiencing. There are not many people in a good situation. Most of them are asking for help. Even relatives and friends living in suburban villas are not immune to the impact. Although there are fewer zombies in remote areas, cases of rebellion by servants such as housekeepers and guards frequently occur. Without the constraints of the legal system, human greed will gradually magnify and people are likely to do anything. Those who can still send messages in the group are considered to be doing quite well. Drop. An electronic sound rang out and the side door opened. Ling Tian walked in from outside. After hearing the voice, the girl with twin ponytails hurried over to greet him. Big brother. Ling Tian hugged the school beauty with a slight smile on his face. Before the end of the world, such a top-notch school beauty wouldn't even look at me a second time. Now, not only does she throw herself into my arms, but she also screams passionately. He asked with concern, did you feel bored or uncomfortable during this time in the ring? Wang Yao shook her head, and her twin ponytails fluttered in the air in beautiful arcs. There are fitness equipment and various games and movies here. It's like being on vacation. There's no feeling of boredom. That's good. Ling Tian touched the girl's head lovingly. In the kitchen, Lu Yu turned around and smiled tenderly at Ling Tian. My dear, you've worked hard outside. Go sit down and have a rest. The food will be ready soon. Ling Tian nodded and took Wang Yao straight to the U-shaped sofa where Yu Bingbing was. Yu Bingbing leaned back on the sofa, looking mischievous and very embarrassed. You 3 have met each other, right? Wang Yao nodded. Well, Miss Yu Bingbing, Will you live with us from now on? Why, you don't like it? Of course I like it. Since you like her, you can go over and hug her.
Ah?
Wang Yao was stunned for a moment, then stuck out her tongue. This is not good. Yu Bingbing is a top star, and I'm not very familiar with her. Ling Tian smiled and said, you will all be sisters fighting in the same trench from now on, so don't be so formal. Is that so? Wang Yao's cheeks flushed immediately after hearing Ling Tian's words. Yu Bingbing also lowered her head in shame, not knowing how to face the girl in front of her. At this time, Liu came over with food. The food is here. A plate of stir-fried beef, a plate of pork ribs stewed with corn, and a pot of loofah and shredded pork soup were placed on the table. Liu used to be a supermodel and seldom cooked for herself, so it was already very good that she could cook the dishes like this. You guys eat first, dear. I'll make some more. No. Ling Tian reached out and grabbed Liu, then took out some food from the ring. Black pepper Angus beef tenderloin, blanched kale, goose feet with abalone sauce and mushrooms, wild rice stem with rich curry, braised asparagus with black pepper, and pine jellyfish with rich flavors. I still have a lot of food made by 5-star chefs in my ring. Yu Bingbing swallowed her saliva and said anxiously, it's just for 4 people. There's no need to be so extravagant. What if they finish eating? Previous experiences have made Yu Bingbing respect food. Only those who have experienced hunger will understand. Ling Tian disagreed. Don't worry, the supplies I brought will be enough to support the 3 of you for hundreds of years. While what? Yu Bingbing couldn't believe her ears. Is it that exaggerated? Liu covered her mouth and chuckled. It's true. There are millions of tons of various ingredients. Million tons? Yu Bingbing couldn't remain calm after hearing this. It was like a dream to have so many supplies in this chaotic world. Don't just stand there, eat. Ling Tian spoke. In the dangerous apocalypse, the 4 people can enjoy delicious food in the safety of the RV. Ling Tian glanced around and saw that each of the 3 beauties was more beautiful than the other, which made him very happy. The scene is warm and beautiful. What the 4 didn't know was that a group of people were quietly approaching under the cover of night. Yu Bingbing's good sister Li Lu is about to meet her again. Chapter 36 Hunting Operation. With a moan, top star Yu Bingbing woke up from her sleep. The big bed beneath her and the quilt on top were very soft and comfortable, allowing her to have a good dream. Bang, bang, bang. There were slight gunshot sounds outside the RV, which were easy to ignore if you didn't pay attention. Zombies and people with bad intentions may hang around the car body when you are sleeping. Ling Tian once told her that the outer shell of the RV was made of high-strength bulletproof material, and it was unlikely that dangerous creatures could get in, so there was no need to pay any attention to them. With Ling Tian protecting her, Yu Bingbing didn't bother to worry and just lay down and let it go. Yu Bingbing swept her charming peach blossom eyes around, and wherever she looked, she saw exquisite and luxurious interiors. In a trance, I seemed to have returned to the days before the zombie outbreak, when I was living in a 5-star hotel. Comfortable and cozy. Yu Bingbing turned her head and looked at the man who was hugging her waist from behind with disgust on her face. This guy is so bad. I don't know where he learned this from, but he doesn't cherish this stunningly beautiful top star. I am the noble and beautiful queen in the hearts of countless people. How could he do this? Ling Tian suddenly reached out his hand while sleeping and touched Yu Bingbing's delicate and smooth chin. Why? Are you getting addicted? Yu Bingbing realized that this guy had woken up, and her beautiful face immediately changed into a look of shame. How could I? It's obviously you. Ling Tian smiled and did not argue with the beauty in front of him. After releasing items to strengthen it several times yesterday, Bingbing, has your power tree changed? For example, has a new fruit been added? Will the supernatural tree change again? Yu Bingbing said in surprise. I'll go in and take a look in my mind now. Etc. Ling Tian stopped her. Try to release the shackles of your consciousness. Then I should be able to directly enter your mind and check it out. Oh. Yu Bingbing responded obediently, closing her eyes and relaxing herself as instructed by the other party. Before long, a strange will broke into her private sphere. After entering Yu Bingbing's mind, Ling Tian quickly found her supernatural tree. In the first branch system above, 2 memory nodes are lit up, namely item enhancement and item repair. Item enhancement. Function. Can temporarily increase the strength of items, but the effect will be weakened for high-level items. Maximum release distance, 20 meters. Duration, 20 seconds. Energy consumption. Each release consumes 1 energy point. Item repair. Function. Can repair most items, but has a diminishing effect on high-level items. Release range, 20 meters. Repair speed, 10% per second. Energy consumption per use, 1 energy point. Bing Bing, your second skill turns out to be item repair. Ling Tian whispered. Are my skills poor? Yu Bingbing's voice sounded a little nervous. Ever since she learned about the existence of superpowers, she has been very concerned about it. Who doesn't want to have powerful superpowers? Not really. I just feel like there aren't many places where I can use it. Yu Bingbing's current system branch is unable to manufacture weapons and other items, which makes Ling Tian feel a little regretful. We have to find a way to help Bingbing advance. Ling Tian was thinking in his mind. After advancement, there is a high probability that the weapon manufacturing branch will be unlocked, which can produce a large number of arms. In the Dragon Country, where all kinds of weapons and ammunition are extremely scarce, the value of arms manufacturing is self-evident. Whoever has more guns can take the initiative. It's different in the Eagle Country. Guns and weapons are rampant, and private armed groups even have horse-drawn tanks and armed helicopters. After the soldiers and the weapons in service disappeared, the firepower of the civilian organizations over there was still extremely ferocious. Killing zombies was like mowing grass, and their development speed was much faster than that of Dragon Country. In Eagle Country, the skill of arms manufacturing is completely inferior in the initial stage. The beautiful country does not lack a few pistols and submachine guns. At this moment, outside the RV, several figures flashed by. A team of about 20 people occupied various advantageous terrains and surrounded the RV. This is the Sword Soul Squad led by Huang He. After they discovered Ling Tian's whereabouts, they did not dare to delay at all and finally arrived here at 11 o'clock last night. Huang He stood in a residential building on the 4th floor, staring down at the vehicle Ling Tian was in. The beautiful and attractive Li Lu had her mouth gagged, her hands and feet tied, and was thrown on a soft big bed. Such a virgin actress is of considerable value, and Huang He is reluctant to give her up. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning, and this kid hasn't come out yet. Is he doing some morning exercises in the car? Huang He picked up his watch to check the time and cursed under his breath. The RV where Ling Tian is located has powerful defenses and cannot be destroyed even by submachine guns. Huang He and his companions lacked destructive weapons to dismantle such vehicles, so they could only choose to rest on the spot and wait for their prey to walk out of the car. Ling Tian and the car did do some morning exercises. After getting up in the morning and doing some activities, I started to wash and clean up. Then it's time to enjoy breakfast. It was not until after 9 o'clock that we were dressed and ready to leave. Click. The side door of the RV opened, the stairs were lowered, and Ling Tian was the first to walk out of the RV. Refreshed, relaxed, and comfortable. After getting out of the car, Ling Tian's brain nerves suddenly tensed up. The crisis-ridden life after the apocalypse made him extremely sensitive to danger. Something seems wrong here. The alley is too quiet. Looking around, there was not even a shadow of a zombie to be seen, giving him the illusion that he had arrived in the suburbs. Bing Bing, don't come down yet. Ling Tian gave an order inside, asking Yu Bingbing, who was about to get off the car, to go back temporarily. Then he turned around and wanted to go up to check the surveillance records around the vehicle. Oh no, that kid seems to be going back. What should we do, Captain? There was an urgent voice coming from the intercom. Huang He made a prompt decision. Take action. We can't let him go back. This kid seems to have noticed something unusual.
Bang bang bang.
A series of gunshots broke the silence of the alley. With Ling Tian's current physical condition, it would be difficult for him to be seriously injured as long as he was not hit directly in the eye by a pistol bullet. After hearing the gunshot, the ring in Ling Tian's hand flashed. The next second, a level 6 heavy bulletproof shield blocked him. Ding ding ding. Bullets from all directions hit the shield, just like mosquito bites, leaving no trace at all. It poses no threat to the person behind the shield. This level 6 bulletproof shield has a puncture resistance of 60. What? Huang He's face became solemn after seeing this scene. He did not expect that the target's protective equipment was so complete. What should we do, Captain? The pistol is useless. This guy is going back into the car. Don't ask me anything. Use your brains and stop him from getting on the bus. Huang He shouted loudly into the intercom. Boom! A huge fireball flew from a distance and hit the car door. Ling Tian's shield is bulletproof, but its protection against high temperatures is far less effective. So he decisively chose to dodge. Boom! The fireball smashed into the car door and exploded instantly, as if an explosion had occurred. The extremely high temperature baked the bulletproof steel doors until they were twisted and deformed. Chapter 37, Teaching Yu Bingbing to Fight. Master, are you okay? After the explosion, Yu Bingbing, still in shock, shouted outside. Wang Yao and Lu Yu also pressed against the car windows, with frightened expressions on their faces. Don't worry, I won't get a box lunch that easily. Ling Tian's calm voice gave peace of mind to Yu Bingbing and others who were in a panic. Yu Bingbing patted the proud peaks with her hands and let out a long sigh. I'm glad this bastard is okay. If he gets killed, I'll be finished. There are so many people outside. If he gets caught, I'll be... Ling Tian was leaning against the RV at this time, with a person-high curved bulletproof shield placed in front of him. The shield protected him firmly like a bunker. Through the small transparent observation window in front of the bulletproof shield, Ling Tian can observe the situation in front. Ling Tian could actually use space flash to get inside the RV and hide, but he didn't think it was necessary.
Bang bang bang.
From the surrounding shelters, pistol bullets were fired one after another, hitting the shield in front of Ling Tian. Apart from a slight spark, there was no effect at all. Huang He upstairs frowned after seeing this, picked up the intercom and gave an order. Stop shooting. Throw grenades at the target.
Yes.
The next second, several grenades flew high towards Ling Tian. Oh, did it work? Ling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and then cast telekinesis limit. The telekinesis condensed into an invisible arm 5 meters around the body, which directly knocked the flying grenade back.
Fuck.
The members of the Sword Soul team, hiding behind the cover, cursed angrily and ran for their lives. Boom, boom, boom. The grenade exploded, scattering shrapnel. People who were close to the explosion point still had their hands and feet blown off, even though they were wearing bulletproof vests. On the other hand, Ling Tian was fine. Damn it, stop attacking. Huang He was furious and hit the balcony handrail hard with his hand. The force was so great that it directly smashed a hole in the concrete handrail. He never expected that the target would be so difficult to deal with, causing his attack plans to fail one after another. The situation suddenly became a stalemate. Captain, what should we do now? The people below asked for instructions from the captain in charge of command upstairs through the intercom. Huang He lit up a cigarette, took a puff, and tried to calm himself down. After a moment, he gave instructions to his subordinates. The target is now surrounded and has no way to escape, so he must be extremely panicked. Try to negotiate with him, agree to all his conditions to make him lay down his arms and surrender, and capture him without bloodshed. After receiving the instructions, the bald guy shouted to Ling Tian. Hey kid, you've been surrounded by us. If you resist stubbornly, you'll only die. We, the Sword Soul Squad, will treat prisoners well. We advise you to surrender immediately. Ling Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these people and silently judged the position of nearby enemies through the observation window. What should we do, Ling Tian? Something bad will happen if we continue like this. Yu Bingbing's worried voice came from the RV. You bastard, hurry up and find a solution. What if you kill this queen? Ling Tian was speechless for a while. What happened? Yu Bingbing asked curiously. I think it's those guys who should be worried. Ling Tian's voice came. Yu Bingbing felt like she couldn't think straight. Ouch! The howling of zombies was heard. The noise from the battle just now was very loud, attracting zombies from all directions to gather here. Yu Bingbing said anxiously, It's over. What should we do now? There are so many people outside and we can't handle it. Now there are another group of zombies. Ling Tian, don't make a mistake. These zombies are my reinforcements. Ouch! The gathered zombies smelled the scent and pounced on the members of the Sword Soul Squad in various bunkers. Ling Tian was surrounded, and the zombies couldn't reach him for a while, so those who were ambushing nearby were in trouble. Captain, there are more and more zombies. The subordinate reported the situation to Huang He via the intercom. Huang He took a few puffs of his cigarette and then threw it away. Comrade, join me in launching a general attack. Take down the target quickly at all costs. The rest of you will be responsible for stopping the zombies and providing fire cover. After saying that, he jumped up and flipped down from the 4th floor balcony and jumped to the 3rd floor balcony. This process was repeated over and over again, and in a few seconds they quickly reached the 1st floor. Huang He once asked Zheng Cheng and others about some of Ling Tian's attack methods. The reply I got was that there was a high probability that there were no guns, and they mainly relied on close combat with cold weapons. The only long-range attack method is the catapulting dagger. Although the attack power is considerable, the distance is not far. 5 tough men armed to the teeth walked out of the bunker, raised their level 3 bulletproof shields, and walked towards Ling Tian with guns in hand. Bing bing, strengthen my weapon. Ling Tian gave instructions towards the car. Now is a good time to teach Goddess Bing Bing how to fight. Oh, As it concerns her own safety, Yu Bingbing dared not delay and immediately used her item enhancement skills. The dagger in Ling Tian's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The best attack distance of Ling Tian's telekinesis catapult is within 30 meters. But he was very patient and waited until these people came 10 meters away before taking action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 daggers flew out from above Ling Tian's bulletproof shield and stabbed towards a person. After noticing the abnormality, the man hurriedly raised the shield in his hand to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The reinforced daggers fell one after another, and the huge power knocked the Sword Soul team member away.
What?
Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were focused on the member who was knocked away. Everyone found that the shield and bulletproof vest in the man's hands were pierced. A big hole appeared on his chest, and he died on the spot. Everyone was shocked. A level 3 bulletproof shield has a 25% defense against piercing attacks, so bullets won't hurt you at all. Such a strong defense was actually pierced through by a few inconspicuous daggers. Wow, so awesome. Lu Yu, Wang Yao exclaimed in amazement. They had all been put into the space ring before, and this was the first time they saw the upgraded Ling Tian fighting with others. This attack was not the result of Ling Tian's power alone. Yu Bingbing's item enhancement also played an important role. The power of the enhanced dagger doubled, and the original 12 points of power of telekinesis catapult directly became 24 points. 3 missiles were fired at the same time, which had the effect of breaking the shield and killing the person. Ling Tian habitually took out the crystal core to recharge himself, his brows slightly furrowed. The strength of ordinary daggers is really too weak. If I had used the extraordinary dagger just now, I could have taken that guy away with one shot. Ling Tian only has 2 extraordinary daggers now, and he will not easily eject them unless it is absolutely necessary. Search. There was a sound of breaking air. An arrow flashed with a cold light and flew towards Ling Tian from a hidden place.
Bang!
Ice. The arrow hit Ling Tian's shield accurately, and the coldness attached to it spread rapidly, and ice flowers condensed on the shield in an instant. Frost arrow? Ling Tian was experienced and quickly put the ice-covered shield into the ring to prevent the hands holding the shield from getting frostbite. Then he replaced it with a similar shield and held it in front of him. The impact force of the arrow hitting the shield was exaggerated. Ling Tian guessed that the psychic on the opposite side should be using an extraordinary bow. Quite interesting, both ice and fire. When we encounter a battle, Bingbing, your task is to strengthen all the weapons on me. You hide in a safe place and use the crystal core to maintain the energy in your body. Yes, master. Bingbing will remember this. Yu Bingbing responded, and then one after another, strengthening light lit up and enveloped Ling Tian. While Ling Tian was distracted by the conversation, a blurry figure quickly approached. Captain Huang, he activated his own special ability, which increased his movement speed by 40%. I saw him running at high speed with his center of gravity lowered, his chin less than half a meter off the ground. With both hands tightly grasping an ancient sword with strange patterns, he slashed at Ling Tian's legs at high speed.
Get.
Chapter 38. Killing the Huanghe Squad. The sword in Huang He's hand is very strange both in its aura and shape. Ling Tian, who was reborn from the end of the world, is very experienced. He immediately realized that this was an extraordinary item at first glance. I immediately became very alert. Even with the protection of a level 6 heavy bulletproof shield, this guy actually dared to chop me directly with a knife. Obviously, there is a chance of breaking the bulletproof shield. Thinking of this, Ling Tian sneered. The moment the opponent's attack comes, quickly dodge to the side. Sizzle. The blade slashed through the bulletproof shield, causing a harsh sound of metal friction. Huang He showed an arrogant smile on his face. The knife in his hand can condense invisible sword energy and directly damage objects behind the armor. Bulletproof vests and bulletproof shields are all jokes in front of this blade. That's awesome, boss. Seeing Ling Tian escape from the shield, the people behind him cheered and shot at Ling Tian with their pistols. Have you had enough fun? Ling Tian's voice came from in front of Huang He. Huang He was startled and looked up quickly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ling Tian, who was not far away, stretched out his hand to him. Telekinesis suppression. An invisible force pressed down from Huang He's back. Thump. Huang He, who was in a state of sprinting with his upper body leaning forward, was pressed by this force and immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. At the same time, the ring in Ling Tian's hand flashed, and a submachine gun appeared in his hand. As Huang He fell to the ground, Ling Tian stepped forward, stepped on his back, and shot at his head with a submachine gun. Da-da-da. Huang He didn't even have time to scream before his head was shot and exploded on the spot. He died a horrible death. Team leader. Everyone in the Sword Soul team was shocked. They didn't expect that their captain would be shot dead as soon as they met him. Whoosh, boom, bang, bang, bang. Arrows, fireballs, and bullets were shot out at the same time, smashing towards Ling Tian's location. Ling Tian leaned over and rolled over, quickly picking up the sword in Huang He's hand, and then calmly activated. Space flash. A flash of light passed by, and Ling Tian's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. All the firepower was in vain. How could it be? The archers and fire-type mutants hiding behind the cover cried out in surprise, their eyes filled with solemnity. Ling Tian appeared again, already more than 10 meters away from the original area. These short 3 seconds away from the bulletproof shield. He was hit by 5 bullets from the intense fire. It's not as powerful as I imagined, Ling Tian muttered. With his current physical condition, plus the protection of the reinforced bulletproof vest, the place hit by a pistol bullet will only feel some pain, but it is difficult to cause substantial damage. It seems that those pistols are basically just decorations. Just pay attention to the psychics in this team. Kill him. For men with shields rushed over. Buzz. Yu Bingbing kept Ling Tian's teachings in mind and immediately strengthened the sword in his hand. The strength of the strange sword itself reaches 12, which is higher than the ordinary fire axe with a strength of 10. At the same time, it can release a penetrating sword energy with a fixed power of 8. After being strengthened, its power is further enhanced. The next second, Ling Tian, holding a strange sword, took the initiative to rush towards the other 4 people who were approaching him. The 4 men stood in separate positions, holding shields and guns, ready for battle. A pointless struggle. Ling Tian whispered something, then slashed out with the sword in his hand. Puff, 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 puff. For sounds of flesh being cut were heard, and the sword energy from the katana cut through the waists of several people through their bulletproof vests. Thump. Several people fell to the ground in pain, holding their abdomens. The 3 women in the RV were stunned. Si Guoyi. Well, Yu Bingbing quickly covered her mouth, and a trace of shame appeared on her beautiful face. It was all because of that bad guy Ling Tian, who taught her Japanese for an entire night and made it a conditioned reflex for her. Ouch! More and more zombies gathered, leaving the Sword Soul squad unable to take care of themselves. All those who were hiding revealed their locations. Ling Tian glanced over and raised his eyebrows slightly. It will be much easier if we know the exact location. Go to hell. The female archer holding a supernatural bow and arrow kept shooting arrows, freezing the zombies that tried to approach into ice sculptures. A smaller guy beside her yelled at her, "Ignore those zombies. Let's join forces to take down that guy named Ling Tian. The team has suffered heavy losses. We can only survive if we hide in the RV." The archer nodded and turned the bow towards Ling Tian. "Oh, you still want to fight back?" Ling Tian's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards the shooter. The female archer gritted her teeth and pulled the bow to its full length. Call out. The arrow was shot. However, the moment she released the bowstring, Ling Tian's body once again turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was less than 30 meters away from the shooter. Hateful. The female archer quickly drew her bow. Sucker punch. Ling Tian snorted lightly, and 2 enhanced daggers shot out. Puff, puff. The dagger pierced through the female archer's body. The bulletproof vest on the female shooter seemed to be fake. It was pierced by 2 small daggers, and 2 terrible bloody holes were blown out in her chest. Puff. The female archer spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the bow and arrow in her hand fell to the side. Ling Tian rushed to the female shooter under the bullets and slashed with the sword in his hand. Snap. The shooter's legs were cut off, and he fell to the ground with a thump. It's fun to shoot an arrow in the dark, isn't it? Ling Tian stood in front of the shooter, looking down at her. Good opportunity. The thin man in the Sword Soul team's eyes lit up, and he quickly released his special powers. Whoosh. A fireball glowing red quickly came from a distance and blasted towards Ling Tian. This move is called Explosive Firebomb. It explodes after hitting the target and is extremely powerful. Equipment such as bulletproof vests can protect against thrusts and impacts, but they are completely useless against this kind of high-temperature fireball. Dad, be careful. Wang Yao in the RV screamed when she saw this scene. Snort. Ling Tian snorted softly and cast Telekinesis Limit in the direction where the fire bomb was coming from. Buzz. The fire bomb was blocked by an invisible force. What? The thin man's eyes widened. Boom. The fire bomb exploded, and the shooter in front of Ling Tian was covered by huge heat, and half of his body was roasted instantly. At the same time, the surrounding 5-meter area turned into a scorched earth. Phew, not bad. The thin man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had hit the target. He no longer hid, ran out from the shelter not far away, and ran towards Ling Tian's RV in a swagger. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Luckily, I was smart and only took action at the critical moment. The thin man looked at the RV and thought about the gorgeous top star in the RV, and his heart felt hot. I'm going to go find that woman to calm my nerves when I get up there later. I almost died at the hands of a zombie. What a damn bad luck.
Bang!
A hand pressed on the thin man's shoulder, which scared him. The thin man looked back and found that Ling Tian was unharmed and was looking at him with a playful look. The thin man was almost scared to death. You? How is it possible? Ling Tian just used telekinesis suppression to deflect the firebomb and make it explode 5 meters away from him. At the same time, he took out a heat-insulating shield from the space ring and used it to protect himself. This professional heat-insulating shield can withstand high temperatures of 50 degrees Celsius from the front. It looks like it is fraught with danger, but in fact it is as steady as an old dog. You can touch my pet? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, gleaming with ferocity. The thin man was so frightened that his hair stood up. No, this is all a misunderstanding. Telekinesis device. Swish, swish, swish. The extraordinary dagger cut at a high speed, and the thin man screamed, and was instantly chopped into pieces of flesh. Looking at the unidentified object lying in a pool of blood, Ling Tian felt no wavering in his heart. He looked up and saw that the team was in disarray. A large number of zombies gathered around and overwhelmed the remaining team members. It's time to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Ling Tian licked the corner of his mouth. Guns, ammunition, grenades, these are all good things. Collect them all. Chapter 39. Meet Li Lu again and see the boss zombie. 14 pistols, more than 500 rounds of bullets, 13 grenades. After dealing with the zombies that arrive later, Ling Tian began to collect and count important supplies. In addition, 4 useful skill crystal cores and 2 extraordinary weapons, a bow and a sword, were obtained. The nameless crystal core can learn item identification and quickly obtain information about extraordinary items. The yellow crane crystal core can learn haste, which increases movement speed by 40%, which is very useful whether for running away or chasing people. The crystal core of a fire-type mutant can learn exploding fireball, which causes 14 points of fire damage to the target. The archer core can learn frost arrow, which adds a cold effect to the bow and arrow, causing an additional 10 points of cold damage. Quick item identification, it's pretty good. I'll take it. The remaining 2 are not necessary for me, so I'll give them to Bing Bing for self-defense. Ling Tian picked up the yellow crane crystal core and the nameless crystal core, and used his mind to guide the 2 crystal cores to embed them into his own supernatural tree. Bite. Haste learned permanently. Bite. Item identification has been permanently learned. A faint voice came from above. Ling Tian looked up and saw Li Lu, with her mouth gagged with tape, standing by the window, trying hard to make a sound. Li Lu? Ling Tian was slightly surprised. I didn't expect to meet her here. A top female star in Dragon Country, with both perfect looks and figure. Originally, Ling Tian only planned to accept you Bing Bing, but it would be a bit of a loss if he didn't accept the actress who came to his door. It's just right for you Bing Bing to keep her company. Ling Tian whispered. He has enough supplies now, so it is no problem for him to have another dog. Thank you. The tape in Li Lu's mouth was torn off, and she immediately bowed her head to thank Ling Tian. I never thought we would meet again in this way, Miss Li Lu. Ling Tian looked at this first-line actress and said, It looks like you've suffered a lot during this period. I'm so scared. If I hadn't met you, the consequences would have been disastrous. Why? Do I look like a nice person? Li Lu bit her lip and replied, It's better to fall into your hands than to be caught by those bad guys. Li Lu lay on the windowsill and watched almost the entire battle between Ling Tian and Huang He and others. Being able to wipe out an entire team armed with real guns and bullets so easily, he is simply a human boss. Oh, it seems you have come to your senses? Li Lu quickly said, I know. As long as you are willing, I can do anything. Ling Tian touched his chin. Li Lu bit her red lips and nodded in humiliation. She knew that she had no choice now. Without Ling Tian, only a nightmare future was waiting for her. Li Lu's delicate body trembled, but she did not make any struggle. Not bad, much more obedient than you, Bingbing. Ling Tian said, with a teasing tone. I want to test your obedience. Li Lu's body froze after hearing this, and then she turned around and said, Please help me untie the rope. I'm very uncomfortable like this. Ling Tian raised the corner of his mouth. The thing is, I really like you like this. Please be patient. You don't have a choice. Li Lu bit her red lips, buried her head in the bed sheets and stopped talking. Roar. A roar came from a distance, attracting Ling Tian's attention. At the same time, the sky of the entire demon city suddenly dimmed, and a strange red light emanated from somewhere in the city. Hey, what happened today? Yu Bingbing, Lu Yu, and Wang Yao in the RV were very confused. The floor beneath my feet was shaking slightly, like a sign of an earthquake. Boom! The floor shattered, and tentacles as thick as a human waist broke out from the ground below, and the whole earth was shaking. Ling Tian looked at the scene outside the window with a stern expression. The boss-level zombies actually hatched ahead of time. Swish, swish, swish. These tentacles have no taboos. Whether it is dead zombies or human corpses, they are all rolled up and dragged underground. It's troublesome. Ling Tian's face changed slightly. Without even bothering to pick up his gun or mount his horse, he quickly picked up the bound Li Lu and jumped down from the window. Boom! Dense tentacles continued to extend like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, poking holes all over the building. What is that thing? Yu Bingbing's voice was trembling on the intercom. Looking at these wriggling tentacles, I feel like I have trypophobia. Don't be afraid. It's just a boss-like zombie. What? Zombies can become bosses? Yu Bingbing was a little upset. Why were these zombies becoming more and more perverted? Boom! All the corpses in the alley have been dragged away by the tentacles, and all the tentacles began to quickly gather towards Ling Tian and the RV. Brush. The tentacles stretched out from the ground and wrapped around the RV where Yu Bingbing and others were. The next moment, many tentacles exerted force together. Squeak, squeak. The RV made of bulletproof steel made strange noises, and its structures began to deform. Ah! Yu Bingbing turned pale with fright. Lu Yu and Wang Yao, the perfect mother and daughter, also hugged each other in fear. Damn it! This guy actually wanted to kill the pet he had worked so hard to tame. Ling Tian cursed inwardly, holding Li Lu in one hand and holding the strange sword in the other, and rushed towards the RV. Boom! A tentacle rushed out from the ground and blocked Ling Tian. Ling Tian swung his sword and chopped at the tentacles. Phew! The tentacles are very tough, and it is difficult to cut them off with a single blow of the sword. And the cut wound is still healing quickly. Not only did this attack fail to achieve any substantial results, it also angered the tentacles, making them even more violent. Telekinesis device. The space ring flashed, and 3 daggers appeared, surrounding Ling Tian and cutting quickly. Puff, puff, puff. Led by 2 extraordinary daggers, a large amount of flesh and blood was cut off from the tough tentacles. In just 1 second, the strong tentacle as thick as a human waist was forcibly cut off. However, this was just the beginning, as more tentacles wrapped around it. With his pet, wife, and daughter in danger, Ling Tian didn't want to get tangled up with these tentacles. Quickly activate Space Flash to escape from the tentacles' encirclement, then use Speed to run all the way. The tentacles missed the target and became extremely angry, so they sped up their pursuit to hunt Ling Tian down. So much? Ling Tian cursed in a low voice. His Space Flash is in an idle period and cannot be used. Seeing that the tentacles were about to wrap around him, he decisively took out a door-sized level 6 bulletproof shield from the ring and stuck it in place. Taking advantage of the brief gap, he quickly escaped from the tentacles. Squeak, squeak. The level 6 bulletproof shield that could even block armor-piercing bullets groaned in pain under the enormous force of the tentacles. The shield gradually twisted and deformed until it broke. Meanwhile, the situation at the RV was getting worse. Bang! The specially made bulletproof car windows could not withstand the huge pressure and were shattered and exploded by the tentacles. Master Ling Tian, what should we do? This car seems to be unable to hold on. You bastard. Think of a solution quickly. This queen is about to die. Yu Bingbing's frightened voice came from inside the car. Don't panic. Ling Tian shouted in a deep voice. Bingbing, if you apply item strengthening and item repair to the RV, it should be able to slow down the speed at which the RV is destroyed. Yes, oh, I almost forgot. Yu Bingbing quickly used items to strengthen them. The RV, which had been deformed and shrunk by the tentacles, emitted a silvery white light, and its body suddenly hardened. The sound made by the tentacles squeezing on it suddenly became much quieter. Yu Bingbing showed a look of joy and used her next skill, item repair. The purple light gradually spread over the car body, and various parts that were pressed and deformed made strange, cracking sounds. The whole car seemed to come alive, recovering its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect looks good. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of an S-level psychic, Yu Bingbing's abilities were quite reliable. Yu Bingbing was stunned at first when she saw the effect of her supernatural power, and then she was ecstatic. As expected of the queen, I can render this monster helpless with just one move.
Bang bang bang.
The tentacles slapped the car body angrily, but they found that no matter how hard they tried, the RV remained unmoved. They became angry and humiliated and changed their targets one after another. Swish, swish, swish. The overwhelming tentacles rolled towards Ling Tian, and Ling Tian also came to within 20 meters of the RV. This is the maximum distance that Yu Bingbing can release her skills. Bing bing. Yu Bingbing immediately understood after hearing this and strengthened Ling Tian's weapon. A silver white light flickered, and the dagger that was cutting and circling around Ling Tian instantly became more powerful. Ling Tian no longer dodged, but focused on controlling the dagger to attack the tentacles that were rolling towards him madly. Puff, puff, puff. The tentacles that tried to wrap Ling Tian up by force were cut into pieces by the piercing daggers. Green zombie blood mixed with a large amount of tentacle tissue fell down. In a few seconds, a mountain of flesh made of tentacles accumulated beside Ling Tian. Roar! There were angry voices in the distance. The tentacles suffered heavy damage and realized that they could not devour Ling Tian, so they finally chose to give up. The overwhelming tentacles burrowed back into the ground. The alley returned to peace. Master Ling Tian, are you okay? Yu Bingbing saw the tentacles disappear and quickly opened the car door for Ling Tian. Get in quickly, that thing might come again. Ling Tian glanced into the distance and said nothing. Li Lu in his arms was so scared that she curled up into a ball and trembled uncontrollably. Ling Tian patted Li Lu and said, "Don't be afraid. The monster has retreated." Is that so? Li Lu turned around and looked around nervously. Seeing that all the tentacles had disappeared, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Tian took out a bucket of water and washed the tentacles and flesh on himself and Li Lu's bodies. Then he dragged his slightly tired body into the car. Boom! The earth began to shake again, and fierce gunfire was heard not far away. There is no doubt that it was the boss zombie going to hunt other prey. Chapter 40: The Master's Reward Hunting Plan. Li Lu and Yu Bingbing met again, and both of them were very embarrassed. The two household name female stars both knew that they would soon be fighting side by side in the same trench. Ling Tian changed his clothes, took a shower, and lay on the sofa in the RV to relax. Since the RV was small, the bathroom could only be used by one person. So Ling Tian took out another RV and gave Li Lu a bath. After fighting 2 battles in one morning, Ling Tian felt a little tired. All he wanted now was to lie down on the comfortable sofa and have a good rest. Suddenly, a warm and delicate feeling spread from his body to his brain, making him feel very comfortable. Ling Tian opened his eyes and saw Yu Bingbing kneeling in front of him, stretching out her delicate hands to massage him to relieve his fatigue. Looking at the graceful figure of the top queen in front of him, Ling Tian's fatigue seemed to be relieved by a lot. He habitually reached out and stroked Yu Bingbing's head to express his approval of her behavior. Yu Bingbing, who was working hard, raised her head slightly, and a charming smile bloomed on her beautiful face. It must be said that this scene made Ling Tian feel very happy. Master, you must be tired. Over there is the tea that Bingbing prepared for you. Ling Tian glanced at the table beside him, and sure enough, there was a cup of tea emitting white mist on it. A trace of warmth emerged in his heart. Bingbing was really sensible. It was not in vain that he fed her so many essences along the way. How can I let down such a beautiful lady? Ling Tian reached out and took the tea on the table beside him, then took a sip. The rich tea aroma immediately spread in my mouth. Very warm, very smooth, and very moist. After all, Yu Bingbing is someone who works in the entertainment industry and knows how to judge the situation. Ling Tian is so powerful that there are only benefits and no harm in trying to please him. The appearance of the boss zombie this time caused a significant deviation from Ling Tian's memory. Ling Tian clearly remembered that it was about 15 days later that the first boss was born in the city center of Demon City. And now, it is only the 8th day after the end of the world. Perhaps my rebirth triggered the butterfly effect? Ling Tian pondered secretly. After all, I have been making big moves since my rebirth, so some changes are normal. The ring in Ling Tian's hand flickered, and a latest Dajiang drone appeared on the table. After opening the sunroof, he sat on the sofa and controlled the drone with a handle, flying high into the sky at a speed of 8 meters per second. Not long after, aerial photos of Jianghua District in Shanghai appeared on the display screen. Below the Oriental TV Tower, the iconic building of Shanghai, an ugly, brown-black, deformed, unidentified object emerged in the Balan River. This thing is a tentacle zombie boss. In Ling Tian's memory, the first zombie that appeared in the Demon City was a giant rock zombie, which was huge and extremely hard. Master, what are you looking at with the drone? Yu Bingbing looked up and asked curiously despite her busy schedule. I'm looking to see where the zombies that just attacked us are hiding. What does it look like? I want to see it too. Ling Tian smiled and tilted the display screen to satisfy Yu Bingbing's curiosity. What is this? An isolated island on the Balan River? No, it's a tentacle zombie. Yu Bingbing looked left and right, but couldn't tell how it was related to tentacles. Ling Tian patiently explained to her, the thing floating on the river is just the zombie's head. Its tentacles have penetrated deep into the river. Oh, what? Yu Bingbing widened her eyes. The island that almost blocked the Balan River was actually just a zombie head? Have you seen plants? The tentacles of this thing are very similar to plant roots. Each of its tentacles has a mouth part for absorbing nutrients, and they are densely packed deep into the ground. The tentacles will move around, grabbing all kinds of prey and devouring the flesh with their sucking mouth parts. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger its power will become. When it fully grows, its tentacles will spread all over the Demon City. This city will be completely destroyed and become a restricted area for humans. Is this so scary? After hearing this, Yu Bingbing got goosebumps all over her body. Don't be afraid, I'm here, right? Ling Tian smiled evilly and reached out to grab her pride to comfort her heart. Yu Bingbing rolled her eyes at Ling Tian. What a joke. This guy was talking to him seriously. Then what should we do next? Should we bypass it and continue to look for someone at Shuangdan College? If you can, Ling Tian said to himself, I want to kill this boss. Oh, what? Yu Bingbing's face was full of disbelief. Can that guy be killed? Ling Tian touched his chin and said, I originally thought it was impossible, but after fighting with it just now, I feel that there is still some chance. Why? Why should we kill it? It's such a terrifying thing. Why not just avoid it? Since you are so sensible, I will make an exception and tell you that boss-level zombies will produce advanced crystal cores, which can quickly advance people to the next stage. Then, can't I advance by absorbing the crystal cores of other zombies? Of course, but it will take too long, maybe 1 or 2 months. Ling Tian said calmly, I want to gain power that is superior to all living beings. Killing the boss and advancing early is the only way to become a strong person. Originally, he planned to take in the 2 sisters Su Yue and Su Yang and form a team to kill the boss. But now the situation has changed, so he thinks he should change his plans. This tentacle zombie has just evolved into a boss and has not yet grown. It can be said to be at its weakest. Then, Master, are you sure you can kill it? Yu Bingbing asked tentatively. Ling Tian reached out and touched her face. With your help, I think I have a 70% to 80% chance of success. Should I join the fight too? What? Are you scared? Ling Tian teased the goddess in front of him, who was admired by thousands of people. There's no point in being afraid. My master and I are already in the same boat. Yu Bingbing lowered her eyes and served seriously. I thought you only treated me as a toy, master. It is Bingbing's honor to fight with you. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and scratched her high-nose bridge. You are sensible. Don't worry, the master will not let you down. By the way, I have some rewards for you. What reward? Close your eyes first. Yu Bingbing did as she was told and closed her eyes. After losing vision, the sense of taste and touch in the mouth becomes extremely sensitive. Buzz. A warm current surged in from the forehead and headed towards the supernatural tree in Yu Bingbing's mind. Bite. Exploding fireball has been permanently learned. Bite. Frost arrow has been learned permanently. This is. Yu Bingbing felt that 2 crystal cores were embedded in her supernatural tree. These 2 skills are given to you for self-defense. Please be careful, as they are additional implanted skills. They consume a lot of energy. Yu Bingbing opened her eyes, her face full of joy, and she said incoherently, Thank you. Thank you, master. Ling Tian reached out and lovingly touched the top female star's head. This is just the beginning. I haven't finished sending you off yet. As he spoke, Ling Tian took out the two extraordinary weapons he had obtained last time. This strange sword can create penetrating blade energy. When fighting with others, it can ignore most protective gear and cause direct damage to the target. This powerful compound bow can shoot powerful arrows, which can effectively kill enemies at a distance. Ling Tian explained to Yu Bingbing, both are ordinary-level extraordinary items. You can pick one for self-defense. Yu Bingbing was eating and didn't want to say much, so she pointed at the powerful compound bow. She has a good talent for archery and won many domestic awards on behalf of the school when she was in school. She has not abandoned this hobby after working. As for that katana, it's too scary whether you use it to chop people or zombies. Yu Bingbing knew that it would be difficult for her to adapt in a short period of time. Call? Ling Tian shuddered and let out a long sigh of relief. Master, you are so kind. You gave Bingbing a lot of rewards. Yu Bingbing raised her stunningly beautiful face and looked towards Ling Tian with gratitude. Ling Tian stroked the stunning face of the top actress with his hand. As long as you are obedient, the benefits will continue. Yu Bingbing nodded shyly after hearing this. A brief moment of servility is for the sake of a future turnaround. Just wait, bad guys. There will be a day when this queen will turn the tables. Chapter 41. Horrible Disaster. The Dajiang drone hovers high in the sky, providing real-time images to the operator below. Ling Tian took Yu Bingbing with him, and the two of them headed towards the location where the boss zombie was. Li Lu's awakened supernatural power is the same as Lu Yu and Wang Yao's environmental adaptation. Therefore, Ling Tian simply put all three girls into the Taodai ring to avoid the distraction of taking care of them during the battle. Boom! The sound of the earthquake has never disappeared since the boss was born. This time, it is the turn of the Jinbi building next to the Belan River. The building is located in the Financial and Trade District. It is a multifunctional skyscraper that integrates modern office buildings, five-star hotels, convention and exhibition centers, entertainment, shopping malls, and other facilities. Under the invasion of tentacles, the world's eighth tallest building began to shake violently. Boom! Boom! Walls cracked, glass shattered, and people's desperate screams were heard everywhere. The survivors in the building were chased and entangled by the ubiquitous tentacles and tried desperately to escape. Once caught up by the tentacles, they will be tightly wrapped until the bones are broken and shattered, and the internal organs are crushed alive. When the prey is dying, these tentacles slowly open their suction mouthparts and suck deeply. The prey's bones were broken and it could not struggle or resist. It could only watch its own flesh and blood and internal organs being sucked and devoured by the suction mouthparts on the tentacles.
Bang bang bang.
Tentacles as thick as human waists kept extending from the windows of the building and other places, shaking violently and hitting the outer walls. From a distance, it looks like a piece of rotten wood crawling with shipworms. Under the destruction of this boss zombie, the once luxurious building has become dilapidated and crumbling. Ah! The survivors screamed in despair. In order to avoid being preyed upon by the terrifying tentacles, many people jumped directly from the building and fell directly to the bottom of the building. Blood splattered and a disgusting, rich smell of rust spread, attracting many hungry zombies to come and feast. The door on the first floor of the building was opened by someone inside, and the survivors ran out with weapons, fleeing frantically on the zombie-strewn streets. The scene is horrific and terrifying. I seem to hear a lot of people screaming. Master, did you see anything from the images sent back by the drone? There was worry and fear between Yu Bingbing's brows. The tentacle zombies are madly hunting prey. There are too many people in Jianghua district, so it will grow very quickly. We need to hurry up and destroy its head before the energy collected by its tentacles can be gathered into its main body. Ling Tian spoke. Oh, okay, I understand. Yu Bingbing nodded. Hearing Ling Tian's calm voice gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Ah, help, help. Crowds of people were running for their lives on the streets. It is now the 8th day of the zombie outbreak, and the survivors in Jianghua district have generally run out of food. People's patience and hope have reached rock bottom. The scene of the boss's brutal predation after its appearance triggered panic among everyone in the area. These people could no longer stay there and chose to flee. Staying here is a dead end. Now that there are many people around, there is still a chance of survival if we escape. Ouch! The streets were filled with zombies roaming around, excitedly chasing their prey. Ah, help me! A man in a suit who was being chased by zombies ran towards Ling Tian, his face full of fear. Ling Tian originally didn't want to bother with this mess, but this zombie actually dared to pounce on his face, so he immediately drew out his strange sword. Phew. With one clean and sharp move, he cut the zombie in half at the waist and it fell to the ground, losing its ability to move. After seeing this scene, the man in the suit felt a hope of survival in his heart. Little brother, let's go together so that we can take care of each other. Ling Tian ignored him and took Yu Bingbing towards the boss. He knew that he was not a savior, and it was already very difficult to save his own life in this apocalypse. The man in the suit yelled, "Are you crazy? Don't go over there. There are horrible tentacles all over there." Seeing that Ling Tian and the other man ignored him, the man in the suit didn't dare to stay and quickly fled in the opposite direction. Ling Tian and the other man didn't go far. A group of guys with knives and axes noticed them. The wretched man said to the man with the crew cut in the middle, "Boss, look, that woman over there is Yu Bingbing." The man with the crew cut slapped his head and said, "Look at you. You're still thinking about women at this hour." The wretched man touched his head and said aggrievedly, "No, boss. Those two have red lips, white teeth, and rosy complexions. It's obvious that they don't lack food. There are zombies everywhere now, so there must be a shortage of food outside. If you don't have food, you will starve to death even if you escape from here." The crew cut thought it made sense and immediately called his companions to surround Ling Tian and the other man. "Hey, you two stop right there and hand over all the food you have." Before the man with the crew cut could finish his words, Ling Tian's sword had already chopped him down, forcing him to get his lunchbox on the spot. The others were stunned at first. Then they swung their weapons at Ling Tian with ferocious faces. These guys have killed a lot of people in the apocalypse, and now they start to attack without any hesitation. Puff, puff, puff. Several sounds of flesh being cut were heard, and in just one encounter, these people were chopped into several pieces by Ling Tian's sword. It was the first time that Yu Bingbing saw someone being murdered up close. Her pretty face turned pale, and she felt nauseous and vomited. Ling Tian stopped and said, "If you are afraid, just close your eyes next time. It will make you feel better." I'll try to get used to it." Yu Bingbing took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose and tried her best to adjust her state. Ling Tian had nothing to blame for Yu Bingbing's current reaction. Before the end of the world, a stunning actress like her had never even killed a chicken, so how could she bear such a horrible scene? If it were an ordinary girl, she would have fainted long ago. The two of them walked like this, and Ling Tian would occasionally take action to deal with some zombie tentacles or ignorant people. Yu Bingbing also plucked up the courage, took out the powerful compound Bao Ling Tian gave her, and took the initiative to shoot at the zombies. She doesn't want to be ridden on by someone all her life. Call out. The arrow hit the zombie's head right in the head, blowing it off instantly. Although Yu Bingbing's strength is a bit weak, with the blessing of the extraordinary crossbow and item enhancement, the power of the arrow should not be underestimated. It was shot down in 1 second. Yu Bingbing opened her beautiful eyes wide, a little bit unable to believe that she could do this. Ling Tian patted Yu Bingbing's buttocks and said, "Don't doubt your strength. These zombies are nothing to be afraid of." After saying that, he bent his head and kissed the beautiful actress on the lips to encourage her. Encouraged, Yu Bingbing became more confident and drew her bow again to shoot the zombies in the distance. Whoosh! 2 more zombies died. Finally, the two arrived at the area where the boss zombie was. "This thing is so big," Yu Bingbing exclaimed in amazement. "Although I knew it was huge when I took the aerial photos, I couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when I got closer. People have an innate fear of giants, especially living things. This is a memory engraved in DNA." The head of the tentacle zombie was exposed on the surface of the Belan River, and its diameter was estimated to be 20 meters. It is roughly the size of a basketball court. According to Ling Tian, the number of its tentacles rooted in the demon city is even more exaggerated, with thousands of them densely packed together. Its hunting area is within a radius of 3 miles. Chapter 42. Mantis Catching Cicada. Ling Tian took out the drone controller and controlled the drone to investigate the terrain around the boss. Ling Tian made a puzzled sound. "What's wrong?" Yu Bingbing asked him. "There is a team of 30 people heading here."
Ah?
Yu Bingbing covered her mouth and said, "Are these people also here to kill the boss and obtain the advanced crystal core?" "That's impossible. How could they know about the advanced crystal core?" Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, he suddenly remembered a trivial matter. When he was about to enter Jianghua district, he killed 3 thugs and found zombie crystal cores from them. It was only the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak, and no zombies could generate crystal cores. It can only be extracted by burning the corpse. He just couldn't understand why someone knew the secret of burning corpses to extract crystal cores so quickly. Now, Looking at the team of 30 people rushing towards the boss zombie in the image, Ling Tian suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps, this time, I am not the only one who has been reborn from the apocalypse. Bing Bing, let's find a place to hide first. Oh. Ling Tian held Yu Bingbing's hand and hid in a nearby building. As for the drone in the sky, Ling Tian thought about it and decided to put it down. This thing is staring in the air all the time, which is likely to alert the team and make them change their original plan. Ouch! A 3-meter-tall giant rock zombie appeared in front of the team of 10. This is the Destruction Rose squad led by Euphemia. Linlei, I leave this guy to you. The hot and sexy Euphemia shook her long, bright golden hair and motioned the cloaked man next to her to move forward. Linlei said nothing and walked silently towards the giant rock zombie. The giant rock zombie is tall and strong, with rock-like skin on its epidermis. It has amazing strength and ability to withstand blows. Its only flaw is its slowness. Ouch! When the giant rock zombie saw its prey, it became extremely excited. When Linlei was 6 meters away from it, he raised his hand and said, "Thunder explosion." Sizzle. A dazzling arc of electricity burst out from Linlei's hand and struck the giant rock zombie. Ouch! The giant rock zombie roared, its entire body convulsing and twitching, its grayish-white muscles instantly turning black and rotting. Bang! The giant rock zombie was severely hit by lightning and fell to the ground and died on the spot. Oh, it's vulnerable. Linlei sneered. As an A-level lightning-type psychic, apart from his limited attack range at this stage, his destructive power is unquestionable. Combined with the intra-level lightning bead, there are currently not many zombies that can withstand his attack. Brush. A green figure rushed over from a distance at high speed, screaming and rushing towards Linlei. Linlei, be careful. With a swish, Linlei unleashed his second ability, Static Field, and the electric arc in his body spread out to a distance of 6 meters around him. Crackle. As the emerald green figure entered the electrostatic field, arcs of electricity flashed all over its body. This is a giant mantis that is 1.4 meters long, a relatively rare animal mutant zombie in the city. The 2 sharp claw sickles in front of him swung wildly and swung towards Linlei. Crackle. The static electricity field slowed it down by 30%, leaving its extremely sharp sickle attack full of loopholes. Linlei calmly drew out his saber to block the attack, while at the same time casting a thunder blast on it.
Bang!
The enormous force of lightning instantly turned the emerald green mantis black, causing it to fall to the ground and emitting a foul smell. After killing 2 mutant zombies, Linlei walked up calmly. He used a saber to take out the crystal cores from the 2 zombies' heads and placed them in the palm of his hand to restore the energy in his body. TSK. Linlei, your lightning ability is so powerful that it makes my blood boil. Euphemia, the S-class psychic, blew him a kiss with her hand. Euphemia, that drone in the sky seems to be monitoring us. Should we report to headquarters before dealing with the boss? Euphemia looked up and saw that the drone flying in the sky was slowly descending. There's no need to make a fuss. It's just a drone. You can see it everywhere. Euphemia shrugged. If we delay any longer, the guy in the water will get bigger. I don't want to deal with a strengthened guy like him. A 3-meter-tall giant came over and said, I agree. The longer we drag that guy in the water, the more trouble he'll cause. At the moment, no one except us should dare to come here. The hawk-nosed man with sinister eyes said disdainfully, Don't be suspicious. If any brave insect dares to come over, I, Orlando, will naturally kill him. Euphemia cleared her throat. Now let's lay out the attack plan. The team will be divided into 2 parts later. I will be responsible for leading the main force to attack, and the other 5 people will be responsible for attracting that guy's attention. In this way, the team of 30 people was divided into 2 teams and approached the boss zombie from the east of Balan River. The boss zombie was frantically hunting the prey running around in Jianghua district and did not notice at all that a few inconspicuous little bugs were approaching it. This group of people really want to kill the boss. Yu Bingbing and Ling Tian each took a telescope and observed the actions of Euphemia and others in a building. Master, what should we do later? Should we give this zombie to them? Yu Bingbing asked Ling Tian. Of course I can't give it to them. I want this boss for sure. Ling Tian stroked his chin and said, That's great. Let these people kill off the boss first. Chapter 43 The Powerful Destruction Rose Team. Boom! Several tentacles rushed out from the ground and pounced towards Euphemia and others, trying to devour these delicious foods. This guy has no sense of pain, but is very sensitive to sound. Don't shoot him for now. Euphemia gave orders to the team. A 3-meter-tall, A-level body-strengthening psychic stood up, took out a 2-meter-long giant axe from behind, and chopped at the tentacles with all his might. This weapon is an extremely rare, elite-level extraordinary weapon in the early days of the apocalypse. The giant axe's own strength reaches 40, which is 4 times that of an ordinary fire axe. It can also increase the user's endurance by 30%. Phew! A strong tentacle as thick as a human waist was cut off on the spot and fell to the ground, jumping violently. The giant's own conditions are extremely good. With the passive enhancement of his body-strengthening abilities, his strength reaches 1,700 kilograms. After performing a skill that increases strength by 120%, the punching force reaches 3,740 kilograms. This full-force blow with the extraordinary giant axe was extremely powerful. One hit can directly destroy a large truck, which is crazy. The hook-nosed man, an A-level poison-type psychic, remained calm when he saw the tentacles coming. He waited until the target was 12 meters away from him before raising his wrist towards the target. A highly corrosive and toxic liquid spurted out from his palm, and a burst of white smoke immediately rose when it landed on the tentacles. Once these corrosive liquids come into contact with objects, they can continue to cause corrosive damage. With the blessing of the ordinary-level supernatural weapon Poisonous Gloves, the poison damage is increased by 60%, which is very scary. The tentacles felt great pain and danced and struggled wildly. However, all these were in vain. After a few seconds, the parts contaminated by the venom were directly corroded with large holes, looking hideous and terrifying. As the tentacles struggled, some venom was released. A little liquid dripped onto Linley's cloak, and the same white smoke instantly rose up. Damn it! Linley quickly used his gloves to wipe off the corrosive poison. "Stay away from me, you poisoner!" The hook-nosed man snorted coldly and said nothing. Poison-type abilities have a high killing efficiency, but it is very easy to accidentally injure companions, and usually such people act alone. Puff puff. The giant wielded the elite supernatural weapon and chopped off all the attacking tentacles in just a few strokes. "Okay, keep getting closer." The giant said something in a muffled voice and walked in front with a 2-handed axe in his hand. Roar. The boss's cloudy gray-white eyeballs moved and noticed a few inconspicuous little bugs beside him. Then the ugly head turned hard and faced Euphemia's team. Euphemia and the others couldn't help but frown when they saw its specific appearance. The main part of this tentacle zombie is a huge human head with complete facial features and a hideous and distorted expression that is uncomfortable. There is no crown on the top of the head, but a huge, translucent umbrella-shaped body covers it. You can see the brain tissue soaked in green liquid inside with your naked eyes. The neck part of the head that is sinking into the river is covered with dense tentacles, and the way they wriggle is enough to make people's scalp tingle. It looks very much like a combination of a human head and a jellyfish. This thing looks really disgusting. A look of disgust appeared on Euphemia's charming face. "It's very disgusting to watch." Linley, who was wearing a cloak, also agreed. Boom! More than a dozen tentacles as thick as human waists broke out from the ground and quickly swung towards Euphemia and the others. The giant took the lead and fought with the numerous tentacles. The rest of the people protected Euphemia on both wings and were responsible for destroying other tentacles that came around. Euphemia picked up the intercom and gave combat instructions to Team 2. "This guy has noticed us. Team 2, open fire to divert its hatred." "Roger that, Captain." After the commander of Team 2 responded, he immediately ordered his men to shoot at the tentacle zombie's head. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed in the air. Due to the long distance, the damage caused to the boss was very slight. Roar. The boss roared loudly, and the whole earth was shaking. He was very angry at these nasty bugs that dared to bite him. The commander of the second team decisively ordered, "Stop fighting. Retreat quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around them collapsed, and a large number of tentacles rushed out from the ground and whipped them hard. While the monster's attention was distracted, Euphemia led the team to quickly approach the main body of the zombies. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Euphemia and the others had very strong physical fitness, and even with a lot of equipment on their shoulders, their running speed was not reduced much. It only took 2 minutes to rush to a distance of 300 meters from the boss. Ah! The terrified and desperate voices of Team 2 came from the intercom. In just 2 minutes, half of these elite mercenaries who had awakened to the second level were killed by the large number of tentacles. The remaining dozen people were in danger under the siege of numerous tentacles. The boss zombie seemed to sense the approaching danger, and its cloudy eyeballs turned to look at Euphemia and others who were rushing towards it.
D.
Everyone must die. The boss zombie's ferocious face opened and closed its lips, squeezing out an unclear word. The next second, the ground in front of Euphemia and others collapsed, and dozens of tentacles emerged. Everyone, follow the original battle plan and fire at full force. Try to quickly destroy this monster. Euphemia calmly gave combat orders to her teammates. The 4 people around drew out assault rifles and other weapons and attacked the boss zombie, throwing grenades at the dense tentacles as if they were free. After a fierce bombardment, at least 1/3 of the tentacles fell. The tall man in the team did not stand with the rest of the members. He separated from the team and formed his own unit. Move forward and shoot towards the boss from the side to attract his attention. Several tentacles pounced towards him ferociously and were about to capture him. But the next second, a white light emanated from the tall man's body, and he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was more than 10 meters away from the place where he disappeared. This guy has awakened an A-level space-related ability. In this team, Euphemia is the main attacker. I saw this sexy and hot big horse standing proudly in front of the monster. Holding a submachine gun in each hand, he fired wildly at the numerous tentacles in front of him. Euphemia's special ability is very rare and was later called Technology Control System, which can enhance the combat capabilities of various technological products. The skill she has activated now is called Light Thermal Weapon Mastery, which can greatly increase the power of the firearm in her hand. The current increase is a staggering 150%. If the power of each submachine gun bullet is 7, after the upgrade the power reaches an astonishing 17.5. Anything would be devastated by her crazy barrage of bullets. Even those extremely strong tentacles are no exception. Ta-da! Bullets rained down on the tentacles, each bullet unleashing unimaginable power, causing them to bloom into bloody flesh flowers one after another. In just a moment, the tentacles blocking the front were riddled with holes and blood and fell down weakly. Oh my god, this woman is so scary. Yu Bingbing, who was watching the battle through a telescope from a distance, exclaimed in amazement. If such terrifying firepower were to hit a person, Yu Bingbing glanced at Ling Tian and didn't dare to think any further. Thermal weapons were already powerful in the early days of the apocalypse and became even more powerful after being amplified by psychics. The attack range and power of various firearms and grenades are beyond the ability of psychics to contend with at this stage, unless you can obtain powerful supernatural weapons. Chapter 44, Sudden Change. The second main attacker of the Destruction Rose team is the 3-meter-tall giant. He has great strength and can easily pick up a heavy Gatling gun and shoot at his target. Although this giant does not have the ability to increase the power of his weapon, each bullet fired by the heavy Gatling gun is powerful enough. Hitting the tentacles has the same explosive effect. We attack its head, and the rest of you will deal with the remaining tentacles. After eliminating a batch of tentacles, Euphemia issued combat orders to those around her. The giant and she simultaneously raised the muzzles of their guns and shot at the boss zombie's head. Roar! Roar! The boss zombie roared angrily. The bullets hit its chin and face, and the flesh and blood exploded instantly, emitting a large amount of thick green liquid. Under such horrific firepower attack, the boss zombie looked very uncomfortable.
IODD.
The boss zombie had a distorted look of pain on his face. It sensed danger to its life and stretched out its tentacles hidden around its main body. Not only that, the entire Jianghua district was filled with rumbling noises underground. The tentacles that went out to hunt were quickly retracted, preparing to rescue the main body. Thunder explosion. Lin Li stretched out his hand, and the terrifying electric energy that erupted from his palm transformed the tentacles that were rushing towards him into fine squid tentacles. The attack range of this move of his is too short, so it can only be used to clear the disruptive tentacles for main attackers such as Euphemia. Seeing the tentacles extending from the ground one after another, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of the hooked nose. He quickly rushed to the half-cooked tentacle that was electrocuted by Lin Lei, stretched out his palm and pressed it on the surface of the tentacle, using his second skill, infection with virus. The tentacle was not dead. It struggled for a while and then retracted again, but the virus was also taken back with it. These viruses quickly cross-infect each other within the tentacles. A minute later, many tentacles began to develop pathological reactions, with blisters and ulcers forming on the surface. Their strength and self-healing abilities have been greatly reduced, and they all look sickly, not as lively as before. Well, not bad. Hooked Nose was very satisfied with his masterpiece and decided to add some more ingredients. He found another tentacle and injected his third skill, paralyzing venom, into it. Further reduces the tentacle's mobility. Well done. Euphemia's flaming red lips curled up slightly as she complimented the hooked nose. Under the brutal firepower, the boss zombie's entire face was smashed, and the bone tissue inside was exposed. The whole head tilted and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. This guy is already dying. Hurry over and give him a fatal blow to the brain. Euphemia waved to her teammates, signaling them to move forward. The tall man from the space system who was roaming around was closest to the boss. With a flash of light in his hand, he took out a large number of grenades from his private space in the void. Next, he pulled the safety and threw grenades one after another at the boss's transparent, umbrella-shaped head. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions caused the transparent, umbrella-shaped head to burst open, and white brain tissue and green liquid flowed out like a small waterfall. With its weak spots severely damaged, the ferocious boss finally closed his eyes and fell motionless in the river. Damn, that's disgusting. The tall man couldn't help but complain. Captain, this guy should be dead now. The hooked nose asked the sexy and hot Euphemia. Euphemia used her hand to brush her long blonde hair that was wet with sweat. I haven't killed anyone. How would I know? She squinted her eyes and observed the rotten zombie head. Looking at the state of it, it's probably almost dead even if it's not dead yet. I'll contact the headquarters, and you guys go find where the advanced crystal core is on it. Yu Bingbing, who was watching the battle through a telescope from a distance, was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that the monster was actually killed by someone. She pushed Ling Tian beside her and said, Master, the monster is dead. What should we do now? Those guys don't look easy to deal with. Do we really have to rush over and snatch the crystal core from them? Of course, I'll take this crystal core. Ling Tian knew that if this crystal core fell into the hands of others, he would be in a very passive position. The person who is reborn with you will never let you go. Not to mention anything else. The fact that he had stockpiled so much goods before the end of the world was enough to arouse everyone's murderous intent. Ling Tian put the telescope in his hand back into space and took Yu Bingbing's hand. Follow me. The other side. Euphemia held the phone and asked the person inside, What are you sure that the advanced crystal core will automatically emerge and emit a dazzling light after the boss dies? Strange. Why didn't the one I killed behave like you said? Could it be that? Euphemia's heart sank, and now she noticed the vibration under her feet again. Although it was slight, there was definitely something moving underground. Be careful, that boss is faking his death. As soon as Euphemia finished speaking, something strange happened. Roar. The boss roared, and the ground nearby began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. Thick tentacles with a diameter of 2 meters broke out of the ground. The tentacles that were hunting everywhere were finally retracted. These tentacles have absorbed a lot of flesh and blood essence and have undergone a transformation, becoming tougher and thicker. The near-death experience made the boss zombie feel frightened and even more hysterical. The head rooted in the river finally moved in order to escape, controlling the dense and thick tentacles under its neck, supporting it to escape from here. At first glance, it looked like a bunch of wriggling worms, carrying a deformed and irregular object, which was extremely disgusting. What's wrong with this thing? Didn't it get poisoned by me? The hook-nosed man looked at the strong and powerful tentacles under the boss zombie with a puzzled expression. Look at the pile of things on the ground and in the river. That guy peeled off the poisoned tentacles from his body on his own. Linley patted his shoulder. The hooked nose was so angry that it became crooked. This damn disgusting monster. Stop talking. This guy seems to be leveling up. Kill him quickly, Euphemia said with a gloomy look on her face. The tentacles continuously transported the absorbed nutrients to the body, allowing the originally bloody head injuries to gradually improve. As soon as the giant raised the Gatling gun to shoot, the guy's thick tentacles whipped towards him. Tick-tick, tick-tick. The Gatling gun, emitting blue flames, fired wildly. Although the bullets shot at the tentacle and caused serious damage to it, it still could not stop its attack.
Bang!
Before being hit by the tentacles, the giant activated his second superpower, strengthening himself, which increased his ability to withstand attacks by 80%. Although he was directly blown away by this terrifying tentacle, he did not suffer fatal injuries, only some fractures, and he still had the ability to fight. Damn it! Euphemia used her remaining energy to activate the ability, Light Weapon Mastery. He rushed towards the boss zombie with 2 fully loaded submachine guns. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Bullets were fired crazily at the weak spot of the boss's head, and brain matter and green liquid flowed all over the ground. Linley and Hooknose moved closer to the giant at the same time, providing fire support. The giant's injuries recovered very quickly. The broken and fractured bones made a few crackling sounds and returned to their original shape. After a short rest, he stood up again as if nothing had happened, picked up the heavy Gatling gun, and swept the tentacles wildly. Chapter 45. Boss dies, crystal core appears. Boom! The transformed tentacles slammed down towards Euphemia. This thing's toughness has increased by at least twice, and with Euphemia's firepower, it is difficult to destroy it before it attacks. She had to roll sideways to avoid the tentacle attack. Roar! The boss roared in pain. It was now seriously injured, and its counterattack was disorganized, as if it was struggling before death. Tada! Under the continuous rapid shooting, the bullets in Euphemia's submachine gun were soon used up. She threw away the submachine gun in her hand and shouted in the direction of the tall man. Weapon supply, quick! The tall man who was attracting the monster's attention for her stopped shooting and flashed to Euphemia's side. He pulled 2 submachine guns from his personal space and threw them at her. Brush! Euphemia reached out to catch it and pointed the gun at the boss zombie again. Looking at the dying giant monster in front of her, Euphemia's beautiful blue eyes revealed bloodthirsty madness. It's your honor to die at my feet. His finger pulled the trigger and flames burst out of the muzzle. Ta-ta-ta! The ferocious firepower once again covered the boss, and it looked like it was going to be smashed to pieces. Beep, beep, beep. Not far away, the sound of a motorcycle starting was heard from the top of a building. A powered Delta-wing aircraft slowly started up at the top of the 32nd floor. Hey, Master, can you drive this thing? Yu Bingbing sat in the back seat, hugging Ling Tian's waist, her beautiful face filled with fear. Ling Tian drove the car awkwardly while comforting Yu Bingbing, who was sitting in the back. Don't worry, I've checked this thing online. It's an air motorcycle, so all you need is a hand. What? Just having hands is enough. Yu Bingbing looked at the wobbly powered Delta wing and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. When did you learn to fly this thing, Master? Well, I have already learned the theoretical knowledge and am now practicing it. Ling Tian coughed lightly and then added, I saw an introduction online saying that this thing can be learned in 10 hours. It's very simple.
What?
Yu Bingbing complained, you idiot. Don't get this queen into trouble with you. Beep, beep, beep. The motorcycle accelerated and sprinted all the way, leaving the roof and successfully flew into the sky. Yu Bingbing had no way to retreat after boarding the pirate ship, so she could only hold Ling Tian's waist tightly and pray. I almost forgot to put this thing on. Ling Tian handed a ring to Yu Bingbing. What is this? Take it with you to increase your maximum energy points. I'm afraid you won't have enough energy later. Yu Bingbing, who had just reached the 2nd level of awakening, did not have much energy in her body, only 10 points. With the ring, it increased to 17 points. Woo-woo. The Delta wing made a sharp buzzing sound as it cut through the air, attracting the attention of the Destruction Rose team. What is that, a UFO? Linley squinted his eyes and looked over there. Lin, it's time to change your eyes. That thing is obviously a powered Delta wing. I often play with it when I go on vacation. The hook-nosed man shrugged, raised his assault rifle, and continued to shoot passionately at the nearby tentacles. What's going on? Is there someone sitting on it? Linley seemed to have discovered a new world. The hook-nosed man snorted coldly. That's a plane that carries people. How could there be no one on board? Why are those people flying this way? Well, after a moment of silence, the hook-nosed man shouted angrily, Shit, someone is here to steal the boss. After hearing his warning, Euphemia and others who were attacking frantically stopped and looked towards the noise. In everyone's sight, a motorcycle with a Delta wing on top and bulletproof shields on the bottom and sides was gliding towards the boss at a high speed. Roar! The dying boss spotted the insect flying in the air and controlled his transformed tentacles to swing over, trying to knock it down. Ling Tian used telekinesis to restrict the movement of the aircraft in the air and forcibly adjust the trajectory of the aircraft to avoid the tentacles whipping. At the same time, use all your strength to perform telekinesis. Brush. 3 glowing daggers flew out, cutting around quickly. Phew. It took only a little over a second to cut off the thick tentacles after the transformation. Roar. Seeing that the situation was not right, the boss waved more tentacles to meet the attack. The aircraft moved forward strangely while being chased and blocked by a dozen thick tentacles, and the 3 daggers frantically cut the nearby tentacles. Puff, puff, puff. The aircraft seemed to have turned into a lawn mower, breaking all its tentacles wherever it went. The tissue on the tentacles was crushed into small pieces of meat and fell from the sky. The scene was quite horrifying. This ability is too effective in killing tentacles. It's a natural nemesis for this boss. The giant standing below and watching this scene spoke in a muffled voice.
Bang!
With many tentacles coming one after another, they finally hit the aircraft, and the top delta wing was smashed to pieces. If Ling Tian hadn't used his telekinesis to lift the aircraft would have fallen immediately. Yu Bingbing immediately used the strengthening and repairing skills on the powered delta wing. 2 rays of light flashed, purple and white, and this simple flying vehicle not only returned to its original appearance, but also became even stronger.
What?
After seeing this scene, Euphemia clenched her fists and her towering breasts heaved violently. Beep, beep, beep. The aircraft reached the top of the boss's head. Ling Tian took out the enhanced grenades and threw them at the boss's head below. Boom, boom, boom. The huge power of the explosion blew off the zombie boss's umbrella-shaped crown, and the brain tissue inside completely turned into a pile of milky white paste. No, no. The zombie boss screamed wildly and struggled desperately. 3 seconds later, all its tentacles lost their strength and fell down helplessly. Boom! The huge head lost the support of the tentacles and fell to the ground with a loud bang. A big pit was formed where the head fell, and various unknown liquids splashed everywhere. Is that monster dead? Yu Bingbing, who was sitting behind Ling Tian, asked. Ling Tian nodded. Yes, the brain has been completely destroyed. It is impossible to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and pleasant ding-dong sound was heard from below. 4 rays of light, 2 white and 2 gray, shot up into the sky. An unidentified object shining brightly slowly rose into the sky from the monster's remains. 2 first-level advanced crystal cores, 2 extraordinary items. Ling Tian quickly drove the aircraft and rushed towards the spoils. The boss is dead. Quickly take care of those 2 guys. We can't let them take away what belongs to us. After Euphemia gave the combat order, she was the first to raise 2 submachine guns and fired fiercely at Ling Tian and the other man's aircraft. The others followed suit and fired into the air. Ding, ding, ding. The ferocious firepower hit the heavy bulletproof shield, even deforming the shield. In a blink of an eye, the triangular wing above was beaten to pieces and the entire air motorcycle was on the verge of collapsing. However, Yu Bingbing continued to repair it. The wings and bulletproof shield returned to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hateful. An angry expression appeared on Euphemia's sexy, 3-dimensional features. She pulled out a grenade from her body and activated the demolition mastery skill, greatly increasing the power of the grenade. Then he used all his strength to throw it towards the aircraft that Ling Tian and the other person were riding. Oh! Ling Tian saw the grenade thrown from below and his eyes narrowed slightly. Limit. The mental power gathered into a force out of thin air, which fiercely bounced the grenade near the aircraft away. Damn it! Euphemia cursed and quickly ducked. Boom! The grenade exploded in mid-air, releasing huge energy. Ah! The powerful shock wave was transmitted downwards, and Euphemia, who was unable to dodge in a hurry, was blown into the air. Thump! Euphemia landed heavily on the ground, her body tumbling violently. His head hit a stone with a dull thud, and then he stopped. Team leader. The tall man shouted in the direction where Euphemia fell. Euphemia covered her head with one hand and tried to get up and continue fighting. I'm fine. Go grab the crystal core. As soon as she finished speaking, the dizziness in her head suddenly intensified and Euphemia fainted immediately. Chapter 46. Advancement to Level 1. Killing. Tick tick, tick tick. Everyone fired at Ling Tian frantically, trying to stop him from obtaining the crystal core. Brush. 3 enhanced grenades emitting white light fell from the sky. Oh no, it's a grenade. Several people below immediately fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The grenade exploded, raising thick smoke and dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Several people were forced to stop. You dare to steal our things. You don't want to live anymore. Several people roared in anger. The smoke and dust cleared, and the advanced crystal cores and other spoils were gone. Ling Tian jumped off the aircraft holding Yu Bingbing. With a flash of light, a large anti-fall mat appeared on the ground, catching the 2 of them steadily. As for the aircraft, it rushed straight down and crashed into a pile of scrap metal with a loud bang. Ling Tian currently only knows how to drive to take off, but not how to land safely, so he simply chose the simple and rough landing method of jumping out of the car. Ling Tian looked down at the 4 items in his hand, 2 of which were first-level advanced crystal cores. The other 2 items are a flashing purple token and a blue water bottle. Haha, it doesn't take any effort. Ling Tian immediately spent 4 energy points to activate item identification, and the detailed information of the 2 extraordinary items instantly appeared in his mind. Powerful beast taming token, rare level, can forcibly control infected people below level 1, making them fight for the user, consuming 1 energy point per second. The water of evolution, elite level, can upgrade the level of extraordinary items, and the upgraded level will not exceed the elite level. As expected, it's something dropped by the boss, quite interesting. Ling Tian looked at the water of evolution in his hand, and thought of the 2 extraordinary daggers on his body. Anyway, it can only be upgraded to elite level, so there is no need to keep this evolution water. Tick-tock. The azure liquid pressed against the 2 daggers and transformed into streams of rich energy that seeped into them. Buzz. Dazzling blue light emanated from the 2 daggers, and the appearance and strength of the 2 daggers underwent tremendous changes. One is silver white, and the other is jet black, with the blades shining with a strange luster. Ling Tian decided to name the 2 daggers Double Blades of Destruction. You all have worked so hard in fighting the boss for so long. I accept all of these advanced crystal cores and extraordinary items. Ling Tian looked at the gloomy faces of the people not far ahead, smiled slightly, and then began to absorb the power of the crystal core. Buzz, buzz. The dazzling crystal core made a trembling sound, and the light dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Put down that crystal core, or I'll kill you. Linley and the others roared and rushed towards Ling Tian, firing their guns. A level 6 bulletproof shield the size of a door panel appeared in front of Ling Tian and the other person, blocking the bullets in front of them. The level 6 bulletproof shield can defend against 60 power gunfire, and even if it is broken, Yu Bingbing can repair it in time. The energy inside the crystal core quickly poured into Ling Tian's body. Click. With a slight sound, the energy of the advanced crystal core in Ling Tian's hand was exhausted and shattered on the spot. Buzz. A dazzling white beam of light gushed out from Ling Tian's body and pierced the sky. This is the phenomenon that occurs when one successfully advances to the first level. The punching force increased from 700 kilograms to 1,200 kilograms, and the basic energy points increased from 15 points to 30 points. The piercing defense has been increased to 5 points, which can withstand a power 5 pistol attack. Impact defense increased from 5 to 10. Ling Tian closed his eyes, and the supernatural tree in his mind blossomed with unprecedented vitality, and the 3 basic skills were greatly enhanced. Bite. The second branch of supernatural power, mental gain unlocked. On the branch, a fruit lit up. Spirit scan. Search nearby creatures that release spirit signals and obtain their exact location. Effective range, 100 meters. Energy consumption. 1 energy point is consumed every 60 seconds. The skills in this new branch system have very limited impact on combat and are more suitable for teams. Ling Tian evaluated this new skill. It's not very useful if you rely on it to fight alone, but it will be quite valuable in a team. Brush. Ling Tian activated the spirit scan, and an invisible force rushed out of his body, searching for mental signals nearby. Oh, in addition to those guys, there are actually a few worm zombies hiding within a radius of 100 meters. With this skill, it would be very difficult for others to launch a sneak attack on Ling Tian. Moreover, the mental scan consumes a little energy every 60 seconds, so the loss is very small. You can scan it whenever you want. Anyway, by using crystal cores to charge, you can recover some energy in 60 seconds and replenish it at any time. Tada! The bullets hit Ling Tian's shield, making a loud noise. They were afraid of Ling Tian's skill of sending objects flying into the air, so they did not dare to throw grenades at him. Master, how do you feel? Yu Bingbing asked curiously. It feels pretty good. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's solve the current dangerous situation first. Ling Tian took out the RV from the space ring and signaled Yu Bingbing to go up first. This way he can concentrate on dealing with the people outside. The door opened, and Yu Bingbing was about to enter the safe area under the protection of Ling Tian's shield. Ling Tian's mental scan suddenly received a strange signal, which made his hair stand on end. With a thought, the ring in his hand flashed. Another level 6 bulletproof shield the size of a door panel instantly appeared on Ling Tian's right-hand side. Ding ding ding. The moment the bulletproof shield appeared, it was immediately hit by a series of bullets. What? The tall man looked surprised. He had appeared here without anyone noticing, but the boy opposite him could actually notice it. His sure-hit attack missed. Ling Tian glanced sideways and saw the tall man through the surveillance window of the bulletproof shield. I almost forgot, there is also a space-related psychic here. If it weren't for the mental scan that detected the other party's position in time, he and Bing Bing would have been shot and injured. This guy, can't let him go. Ling Tian transferred his consciousness to the supernatural tree and used the skill proficiency given after the promotion to light up the memory nodes. After the skill, telekinesis, there are optional advanced routes, which are Advanced Skill 1, Telekinetic Bombardment. Activate the telekinetic cannon in front of you, which can blast out a large number of light weapons, steel balls, daggers, knives, at once, causing devastating damage to the target. Optimal attack distance, 40 meters. Skill consumption, 5 energy points each time. Skill power, extremely high. Advanced Skill 2, Telekinetic Sniper. Accurately launch a light weapon, causing considerable damage to the target. Optimal attack distance, 100 meters. Accuracy, the error does not exceed 1 centimeter. Skill consumption, 3 energy points each time released. Skill power, 36. Attack distance has always been Ling Tian's pain point, especially when fighting against thermal weapons. This shortcoming is infinitely magnified. Without hesitation, he used his skill proficiency to light up the memory node of Telekinetic Sniper. Brush. A dagger appeared from above Ling Tian's bulletproof shield, and the next second it made a buzzing sound and shot towards the tall man's eyes.
So fast.
Just as the tall man reacted, the dagger crossed the 60-meter distance and came 10 meters in front of him. Brush. The tall man relied on his instinctive reaction to release, space flash, and thus escape from danger at the critical moment. The moment he finished flashing, his current location had already been locked by the mental scan. Next second, a dagger shot from Telekinesis Sniper came at me at high speed. Before the tall man could react after flashing, the dagger had already pierced through his eye socket accurately.
Bang.
The tall man's head shattered instantly and he died on the spot. Number 7. Lin Lei roared and used his third skill, Ball Lightning, to throw it at Ling Tian. This thing has excellent power and range, but it is too random. Except for large targets, hitting other targets basically depends on chance. As expected, the ball lightning flew straight into the sky, far away from its intended target. Without supernatural items to improve accuracy, this type of ball lightning is not very useful. Ling Tian glanced at him coldly, ready to launch a telekinetic sniper attack on him. The suitable combat distance for a submachine gun is about 50 meters, and for an assault rifle it is 100 meters. In other words, these people are not far away from Ling Tian. They are all within the killing range of Telekinesis Sniper. However, the next second, Lin Lei and the other two pulled out a half-human high-level force shield from behind them, blocked it in front of them, and continued to move towards Ling Tian. Guns can't do anything to Ling Tian, so they can only rely on their own special abilities. As long as it is within the range of supernatural attack, the shield in Ling Tian's hand cannot withstand the venom, thunderstorm, and giant axe attack. Oh? Ling Tian looked at the shields in front of the three people, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's just right. I can use them to try out the new extraordinary weapons. Ling Tian took out one of the extraordinary daggers. The power of the telekinetic sniper in the mind jumped directly from 36 points to 108. Haha, a threefold increase? Ling Tian moved his mind and used telekinesis sniper. The next second, the white dagger of destruction emitted a humming sound and rushed towards Lin Lei. Ding! Puff! The sound of metal colliding was heard, followed by the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. The destructive dagger pierced through the bulletproof shield like cutting tofu and stabbed into Lin Lei's eye socket. Lin Lei didn't even have time to make a sound before his head exploded, and he died instantly. Chapter 47. Capturing Euphemia. What? When the giant and the hook-nosed man saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. They never imagined that a mere dagger could have such terrifying power. The level 4 bulletproof shield that couldn't be destroyed by grenades was actually cut open. The successive deaths of the tall man and Lin Lei made the remaining two people feel heavy-hearted. After the two looked at each other, the giant roared and swung the giant axe towards Ling Tian. This axe contained a huge amount of energy with a power of 150. When the giant threw it, it seemed as if the earth trembled. Depend on. The axe was too fast, and Ling Tian couldn't dodge it with Yu Bing Bing. So he could only use telekinesis sniper to shoot out another black destructive dagger and hit the giant axe. Clang! Two elite-level extraordinary items collided in the air, making a harsh sound. It was as if two heavy trucks collided at full speed. causing the nearby air to explode instantly and setting off a storm. Ling Tian raised his shield and blocked it in front of him, and at the same time used his telekinesis to shoot out a dagger to prevent his opponent from taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Call. The storm dissipated, the dust settled, and everything returned to calm. Ling Tian looked through the observation window of the shield and found that the dagger and the giant axe emitting white light were both damaged. The moment Ling Tian made his move, Yu Bingbing strengthened the dagger, which deflected the ferocious axe. Well done, Bingbing. It seems that you have learned how to fight. My training day and night and teaching you everything I know have not been in vain. Ling Tian whistled and praised Yu Bingbing. What do you mean by teaching me everything I know? Yu Bingbing's face flushed with shame, and she felt as if her entire body had been seen naked. You idiot, hurry up and deal with these enemies, and stop talking to this queen about such meaningless things. Ling Tian looked outside through the shield's observation window, searching for the remaining two people. I was shocked to find that the two men had thrown all their baggage on the ground and were running away madly. Don't run, you guys. Ling Tian cursed, picked up a nearby assault rifle in a flash, and fired a burst of bullets in the direction the two men were fleeing. Ling Tian's casual outline gun technique seems to be useless, but in fact it is useless. It had no effect at all on the two guys wearing bulletproof vests and running 200 or 300 meters away. These two damn guys run faster than rabbits. Ling Tian looked at the two people running away and could only curse helplessly. Those two guys were abnormally fast, and Ling Tian felt that they were also equipped with the speed ability. He looked down and saw the heavy Gatling gun and the extraordinary giant axe that the two men had thrown away when they escaped. Forget it, just leave the useful things behind. It doesn't matter if those two guys run away. They just ran away like that? Yu Bingbing asked tentatively. They already know they have no chance of winning. Aren't they just waiting to die if they don't run now? So, we won. Yu Bingbing's face was full of disbelief. The two of them not only defeated the terrifying giant boss, but also repelled such a powerful team. It feels like a dream. Yu Bingbing's mind moved, and she immediately hugged Ling Tian and praised him against her will. Wow, master. You are so awesome. Ling Tian felt the soft and fragrant body in front of him, and skillfully reached out his hands to hold the other's graceful waist. Of course. How can an ordinary person be the host of a top female star? Yu Bingbing blushed immediately. What? Damn it, this guy is here again.
Bang!
A crisp sound was heard, creating a wave. Ling Tian patted Yu Bingbing's roundness hard and said, Don't celebrate yet. The master will reward you well when we get back. Now pick up the spoils first. Yeah, okay. Yu Bingbing bit her red lips lightly, her face embarrassed. She could guess what Ling Tian was thinking. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No one will see you anyway, so just think of yourself as being possessed by a ghost. Click, click. There was a faint sound coming from underground. Through mental scanning, Ling Tian discovered that the worm zombies hidden underground were moving, and their target was the unconscious blonde beauty. Damn it! Ling Tian cursed under his breath and rushed towards the unconscious Euphemia. That top-quality ocean horse is a very important trophy. If it is swallowed by the worm zombies, it will be a big loss. Boom! The ground collapsed and ferocious worms rushed out, ready to swallow this sexy and hot beauty into their stomachs. Telekinesis restriction. Ling Tian used his skills to lift Euphemia into the air, helping her avoid the attack of the worm zombies. After being promoted to the first level, the telekinesis restriction skill has also been greatly improved. The release range is increased to 10 meters, and the controllable force is increased to 600 kilograms. Ling Tian rushed forward and held Euphemia in his arms. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to control the weapon, and 6 daggers rushed out. Puff, puff. Several worms that rushed out from the ground were instantly cut into meat paste by the blade. This advanced killing power is really something. Ling Tian sighed, and then his consciousness entered his mind, observing the description of telekinesis on the supernatural tree. Telekinesis. Control light weapons, knife, dagger, steel balls, etc., to attack around you at high speed with considerable power. Maximum operating range, 10 meters. Maximum number of controlled weapons, 6. Power, 12. Attack frequency, extremely fast, 7 times per second. Energy consumption per second, 1 energy point. Owner. Yu Bingbing ran over cautiously and looked at the body parts of the worm zombie on the ground with lingering fear. Don't worry, I've already scanned this area, so nothing will appear out of nowhere. Oh. Although Yu Bingbing didn't know what the scan Ling Tian was talking about, but hearing the other party's words so confidently, she thought there must be a basis for it. This woman is still alive, master. What are you going to do with her? Hmm. The woman in his arms made a slight sound, causing Ling Tian to look down. This is an authentic Western beauty. Three-dimensional and deep charming facial features, and snow-white and flawless delicate skin. With those fiery red lips, it can instantly ignite the fire in the hearts of the opposite sex. A tight black leather jacket shows off her hot and sexy devil figure to the fullest. The towering and proud figure stretched the leather jacket so tight that it seemed as if it would burst at any time. Take her back to the car later. I have some questions I want to ask her. Ling Tian thought for a moment and replied. As night fell, the entire Jianghua district gradually quieted down after the previous chaos. I don't know whether the survivors escaped from this dangerous area or were slaughtered by zombies on the way. In this terrifying area where zombies are rampant, a tall doomsday RV is parked in an unknown alley, shaking slightly. If you listen carefully, you can hear the faint and melodious singing coming from inside the car. A dozen zombies were attracted by the sound and lay around the RV, banging and scratching the body of the car hungrily. The interior of the RV has very good sound insulation measures, and under the cover of dynamic music, the noise made by the zombies can basically be ignored. She is indeed a big star. Her live performance is so beautiful that I am addicted to it and cannot stop listening to it. After Ling Tian finished his intense exercise, he reached out for the energy drink on the table and took a big sip. Huh, cool. He let out a long sigh, feeling every pore in his body shouting out in pleasure. This is what life should be like after the end of the world. Yu Bingbing, who had let down her guard, was lying on the sofa, looking at the comfortable expression on Ling Tian's face, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. The once top queen of Dragon Country has now become someone's exclusive pet, making her too embarrassed to express her feelings. Ling Tian opened his eyes and admired Yu Bingbing's graceful body that drove countless people crazy, with a smug smile on his face. Really? What are you laughing at? Yu Bingbing felt extremely embarrassed when being stared at, but she didn't dare to hide herself, so she had to act like an ostrich and cover her beautiful face with her hands. Using this self-deceptive method, he tried to save a little face. Nothing. I am very happy to be able to watch my favorite female star perform up close, Ling Tian said confidently, and then hooked his finger at the other party. Come here. Massage the master's shoulders and legs, and feed the master. Yu Bingbing bit her red lips lightly, remained reserved for a moment, and then crawled over from the sofa. He picked up a grape from the table, peeled it, and fed it to Ling Tian. There is no way out. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Yu Bingbing now has no choice but to be a canary who pleases her master. When this queen turns over, you will be in trouble. While tasting the delicious food, Ling Tian submerged his consciousness into the Taodai ring and counted the rewards he got after killing the boss. The first is a large number of hot weapons. 1 heavy Gatling gun, 9 submachine guns, 7 assault rifles, 13 pistols, 17 grenades, and about 1,000 bullets of various types. Euphemia's team spent too much ammunition when killing the boss, and the amount of ammunition seized was relatively small. The harvest of crystal cores was not much, 12 level 3 crystal cores and 7 level 2 crystal cores. Among them, 2 A-grade crystal cores are extremely precious. A-level lightning crystal core and A-level space crystal core. Among the 3 skills of the lightning crystal core, the most useful ones are thunder explosion and static electric field. Ling Tian finally chose to embed the static electric field into his own ability tree. Thunder explosion. Although the damage is high, it is no match for Ling Tian's advanced output skills. The embedded skills cannot be upgraded and can only be eliminated. The space crystal cores, space flicker, storage space, and space oscillation are all very useful. The problem is that what is on the crystal core is also on Ling Tian's Taodai ring, and it is much stronger. After thinking it over, Ling Tian decided to keep the crystal core. Space flash is very helpful for melee psychics, and it would be better to leave it to the extreme blade angel Su Yue. Next are the extraordinary items. In addition to 7 entry-level and ordinary level accessories, there are 4 particularly precious trophies. They were Linley's cloak, the giant's axe, the tall man's necklace, and Euphemia's leather jacket. These things are all elite-level extraordinary items, and Ling Tian was shocked when he seized them. These things were extremely rare in the early days of the end times. Generally speaking, ancient products are prone to extraordinary changes, while the probability of modern products becoming extraordinary is very low. High-tech products, such as pistols and excavators, rarely become extraordinary. These people must have searched the museum and killed a number of groups roaming around Ganghwa district, which is why they were able to obtain so many extraordinary items. The cloak on Lin Lei's body was dark brown in color and had excellent bulletproof and cut-resistant properties. With a defense of up to 30 points, it is more than one level stronger than bulletproof vests. In addition, it has a certain resistance to special attacks such as lightning, fire, and poison, making it a very good protective item. The giant axe on the giant has a strength of 40 and can increase the user's endurance by 30%. It is very effective in close combat. It can cause horrific damage to various resistant monsters. The necklace on the tall man can store 60 points of energy inside and will restore the wearer 1 point of energy every 20 seconds after activation. In addition to significantly increasing battery life, it can also reduce skill cooldown time by 10%. Chapter 48 Interrogation of Euphemia. Euphemia's leather coat has a smooth and shiny surface. In addition to providing 35 points of puncture defense, it can also increase the wearer's dodgeability by 30%. If it is worn by a person with physical enhancement abilities, the effect will be even better. Of these 4 extraordinary items, Ling Tian can use the remaining 3, leaving only 1 leather jacket for Yu Bingbing to wear. The protective ability is much stronger than that of a body armor, and it also shows off your figure. Right. There is also the Beast Control token obtained after killing the boss. As a rare item, the token's effect looks very powerful. Take it out and play with it when you have time. Of course, the most important thing about this boss trip was the successful acquisition of 2 advanced crystal cores. After being promoted to the first level, Ling Tian's superpower strength has made a qualitative leap, and he can crush most teams of superpower users. Next time a new boss zombie appears, Ling Tian will be more confident in snatching it. As for this second advanced crystal core, Ling Tian is not sure who to give it to first. Let's wait and see how things develop. If nothing unexpected happens, the Blue Ring Island will be full of weaklings, so there's no need to rush to increase the team's combat power. Next, we have to conquer Su Yue. Wait until you get the 2 sisters Su Yue and Su Yang, and train them to the first level. Then I can go and settle accounts with Luo Binghuang, the future empress. Ling Tian's mind was busy calculating. Speaking of which, Ling Tian's ability to be reborn has a close relationship with this empress. When Ling Tian accepted the mission to steal the Taodai ring and the Samsara jade pendant, he was intercepted by the empress who hurried back and was brutally killed. That aloof, cold, and beautiful figure is an indelible shadow in Ling Tian's heart. TSK. Wait a minute, Luo Binghuang. Ling Tian planned in his mind that once he caught the empress, he would definitely punish her severely to avenge her, then train her to be a member of the goddess group and let her contribute to her own grand cause. Wow, it makes me so happy just thinking about it. Crash. The crisp sound of iron chains was heard, and Ling Tian and Yu Bingbing raised their eyes at the same time and looked towards the cab. There was a hot and sexy blonde woman there. I almost forgot. Euphemia? Ling Tian moved his shoulders. After coming back in the evening, he played around and was so happy listening to Yu Bingbing singing that he forgot for a moment about the blonde beauty he picked up. Master, what are you going to do with that girl over there? Yu Bingbing was massaging Ling Tian's shoulders at this moment, her beautiful face resting on Ling Tian's shoulders, her breath as sweet as orchid. Ling Tian reached out and touched the female star's face. Let's see. When I was watching the fight, I felt that her ability seemed quite strong. If her ability level is S or A, you can let her stay and be your sister. A blush appeared on Yu Bingbing's face, and her mind uncontrollably imagined the scene of herself fighting with the blonde woman. This is too much. This top female star who is the center of everyone's attention has to be so humble. Then, what if her ability level is not good enough? Yu Bingbing asked tentatively. Ling Tian spread his hands and said, then we can only kick her out. The RV is so small, we can't take everyone with us. Oh. Yu Bingbing murmured twice, and then seemed to remember something. Is this also the reason why you brought me along before? Not all of them. I'm missing some company to chat with. After all, I'm not a masochist and don't want to live an ascetic life. I once swore to live a comfortable life as an emperor in this terrible end times where supplies are scarce and dangers are everywhere. Yu Bingbing felt the hot touch of the other person's palm and let out a moan, her beautiful face blushing. Crash, crash. Strange noises rang out one after another. Euphemia woke up from her coma and tried to move reflexively. It turned out that my hands were completely unable to move, and there was a strange rustling sound. This is... Euphemia looked up and was shocked to find that her hands were handcuffed. She could not move, let alone resist. What's going on? I'm clearly fighting a zombie boss. Euphemia recalled what happened before she fell into a coma, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Could it be that I have been captured? Euphemia was shocked. Isn't this a plot that only appears in action movies? She looked around, and it seemed like she was in an L-shaped room. This place is a little smaller than the room she usually lives in, but the interior decoration is luxurious and elegant, and it has everything you need. At the end of the corridor in front of her, a man and a woman were looking at her. How come these two? The man put on his slippers and walked towards Euphemia. He had a very gentlemanly smile on his face. Beautiful lady, you finally woke up? Euphemia looked embarrassed. She didn't like being alone in a strange place. What about my team members? What did you do with them? Ling Tian spread his hands and said, Do I still need to ask? Some of them ran away, some died, and they disappeared without a trace. Only you, a beautiful and sexy lady, are left to wait for the enemy's decision. Ling Tian laughed secretly in his heart. If this girl hadn't knocked herself unconscious, it would have been really difficult to capture her. Is that so? A moment of loneliness appeared in Euphemia's blue eyes, and then she raised her deep and charming face and looked at Ling Tian. Why did you capture me? You've already taken the crystal core. What else do you want? Ling Tian said slowly, Of course I want to ask you some questions. Euphemia felt uncomfortable facing the man in front of her. If she had a gun in her hand now, she would definitely beat Ling Tian into a hornet's nest. Ling Tian went straight to the point. What's your name? Euphemia pursed her lips and remained silent. Oh, seeing your agility and experience, are you a professionally trained female agent? Ling Tian teased. Euphemia glared at the other person fiercely. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have such a bad temper. Don't you even realize what the situation is now? The zombies around the RV were like chickens with their blood pumped up. They pounded the car body even harder, trying to open the cans and taste the delicacies inside. Chapter 49 Threat. Well, you can communicate with me now, right? Ling Tian said calmly. Although Euphemia's eyes were still defiant, her body was trembling slightly. After some psychological counseling, Euphemia apparently developed some awe. May I have your name? Euphemia. Why are you attacking giant zombies? Euphemia bit her red lips and was reluctant to speak. The next second, a scream was heard. Ah! Ling Tian moved his wrist. Answer my question. Someone ordered us to bring back the crystal core from the giant zombie. Who is that person? Euphemia was silent again. Oh, you want to fight back? Ling Tian's tone was cold. Euphemia yelled at Ling Tian. That's enough, you little brat. Don't think you can be proud just because you caught me. I'm telling you, I won't betray you just because of your little trick. Ling Tian said coldly, Oh, you are such an unruly foreign horse. Euphemia closed her eyes and didn't plan to reply. Ling Tian touched his chin and slowed down his tone. Forget it, you are already in my hands anyway. There is plenty of time to question you. We can play slowly. Beep, beep, beep. Euphemia's cell phone rang at this time. Ling Tian reached out and picked up the mobile phone on the table beside him and answered the call. A cold voice came from inside. Euphemia? Ling Tian felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. She's not available to answer the phone right now. Just tell me if you have anything to say. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then the voice asked seriously, Did you capture her and absorb the crystal core of the boss zombie? You called me here to say that? Sorry, I don't have time to talk to you. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he was about to hang up the phone. Ling Tian. The person inside shouted his name, causing Ling Tian to stop as he was about to hang up. This familiar tone reminded Ling Tian of a name, Occam. This guy is one of the subordinates of the Queen of Sin, Mu Yenran. What's going on? The zombie crisis has just broken out, and Mu Yenran should be fighting for territory with Eagle Country and other forces. How could her subordinate Occam appear on the land of Dragon Kingdom at this point in time? Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you have also been reborn? On the other end of the phone, Occam spoke straight to the point. Ling Tian reacted instantly and realized that the other party was a reborn person like him. The other party said it so bluntly. Ling Tian didn't intend to beat around the bush with him. That's right. This guy named Occam used to be his superior, but that was before his rebirth. Since we are all on the same side, it would be best if we do not interfere with each other. Return Euphemia to me, and I will not pursue the matter of you absorbing the boss's crystal core. Occam on the other end of the phone said, suppressing his anger.
Heh heh.
Ling Tian laughed a few times into the phone. Well, what are you laughing at? Did you make a mistake? Why are you negotiating with me now? Ling Tian, I advise you not to be so arrogant. I am already giving you enough face by condescending to negotiate with someone like you. You ill-level trash. Oh, this guy still looks at himself with the old perspective. How ignorant. Ling Tian sneered in his heart. You seem to be very concerned about this woman named Euphemia next to me? Let me guess, what level of Esper is she, A level or S level? Ling Tian. What do you mean? What do you mean, haha? Ling Tian snorted coldly and gave an order to the sexy beauty beside him. Euphemia, release the shackles of consciousness and let me personally enter your mind and check your superpower tree. Don't be so wishful thinking. Euphemia refused without a second thought. Actively release the shackles of consciousness and allow strange will to enter the mind. What a joke. Euphemia had heard about it from others. It was a very dangerous area. Some people with special abilities could leave marks on people's minds and turn them into their puppets. No matter what this man's purpose is, he must not be allowed to explore his mind at will. Snort. Ling Tian's voice was cold and stern. You don't accept it, right? Ling Tian. Stop it. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. That's the person I found with great difficulty. If you dare to touch her, I will definitely make sure you die without a burial place. Ling Tian cursed back at the person on the phone. Get lost, idiot. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. What did you say? In the past, I had no choice but to live under your control. But now, haha, times have changed, stupid. Are you going to become my enemy? Hee. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm at a much higher starting point than you are now. What can you possibly use to play with me? Ling Tian, how dare you? I have nothing to fear. Just listen carefully over the phone. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's lips. What? Akam could hardly believe his ears. By the way, I have to thank you very much. Thanks to your careful selection, you sent me a top-notch S-class figure. Ha. Chapter 50 Heading to Blue Island. The screaming in the RV continued all night. Ling Tian completely forgot about the conversation with Akam last night. Now that I have successfully advanced to the first level, if he dares to come here, he would basically be seeking death. There is nothing to worry about. Just form the team according to the original plan. Once the team is gathered, forget about Akam, the scum. Even if Queen Mu Yanran came, she would still have to kneel down and sing Conquer. When the sky turned a little pale, the RV gradually became quiet. Ling Tian fell asleep contentedly. Poor Euphemia couldn't even lie down to rest. He was still restrained in the area near the cockpit, standing. According to Ling Tian, this is the result of being disobedient, and her arrogance needs to be tempered. Wait until she becomes well-behaved and obedient before considering giving her preferential treatment. At noon, Yu Bingbing woke up and looked at Lu Yu, and Wang Yao beside her with an embarrassed expression. Never mind. Yu Bingbing reached out and took a few crystal cores from the table beside the bed. According to her daily habit, she absorbed a wave of them after waking up. It would be a waste if you don't fleece the bad guy Ling Tian. Not long after, a faint fluorescent light emerged from Yu Bingbing's body. This made Yu Bingbing very happy. Ling Tian told her that this was the reaction when the awakening level was increased. It's awakened to level 3. Yu Bingbing closed her eyes and felt the changes in her body. The punching force increased from 250 kilograms to 350 kilograms, and the basic energy points increased to 15 points. Skin defense is also increased from 2 to 3. Next, she couldn't wait to light up new memory nodes with skill proficiency. I want to see what the third skill is. This is. A hint of disappointment appeared in Yu Bingbing's beautiful eyes. What? It's actually a space transformation? Why, is this a poor skill? Ling Tian didn't know when he woke up. Go to Yu Bingbing's mind and observe the skill introduction on the supernatural tree. Space transformation. You can expand the space of buildings and other items. Maximum expandable volume, 3 times the original space. Minimum expandable volume, 3 cubic meters. Special effect. The total weight of items stored in the space is reduced by 30%. Energy consumption. Each transformation costs 1 energy point and can expand up to 1 cubic meter of space. A nice ability that can transform RVs and mass-produce cheap space props. Ling Tian nodded in praise. By the way, you can renovate our RV first. The current 40 square meters is too crowded. After expansion, it can be increased to 120 square meters, divided into 2 floors. Ling Tian rubbed his hands excitedly. With the improvement of this skill level, this Doomsday RV could even be transformed into a mobile base. It's interesting to think about it. Yu Bingbing's beautiful face was full of displeasure. I don't want to learn these skills, it's too boring. I don't even have the ability to protect myself. I have to follow others around and ask for protection all day long. A sinister smile flashed through Ling Tian's mind. This is what makes it interesting. Since she has no combat skills, Ling Tian can bully her unscrupulously without worrying that Yu Bingbing will turn against him. It's different for Euphemia. As an S-level character, she only masters combat skills. If she cannot be made to submit willingly, this woman may shoot herself in the back at any time while fighting alongside her. Okay, stop complaining. Get up, wash up, have lunch, and drive to Blue Island later.
Ah?
Yu Bingbing was pleasantly surprised. Can I drive now? Now that we are about to leave Jianghua District, the traffic density is much less. With your reinforcement and repair, plus my occasional use of my powers to move the vehicle, it should be almost done. Beep, beep, beep. After lunch, the 4 people and the dog drove the tall Doomsday RV eastward. Boom! Boom! The RV, emitting a silver glow, slammed heavily into various vehicles of different models in front of it.
Bang!
A truck ahead was badly deformed.
Bang!
The SUVs on both sides were pushed into the shops on the street. Click, click. The RV ran over a shorter sports car, crushing it into a discus, which was very domineering and stress-relieving. Yu Bingbing's item enhancement has reached level 3, which can increase the strength of the RV by 60%. Wow! Yu Bingbing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, shouted happily. Beneath this stunning appearance, there is a wild heart, and she likes this domineering way of driving. Many zombies were attracted by the huge crash and tried to stop the huge iron can. The result was that, without exception, they were all crushed by the trucks and turned into two-dimensional creatures. Blood, brain matter, and internal organs spurted everywhere. It was a spectacular sight. Master, is this car difficult to drive? Yu Bingbing asked him. What do you think? Ling Tian took his hands off the steering wheel, looking relaxed. Without the constraints of various rules, such large vehicles are actually the easiest to drive in urban areas. Just step on the accelerator and push hard. Then, can you let me open it? Yu Bingbing looked expectant. Well, please, master. All right, seeing how hard you sang and danced tonight, you can open it if you want. Thank you, master. Yu Bingbing happily switched seats with Ling Tian and experienced the joy of driving a heavy RV. After driving for half a day, the RV finally drove onto the East China Sea Bridge leading to the Blue Ring Island and headed towards Shuangdan University. In this academy, there is an S-level expert, the ultimate blade angel, Su Yuwei. Chapter 51 Roadblock. Near the bridgehead of the East China Sea Bridge, several cars appeared in sight, blocking the road ahead. What should I do, master? It seems like I can't get through this situation. Yu Bingbing asked Ling Tian, who was in the passenger seat. Ling Tian frowned and scanned it with his mind. I discovered that there were actually more than 10 humans nearby, sending out mental signals. What's going on? Is someone setting up a checkpoint at the bridge toll station to intercept vehicles going to the Blue Ring Island? Stop the vehicle ahead. No passing. An unfriendly voice sounded. A dozen men in uniform came out, armed with sticks, shovels, and other weapons. Oh my, this car is really nice. When these people saw the truck, their eyes suddenly lit up. Huang Mao shouted to the leader, Captain, there may be a lot of good stuff in this car. We need to check it carefully. The tall leader nodded, came to the front of the car and shouted, Listen up, everyone inside. Get out of the car right now. I need to do a routine inspection. Yu Bingbing blinked at Ling Tian. What should we do now? Ling Tian lowered the window and pointed his right finger outside. Get out. Everyone outside was furious. What the hell do you mean? Who are you telling to get lost? Believe it or not, I will break your dog legs. A group of people walked towards the co-pilot cabin in indignation. Ling Tian didn't waste any words and took out a pistol in a cool manner.
Bang, bang, bang.
There were screams outside, and 2 people were shot and fell to the ground. Everyone fled in all directions on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Yu Bingbing laughed happily. Those guys below were so useless. They dared to intercept her with such little ability. You dare to shoot people. Do you know who we belong to? The tall leader hid behind a car and shouted at Ling Tian and others. Even though he was so scared that his legs were shaking, he did not forget to say a few harsh words to the other side. Yu Bingbing on the side was also eager to try, activating her special ability, exploding fireball, and blasting it towards the person opposite.
Bang!
Flames exploded, and the nearby steel cars were burned red by the high temperature. Those who were not prepared were covered by the sudden fireball and were immediately burned half-cooked. Oh my God! When the remaining guys saw this scene, they ran away crying. Hey, why did you run away? Yu Bingbing looked disappointed. The range of her, exploding fireball, was only 30 meters, so she couldn't chase the opponent. Master! Yu Bingbing glanced at Ling Tian, coquettishly with her fox eyes, and pointed at the gun in the other's hand. Oh, Goddess Bingbing likes playing with guns? Hearing Ling Tian's double entendre words, Yu Bingbing's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she nodded. Ling Tian casually handed the gun to her. I thought a top actress like you would like elegant arts such as music and dance. I didn't expect that what I longed for was pornography and violence. No, I just don't want to hide behind my master all the time. Yu Bingbing took the pistol, reached out from the window, and excitedly shot at the group of guys outside.
Bang bang bang.
The first time she fired a gun, her aim was poor and she didn't hurt anyone. The mob on the opposite side were frightened by the gunshots and fled crying and shouting, which was even more gratifying. Well, Yu Bingbing sighed lightly. Damn it, this queen fired a shot for the first time and got nothing. What should I do next? The traffic ahead is so congested that I can't get through. Then you'll have to get off the car and walk through this section, and then release the car after you pass the crowded area. But there's a blonde woman in the car, Yu Bingbing said with some concern. Ling Tian stroked his chin and thought for a while. Bingbing, wait a moment. I'll go in and talk to Euphemia. After saying that, he opened the passage door behind the cockpit and entered the interior space of the RV. Yu Bingbing has now used her skills to expand the space of the RV, and the interior space has been expanded from 40 square meters to 120 square meters, which is very spacious. Euphemia finally had her own room and no longer had to squeeze pitifully near the cockpit of the RV. Ling Tian opened the room where Euphemia was imprisoned and walked in. The woman was still in the same position as last night, with her hands handcuffed and hung high by chains, keeping her standing. Euphemia heard the door open and raised her eyelids to look at the person outside. After discovering that it was Ling Tian, he quickly lowered his charming and deep face. The two of them only looked at each other briefly, and Ling Tian keenly noticed some changes in Euphemia. After the harsh interrogation last night, the look in her eyes when she looked at herself was not only fearful but also a little shy. Ling Tian walked up to her silently and stretched out his hand to press on the thing that was about to come out. Euphemia bit her rosy lips and did not dodge. Failure to cooperate will result in painful punishment. After one night's education, she has learned a lot. Not bad. I have gradually adapted to my current identity. Ling Tian nodded, took out the key, and unlocked her handcuffs. Euphemia was finally able to put her hands down, and she eagerly moved her sore arms and rubbed her painful wrists. Ling Tian took out a set of sexy clothes from the space ring and threw it in front of Euphemia. Euphemia gave him a strange look, not knowing what he meant. I'll let you out later, and we'll walk somewhere together. Euphemia asked curiously, where are you taking me? You don't need to know. All you can do now is obey my orders unconditionally. Euphemia pursed her lips. She was now someone else's prisoner and had no right to ask questions. So he started to change into the outfit Ling Tian gave him. High heels, black fishnet stockings, short leather pants, navel-bearing leather jacket. Euphemia was very embarrassed after putting it on. It was really irritating. The snow-white skin has a peculiar charm against the black clothes. She is a hot and sexy beauty. Wearing such an outfit is so itchy that people can't help but want to kill her right there. Looking at the embarrassed Euphemia, Ling Tian thought for a moment. Forget it. This outfit is not suitable for wearing outside. Let's change it. Ling Tian returned the leather jumpsuit that he had seized from Euphemia to her. Euphemia breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she didn't have to wear the embarrassing outfit she had worn before. This leather jacket is very nice. It wraps her just right, showing off her devilish figure perfectly without appearing too revealing. Click. The silver handcuffs were put on Euphemia's hands again. Ling Tian warned her, behave yourself after you get off the car. If I find out that you have any abnormal behavior, the consequences will be very serious. Euphemia nodded. I understand. Just like that, the three of them walked out of the RV. Li Lu, Lu Yu, and Wang Yao, along with the RV, were received into the Taodai ring. Ling Tian was in front and Yu Bingbing was behind, sandwiching Euphemia in the middle to prevent her from escaping. The group crossed the obstacles and landed on the elegant Blue Island. Chapter 52 Resort. As they stepped onto the Blue Ring Island, Ling Tian and the other two immediately felt refreshed. This place is different from the noisy Magic City with its tall buildings and heavy traffic. Looking around, you can see lush greenery and low houses appearing and disappearing, creating a vibrant and harmonious natural scene. The entire island is surrounded by blue sea water, just like being surrounded by a blue ring, hence the name Blue Ring Island. Crash. The waves hit the shore, bringing fresh salty air, and I felt like I was on vacation. In addition to Shuangdan University, there are two other universities on the island. As time goes by, the island's infrastructure has been improved. This small island with beautiful environment and pleasant climate has been developed into a famous tourist destination. Every year, a large number of tourists come here for vacation and leisure. There are all kinds of hotels, resorts, food streets, and shopping stores. It is very prosperous. TSK. The environment here is really good. Master, are you really not considering building a survivor base on this island? Yu Bingbing wrote this out of inspiration. Ling Tian stroked his chin and said, establishing a survivor base? Unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Ouch. A roar attracted the attention of three people. Is this a zombie? Yu Bingbing frowned slightly. Strange. Logically, the zombies have been suppressed, so there would be people setting up checkpoints at the bridgehead to intercept foreign vehicles. But why is it now? Ling Tian smiled and said, this is a very simple question. With the outbreak of the zombie crisis, various production and transportation chains have been destroyed, and coupled with food pollution, the food problem will be very serious. There are too many people and not enough food, and there are people everywhere who are hungry. What do you think will happen to them? Master, are you saying that the zombies on the island can actually be completely eliminated, but the managers deliberately use zombies to eliminate the excessive population for food reasons? Yu Bingbing suddenly realized what was going on and then felt a chill on her back. This is a bit too cruel. It's much more civilized to use the zombies to kill them than to kill them ourselves. Besides, if there's no food, people will kill each other. The result is actually the same. Ling Tian spread his hands. This is a disaster. Ethics and morality are worthless in the face of survival. Different from the crisis-ridden Ganghwa district. The managers of the Blue Ring Island organized people in time to fight the zombies, which greatly reduced the number of zombies on the island and brought the situation under control. The zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse are not scary, and adults can easily defeat them through cooperation. Once everyone is in danger and allows it to hunt and eat, it will quickly upgrade and evolve and even mutate. Once the boss zombie is hatched, the city will be destroyed. The surviving humans had to abandon prosperous cities, migrate to remote areas, and establish new human gathering points. After these zombies smelled their prey, their cloudy eyes seemed to light up. He waved his hands excitedly and ran towards Ling Tian and others. Looking at the zombies getting closer and closer, Yu Bingbing asked Ling Tian, now that there's nothing blocking the road, can we take out the RV and drive directly to Shuangdan University to look for someone? Ling Tian shook his head. Most of those who can come here to study have wealthy families. Many students do not live on campus, but live in prosperous resort hotels outside. You mean, the person you're looking for might be in a resort hotel out there? It is said that Su Yue likes to study ancient relics. Whenever she has free time, she will go to the surrounding islands to explore the remains of rare ancient creatures left on the islands. It's hard to say where she is now. Let's go to a nearby BB and ask someone about Su Yue's whereabouts. Oh. Yu Bingbing nodded thoughtfully. The ring in Ling Tian's hand flashed, and several daggers appeared in his hands, ready to kill the zombies rushing towards him. Wait, master. These zombies don't look that powerful. Just leave them to me. Yu Bingbing took out a pistol from her body and was eager to try it out. She didn't want to be a little white rabbit hiding behind others. Ling Tian glanced at the few sparse low-level zombies and had no desire to take action. So he nodded and said, then leave it to you, Bingbing. I just want to take a break. I have been fighting day and night recently and I feel like my waist is about to break. After saying that, he stretched. Pooh. Yu Bingbing despised him in her heart. He clearly played too much at night, but he still pretended to be working hard. How shameless. Yu Bingbing applied an item enhancement to the pistol, then stood up straight and aimed and shot using the shooting posture she learned while filming a movie.
Bang!
Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, several shots missed the target. Are you playing a game? Euphemia, who was standing by, looked at Yu Bingbing's horrible shooting skills and made a rare comment. I can't help it. I've never shot a pistol before, so my marksmanship is naturally poor. Yu Bingbing muttered softly. Looking at Euphemia beside her, Yu Bingbing remembered her fighting against the giant boss, and suddenly she had an idea. By the way, you must be a very good marksman. Can you teach me? Euphemia was stunned at first, then she raised her red lips and said, okay. Then she approached Yu Bingbing and raised her handcuffed hands. Euphemia! Ling Tian shouted coldly, interrupting her actions. Yu Bingbing was frightened by Ling Tian's sudden stern voice, and her heart started beating wildly. Master, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Ling Tian ignored her. looked into Euphemia's eyes and said coldly, "Have you forgotten the order I gave you? You are not allowed to act without my consent. This is a rule Ling Tian specially set for Euphemia, and it is also a test of obedience. Tame this proud foreign horse from a spiritual level." Euphemia bit her bright red lips and lowered her head. She had very complicated feelings towards this man named Ling Tian. Yu Bingbing realized at this time that Euphemia was a prisoner who had not yet surrendered. Allowing her to get close to me is indeed a very dangerous thing. Ouch! When the atmosphere was becoming solemn, a zombie rushed over at an inopportune time. "Excuse me, can I defend myself in this situation?" Euphemia raised her head, looked into Ling Tian's eyes, and asked him. Ling Tian nodded. Euphemia smiled, and her sexy and hot body twisted instantly. A long leg was raised high and swept violently towards the zombies rushing towards him. Phew! The high heel scratched the zombie's neck. The next second, the zombie's head fell off and fell backwards. The strength and moves were controlled very well, with only the heels stained with zombie blood throughout the entire process. The whole set of movements was smooth and cool. Yu Bingbing, who was standing by, was extremely envious when she saw this. She didn't have that ability, so she could only raise her pistol in frustration and bang 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 at the zombies to vent her anger. Chapter 53, Mental Inspiration Perception Networks. Nice skills. Ling Tian praised. Euphemia brushed her long bright golden hair with her hands. What's the use? In the end, she was still hung up and beaten. The whole process was recorded. Ling Tian could see that she was very upset. Cough. Ling Tian coughed lightly and acted as if he didn't hear anything. As the saying goes, a kind person cannot command an army, and a righteous person cannot guard wealth. We cannot be soft-hearted just because someone is beautiful.
Bang bang bang.
Yu Bingbing kept shooting at the zombies and finally hit one of them in the head. The enhanced pistol was extremely powerful. After it hit the zombie, there was a dull thud and the zombie's head shattered into pieces like a watermelon falling to the ground. Huh. Yu Bingbing was not afraid when she saw this scene. Instead, a smug look appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Next, she imitated the classic standing posture of the investigator in her own movie, raised the muzzle of the gun, and blew it with her red lips. Huh. Before he could be so arrogant for long, more zombies pounced on him. Yu Bingbing raised her pistol and fired, but all she heard was a clicking sound. The bullets are gone. Yu Bingbing hurriedly took out bullets to replace her pistol, but the zombies didn't care about her and rushed towards her with big strides. Boom! Yu Bingbing blasted out an exploding fireball, roasting the two closest zombies to a crisp on the spot. In the previous battle, a lot of entry-level extraordinary accessories were obtained. Now Yu Bingbing's 5 accessory slots have all been filled, configured as the entry-level 3 energy and 2 defense. The 3 energy rings increase a total of 21 energy points, and the 2 defense amulets increase a total of 4 skin defense points. In general, there is not too much shortage of energy. With 36 points, it is no problem to release the exploding fireball, which consumes 4 points of energy multiple times. Humph! A bunch of scum dares to attack this queen? Yu Bingbing posed proudly. Ling Tian glanced at her, then took a few steps forward and opened Euphemia's handcuffs with a click. Then he said calmly, "I don't keep idle people in my team. If you want to stay in my car, you have to do something. Now go and help Yu Bingbing deal with the zombies." Euphemia had a strange look on her face. She didn't expect the other party to untie her. That's right. Ling Tian took out a remote control and shook it at her. "Don't forget, I have installed a microbomb in your body. Just press it lightly, and you know the consequences." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Euphemia's face as she recalled the scene when the other party installed a microbomb on her. "Hey, stop talking. The zombies are right in front of your face." Yu Bingbing screamed. Brush. Euphemia kicked the zombie right in the face, smashing its head into pieces. "Hey Ling Tian, are you going to let me fight the zombies with my bare hands?" Euphemia's red lips are slightly upturned, which is very charming. "What weapon do you want?" "Submachine gun." "No need to discuss this." Ling Tian refused without a second thought. If he gave the woman a submachine gun, he might end up dead the next second. "Where's the pistol?" "You think too much." Ling Tian took out the strange sword and threw it to her. "This is the only weapon you have. Use it if you want." Euphemia shrugged, took the sword, then dodged, and the heads of the 2 zombies flew off on the spot. Ling Tian touched his chin and said, "Tisk, tsk, tsk." A blonde foreign girl is chopping zombies with a sword. What an abstract picture. "Hey, Euphemia, don't kill them all. Leave some for me." Yu Bingbing loaded the bullets and quickly fired at the remaining targets, fearing that they would be snatched away. Ling Tian put on a dirt-proof and waterproof cloak and started the dirty work of collecting zombie remains. There are no mutated zombies here, so if you want the crystal cores, you have to burn them yourself. Crystal cores are something that the more the better. In addition to allowing psychics to absorb them to increase their levels, they can also replenish energy and feed the Taodai ring. After the first stage, increasing the awakening level will not directly upgrade the skills, but can only increase the upper limit of all skills. If you want to increase the strength of a skill, you need to use skill proficiency to light it up. As a result, the demand for crystal cores is bottomless. Various new skills and skill branches, plus the improvement in skill strength, require you to brush up your skill proficiency everywhere. After Ling Tian absorbed the human skill crystal core, he activated 2 new skills. Both of these skills are under the mental gain branch system. One is called Perception Network. Perception Network. Invisible virtual nerves can be placed around to sense external attacks in advance. Effective range, 50 meters. Energy consumption, 1 energy point per 10 seconds. Although this skill cannot directly improve the user's combat effectiveness, the role it can play is undoubtedly huge. When facing long-range attacks, Ling Tian can sense the specific location of the attack 50 meters in advance, which can greatly reduce the probability of being hit. The second new skill is called Spiritual Encouragement. Mental motivation greatly improves reaction speed. Reaction speed increased, 40%. Energy consumption, 2 energy points per 10 seconds. Improving reaction speed will enhance combat capabilities to a certain extent. For Ling Tian, who is a spiritual type, the strength is still a little weak. But the combination of mental motivation and perception network has a particularly interesting effect. Both the perception range and reaction speed are increased, which means that ranged attacks are very difficult to hit. This is a defense mechanism unique to psychics. After maxing out these 2 skills, you can even dodge bullets. Ling Tian has already foreseen that in the future he will be able to travel alone through the hail of bullets, and it will be as easy and comfortable as eating and drinking. Master, didn't you tell me before that you gained 2 advanced skills after your advancement? What is the second advanced skill? Yu Bingbing, who was immersed in the joy of shooting zombies, suddenly remembered something and asked Ling Tian. Psychic bombardment. Because advanced skills require crystal cores above level 1 to increase proficiency, I can't unlock it yet.
Ah?
Yu Bingbing was dumbfounded. Before the first level zombies appeared, you couldn't upgrade your skills? Don't worry. Ling Tian said calmly. Level 3 psychics have a chance to give birth to special crystal cores, and those special crystal cores can also improve the proficiency of advancement. I see. Yu Bingbing nodded thoughtfully, and Ling Tian taught her a new posture. Euphemia glanced at Ling Tian, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She vaguely felt that the young man in front of her was far from as simple as she had imagined. In an apartment in the West District of Blue Roundabout. Hey, what did you say about the gunshot that just happened? A man with glasses asked. I don't know about this either. The sound seems to be coming from the East China Sea Bridge. Could it be that the army is coming? The square-faced boy guessed. Army? Upon hearing this, the 7 men and 4 women in the room immediately became excited. They all came to the window and looked towards the bridge. Is it true? A thinner girl asked weakly. That should be right. The zombie crisis has been going on for 9 days. The army has been dawdling for so long that it's time for them to get here. A pretty girl analyzed. Gurgle, gurgle. The roars of hunger came one after another, and the 4 women and 7 men in the room were already too hungry to walk. They were just discussing whether or not to take the risk and search other apartments. Chapter 54 Picnic. Look, what that is. A boy lying on the windowsill shouted to everyone in the room. 2 or 3 boys with better physical strength walked over and lay on the windowsill to take a closer look. Soon they all exclaimed, What a beautiful woman. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Oh, it looks like the famous star Yu Bingbing. The foreign woman next to her has such a great figure. The conversation between the boys caught the attention of the girls, who asked them, What are Yu Bingbing and the others doing down there? It seems like killing zombies. Kill zombies? The rest of the people had strange looks on their faces and couldn't suppress their curiosity, so they all walked to the window. In the open space in the distance, top actress Yu Bingbing was holding a bow in her left hand and an arrow in her right hand, shooting at the zombies rushing around. Whoosh! The arrows had a pretty good hit rate and were extremely powerful, with each arrow hitting the target causing the zombies' intestines to rupture and fall to the ground instantly. Yu Bingbing fired a lot of pistol bullets, but it didn't feel very smooth, and the zombies kept coming in more and more numbers. In order not to affect the efficiency of advancement and to save bullets, Yu Bingbing had to take out the extraordinary compound bow from her homemade space ring and shoot. Looking at Yu Bingbing, who has a graceful figure and stunning beauty, several boys' eyes widened. Wow, she's worthy of being a goddess. The way she kills zombies is so graceful and beautiful, just like in a movie. Do you think that in the movie she filmed before, did she use real martial arts? I think I know a little bit. After all, there are a lot of fighting scenes between the actors in the movie. Wait, that blonde beauty seems even more exaggerated. Everyone turned their attention to Euphemia. This tall and sexy Western woman, wearing high heels and holding a strange sword, was escorting Yu Bingbing not far away. Once a zombie rushes over, she will chop it down with her sword. The zombie's head fell to the ground, and not a single drop of the splattered blood landed on her tight leather jacket. The techniques are sharp, the movements are graceful, cool, and hot. This blonde woman is so amazing. The boys were so shocked by her cool fighting posture that they were speechless. There was another person in the area below, Ling Tian, who was silently cleaning up the wreckage, but his existence was simply ignored by this group of people. The short-haired girl was very upset when she saw the boys like this. You guys are so shameless. A female celebrity dares to kill zombies outside, but you don't even dare to go find food. The other girls echoed, "That's right." The tall and thin man stood up and said, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by not daring? I just don't want some people to eat and drink for free." The fat man also agreed, "As long as you go together to find food, I will definitely not refuse." "How can you do this? I'm a girl. How dare you say such things? You're really shameless," the short-haired woman said angrily. The fat man refused to give in. "What did you say? I risked my life to get the food and shared it with you, but you turned around and called me a bastard." Long-term hunger made these students extremely manic and irritable. "Okay, stop arguing." Zhang Lan, who had a pretty face, stopped him. Whoosh! Arrows were shot one after another, and as the last zombie fell to the ground, the nearby zombies were finally cleared out. "Hey, Ling Tian, we're hungry and need to eat." Yu Bingbing covered her stomach with her hands and shouted at Ling Tian. She had exercised extra hard today and was so hungry that she felt like she could eat a cow. Euphemia also looked at Ling Tian. After last night's crazy exercise, she hadn't eaten anything and was now very hungry. "Okay, I'll release the car after I finish collecting my stuff." Ling Tian put the zombie remains into the ring and spoke to the two beauties. "The scenery here is so beautiful that I don't want to go into the car to eat. There aren't many zombies nearby anyway, so let's just have a picnic today," Yu Bingbing suggested. Ling Tian looked around. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, the trees were green, and the sea was blue. The scenery was indeed nice. It would be nice to have a picnic outside. "Please choose a place." Yu Bingbing pointed with her finger. "Just over there." In this way, the three of them came to a clean meadow shaded by trees. Ling Tian took out a picnic blanket from his space ring and spread it on the ground. "What would you two ladies like to eat?" Yu Bingbing and Euphemia put away their weapons and sat on it. Yu Bingbing was the first to order Australian beef, lobster, French snails, and caviar. "Euphemia, what would you like to eat?" Ling Tian asked her. "Me." Euphemia was a little surprised. Did this guy really consider herself a partner? I wanted to say whatever, but after thinking about it, I decided to order a few: pasta, pizza, beef with tuna sauce. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, if you don't have any other food will do. I'm not picky about food. Don't worry, the dish the goddess ordered herself, I certainly won't let you down." Ling Tian smiled at Euphemia and took out food one after another from the space ring. Euphemia looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the picnic blanket, a hint of surprise in her blue eyes. "The man in front of me is too exaggerated. In this world where food is scarce, he actually hoarded so many luxurious dishes.